Chapter 107. Killer Starfish, Pfatf, yelled the crab from behind the starfish stuck to his face, which, for those unfamiliar with the muffled screams of crustaceans, roughly translates to, "I require assistance, for there is an echinoderm firmly grasping my facial area, and I am in great distress," or something akin to that. Falling backwards onto his shell, Balthazar tried to swat his assailant off, while in turn the starfish used one of its arms to try and grab his eye stalks. The creature tightened its grip on the merchant's face, sticking to it like pecan pie to the roof of his mouth, but with a much more salty aftertaste. Several seconds passed as the panicked crustacean tried to remove the invertebrate without success, and if it were anyone else in that predicament, the starfish's victory would seem a sure thing at this point. Thankfully, Balthazar was not anyone else. He was a crab, and thus superior in every way. Finally getting a grip on his panic, and also a grip on the starfish with his left pincer, the crab ripped the creature off his face with a loud pop and tossed it on the sand, where it landed limp and embarrassed. "Bah!" exclaimed the disgusted merchant as he spat out sand and salt water. "Stupid thing. You thought you were going to suffocate me, didn't you?" The starfish did not actually think much of anything, given its lack of a brain, but Balthazar was right in the fact that his triumph was due to the creature's lack of knowledge about how crabs breathe, through gills, not on his face, but under his carapace. A fact that everyone surely knew, except perhaps for mindless fleshy beings, such as these starfish, and also human adventurers. Shamed and defeated, the boneless asterisk flopped its appendages a couple of times to let the incoming waves wash it away, back to the seabed, where the crab imagined it would lick its wounds and tell all its friends never to mess with crabs. "Yeah, get out of here," yelled Balthazar, shaking an angry claw at the receding sea foam. Taking a moment to rub his face and get the unpleasant feeling of starfish suction off of it, the crab pondered on what to do next. "What am I supposed to do here?" he said to himself, kicking some sand with a couple of legs. "There's nothing in this place, except for sand and floppy face huggers. I should have brought Rye along. There aren't even any signs. Where the hell is a new adventurer supposed to go?" Balthazar sat down on the sand, watching the waves come and go, lamenting his woes to the uncaring ocean. "I just need to find one of those damn scrolls. Then maybe I can figure out how to use that stupid system to get my friends back. That's all I ask for. Well, maybe a couple of pies too. And stumbling upon a chest full of gold buried around here somewhere would be nice as well, I guess. But that's all." The crab idly scratched at the wet sand surface with the tip of his pincer, making a similar marking as the one he had once made on the surface of his favorite boulder, so many seasons ago. "I miss you, you dumb old rock," he whispered with a sigh. As the sky grew more orange over the ocean, Balthazar watched the slowly setting sun on the horizon, admiring the vast waters extending in front of him, like a pond fit for a king. "Damn it, I can't sit here forever," he finally exclaimed, tired of waiting after a whole half-minute. "Where's a stupid adventurer when you need one? Back when I didn't want to see them, they'd practically fall from the sky." The crab looked up at the darkening clouds, seeing nothing, not even birds, thankfully. As he lowered his gaze, he spotted a peculiar volume on the wet sand. Washed ashore motionless was a lump of wet rags, hair, and flesh, also known as a human. "Oh," said the crab, before hurriedly skittering his legs to the body. As he circled around the new arrival, Balthazar saw that he was a young man wearing ragged clothing, likely the same age or even younger than Rye. "Hey, you alive?" the merchant said, poking at the unconscious boy's shoulder with the back of his pincer. "You'd better not suddenly jump at me and try to suck my face off too, or BLARGH, the human suddenly yelled, his eyes snapping open and his body jumping to a sitting position. "Ah, son of a," the startled crab exclaimed. "Don't do that." The young man looked around with dilated, panicked eyes, his chest moving up and down quickly like he had just run a marathon or had a near-death experience, which, in the crab's point of view, were essentially the same thing. His gaze landed on Balthazar, confusion and fright plastered all over his expression. He stuttered, still breathing fast. Are you a talking crab?" "Oh, here we go again with this part," said the crustacean with a roll of his eye stalks. "Yes, I'm a giant crab that can speak, and you're a meat bag that can state the obvious. Let's move past that already. How did you get here? The boy paused for a moment, eyes drifting around at the sand around him as he tried to think. I don't know. Come on, work with me here, kid. What's the last thing you remember? The washed-up human stood up, rubbing his forehead as he attempted to unscramble his thoughts. I remember two bright lights coming straight at me. Headlights. I think there was a truck. All right, you're getting there, little steps. Good job, the crab said. By the way, what's a truck? Oh God. Why was there a commercial truck coming towards me? Commercial truck? What's that? Can I sell it? Oh my God. Did it hit me? Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? Balthazar rolled his eyes again before snapping a claw at the boy to get his attention. Hey, kid, get a grip on yourself. Do I look like an angel to you? I don't know. I don't think so, the human hesitantly said. I'm a freaking crab, and you're on a beach. Snap out of it before I have to do it for you. Surely you remember something more. Do you know who you are? Yeah, I think so. I do, yes. Great. Now, tell me, where did you come from? What happened there before you woke up here? The young man's words trailed off as he seemed to struggle to think, and his eyes went distant. Yes. Go on, spit it out, the anxious crab said, anticipation for finally uncovering some answers gnawing at him. The boy's brow furrowed as he searched for words to speak, and as if a haze had appeared inside his head, his eyes started going foggy. Hey, exclaimed Balthazar, shaking the human's arm. What's happening? Talk to me. Suddenly, the new arrival shook his head and blinked rapidly before looking around confused, as if snapping out of a trance, his eyes back to normal. What's that? What happened? Where am I? You were about to tell me where you were and what happened before you got here, said the exasperated crab. What happened? I don't know, you tell me, the other said, suddenly sounding much more casual about everything. How did I get here? He looked around at the beach and the sea. Never mind that. Look at this place. It's beautiful. Who cares where I was? I want to know where I can go from here. Balthazar banged the sides of his claws against the front of his shell in frustration. Damn it. Whatever happens to every other adventurer already got to him. Now he's just another useless fool that can't remember how he got here. Art. The suddenly carefree boy wandered a few steps away, more concerned with looking at the seashells in the sand than whatever the crab was saying. Ooh, a conch. Neat. All right, focus, Balthazar. You came here for the scroll, and this idiot can still help you with that. Hey, kid, come here, the crab called, clacking one of his pincers. The aspiring adventurer said, dropping the small conch he had found and focusing on the crustacean again. Tell me, do you see any strange words showing up in your vision? Text floating in front of your eyes? Balthazar asked. The other said, rolling his eyes around as if looking for something in his sight. No. Damn it. All right, what about a scroll? Did you see one anywhere before you got here? Maybe you got one in your pockets or something? I don't think so, the boy said, turning his ragged pockets inside out, revealing nothing but sand and one tiny dead fish. Bah! Things can never be easy, can they? Do you maybe have some idea or indication of where you'd find one? Some feeling, some instinct, anything at all that could tell you where to find a certain scroll? No clue, the kid said with a shrug. Unless you mean that shiny thing over there in the sand. What? Exclaimed Balthazar, snapping his eyes towards where the human was pointing, but seeing nothing that stood out. Where? Right there. There's a little shiny thing blinking at me like a small star. The crab could not see it, but he figured that was because he was not meant to. Show me, he excitedly said, following the boy to the place he had pointed. Reaching down, the new arrival pulled a half-buried glass bottle out of the sand. Inside it was a rolled-up piece of parchment. Oh, this is pretty neat. I wonder if it has a message, he said, childlike curiosity in his eyes as he fiddled with the cork, trying to open it. Wait, yelled the crab. Wait. Don't open it. Balthazar realized that if that was a scroll of character creation as he hoped, there was no telling whether that thing would be a one-time use item or not, and he could not risk blowing his one opportunity. You can't just go opening strange bottles you find on the beach like that. It could be dangerous. You should let me take a look at it first. For safety. The boy frowned slightly. But I found it, he said, pulling the bottle against his chest. It was shining for me. Damn it, I guess it's going to have to be the hard way then. It was time for Balthazar to deploy the big guns. Not his claws, but his merchant skills, of course. Well, lucky for you, I happen to be a merchant. Balthazar, the merchant crab, at your service. He took a quick greeting bow. And I'd be willing to pay you for it, because I'm a firm believer in fair deals, and I can see that you're down on your luck and in need of some money. But I don't need any money. I what? Asked the incredulous crab. Everybody needs money. I'm on a beach. There's no one else here, and no shops either, the human said with a shrug. What good would money do for me? But that, the crab let out a long, exasperated sigh. Right, just never mind the money. I could trade you for it. Trade me what? Asked the boy, raising one eyebrow with curiosity. Huh, I got just the thing for you, said Balthazar while pulling his backpack of holding off his shell and onto the sand. The crab rummaged through the bag, searching for anything that suited his needs, but nothing seemed quite right, until he spotted something else on the sand and decided to improvise. Here we go, the crab exclaimed, turning back around to the human with a large conch in his pincer. A conch of distant calling. The boy looked at the shell with interest. It's a pretty neat conch, but what do you mean by distant calling? Ah, glad you asked, my young friend, the merchant said. This is no ordinary old conch. No, no, no. If you hold it up to ear, you can hear the sea. But isn't that like every conch? Sea snail. You can hear the sea snail. Balthazar quickly added. You see, this shell used to belong to a weathercaster sea snail. If you hold it up to your ear, you will hear the weather forecast with water temperature, wind speeds, tide information, all that good stuff, no matter where you are. It's an invaluable item for sea-loving fellas like yourself. You will always know if it's a good idea to come down for a walk on the beach, do some surfing, or maybe even try some fishing. The human looked closer at the pinkish conch the crab was holding, eyes glinting at it. That does sound pretty neat. Yeah, of course it does. Certainly way better than some crummy piece of paper in an old bottle. So, let's make the deal before some other inspired adventurer rolls up in here and takes it first. The boy giggled. What's so funny? Asked the crab. You're a shellfish selling seashells by the seashore. Balthazar let out a long sigh. I guess that fog really rinses up their brains. Look, will you take the deal or not? The adventurer looked at the conch, then at the bottle, and then at the conch again. Fine deal, he said with a big smile, offering the bottle with one hand and taking the seashell with the other. Yes, exclaimed the merchant. Here you go, enjoy your conch, and thank you for shopping at Balthazar's. Wandering Bazaar. The crab turned around, hurriedly pulling the cork off the bottle and trying to get the rolled-up piece of parchment out of it. Hey, Mr. Crab, said the boy from behind. I don't hear any weather forecast from this. Of course not, Balthazar said without turning, his focus still on trying to fit the tip of his pincer into the bottle. He's a busy sea snail. He only does the announcements once per hour on the hour. You will just have to wait for it. All right. Do you sell any clocks? No, now shoo, leave me alone, the crab said, frustration getting to him as he struggled to get the scroll out. Damn bottle. The boy wandered off a few steps, looking around the beach as he held the conch up to his ear and waited, while the crab resorted to giving the bottle a few vigorous shakes. Ah! Balthazar exclaimed triumphantly as the scroll finally slid out of the bottle. He hastily picked up the tube of parchment and unrolled it, eyes wide in anticipation, which soon turned into a frown of frustrated confusion. What the hell is this? There was nothing on the scroll. No text, no glyphs, no ominous glow or floating. Just a blank piece of yellowed-out paper. This is worthless, said Balthazar, flipping the scroll around a few times, looking at both sides, searching for something that just wasn't happening. This is as good as the junk piles of parchment I have back at the bazaar. While the crab cursed the blank piece of paper, Hartha's new arrival continued wandering around the coast, looking at the seashells. Oh, these look pretty neat. The crab scratched the top of his shell. He was so sure that this had to be the right scroll, yet it didn't seem to work. He wondered if whatever the crow had done to him really cut him off from being able to use such things, and he was truly doomed to never get his system access back. No, I refuse to accept defeat that easily. There's got to be something more to it. As the crustacean fiddled with the parchment, the human in the background continued talking nonsense to himself. This looks cool, like some kind of starfish. What if the scroll requires some? Balthazar's eye stalks suddenly stood up. Kid, don't touch the... He turned around just in time to see a killer starfish leap at the human's face like a crab on a pie, wrapping itself around his face. The foolish boy stumbled back, dropping his new conch and flailing his arms around in panic, muffled screams coming from behind the fleshy creature attached to him. Pull it off, yelled Balthazar, as he dropped the bottle and scrolled to run to the kid's aid. Just grab it and pull hard. Struggling and swinging his hands around wildly, the human was not doing himself any favors as the crab tried to help him, but was unable to reach his face as he spun around. Stop moving, damn it, said the merchant, attempting to pinch the starfish while the boy thrashed around erratically. His chest moved up and down rapidly as he struggled to breathe, increasing his panic even further. Breathe, kid, shouted Balthazar. Use your gills. Use your gills. Suddenly, with a muffled whimper, the boy fell backwards, immobile, starfish still firmly stuck around his face. Kid, called the crab, looking at him with raised eye stalks. Skittering next to him, Balthazar used his claw to dislodge the spongy, being off, quickly tossing it far away into the water. Hey, you alive? He asked, giving the adventurer's foot a shake. All right, humans don't have gills. After looking around awkwardly for a moment, the crab simply shrugged. Oh well, serves him right. Only a fool would go around poking strange creatures like that. Remembering the scroll he had dropped, Balthazar quickly made his way back to it, reaching down to pick it back up. Now I still got to figure out how to use this thing on my AH. The crab fell backwards as his pincer touched the parchment, and it suddenly came alive with an incandescent glow. A new claw touches the scroll. Chapter 108. Scroll of Character Recreation. The roll of parchment levitated above the sand, glowing brightly like a shining star as it slowly unrolled itself in front of Balthazar. Gah, said the crab as he got back on his feet after the initial scare. How can text be so loud? The scroll's page finished its slow ascension, and words began appearing on its surface, just as they had that fateful day by the pond so long ago. Except now Balthazar could also see them forming within his vision at the same time. Yes, he celebrated at the sight of the familiar system in his eyes, despite how much it used to annoy him in the past. I almost lost hope this would work. Time to get back in business. As the crab started reading what appeared in front of him, he noticed how the text seemed sharper and much smoother in the way it scrolled into his vision. It looks like this thing got some improvements. Not bad. Scroll of Character Creation. Analyzing. Previous character sheet found. Would you like to recreate your character? Yes. No. The crab cocked an eye stalk at the system text in front of him. All right, this thing seems to still see something left over from the levels I used to have. That's promising. Maybe that damnable crow didn't do a proper job of scrubbing everything off when he wiped my system access. Already accustomed to its quirks, Balthazar squinted hard at the first option in the prompt in order to select it, which, to his surprise, blinked and slid through his vision much more easily and smoothly than ever before. It would seem this new version of the scroll and system really worked much better than the ancient one he was used to. Calculating. Error. Missing values. Current statistics do not match records. Arc. Of course it couldn't be that easy, bemoaned the crab, his shell deflating in disappointment. But suddenly, a new line of text, smaller and in a different font style, appeared underneath the error. Manager session detected. Use manager commands to roll back to last saved values. Yes, no. The crustacean read through the text once, twice, and then again, his frown deepening with confusion more each time. Manager session? The hell does that mean? His eyes suddenly stood up. Wait, that stupid bird was some kind of manager or something for the system. Did he somehow leave something open in my mind-brain system, or whatever? His thoughts racing like a mouse on a wheel, bits and pieces of what he could understand started to fit together, and he realized that if the crow really had been incompetent enough at his job to leave such a gaping hole in the system, likely convinced there would be no way the crab would ever get his claws on one of those scrolls a second time, then there was no way Balthazar would not abuse the hell out of it. With full conviction, The rebellious crustacean pressed yes on the prompt, and a barrage of feelings, sensations, emotions, and a little bit of poking assaulted his entire being. From the tips of his 8 legs to the ends of his antennae, his body felt as if it had been hit by a truck, despite him still not knowing what that even was. Converting old statistics to new system. Race, crab, calculating base stats for crab race. Health, 40/40ths, stamina, 30/30ths, mana. 10 out of 10. Balthazar rubbed his shell as he recovered from the assault on his senses, his eyes squinting to focus on the text presented by the system. Under it, a few more lines described his race's traits. Crab race traits, aquatic breather. As the pinnacle of evolution, your race can freely breathe both in and out of water. Natural armor. You cannot equip fancy armor, but have a natural bonus to your physical defense thanks to your fancy shell. Rending claws. Your claws may not be very good at holding a weapon, but they give you a significant bonus to unarmed damage. Huh, said the crab. I already knew all these things about myself, but it's kind of nice to see them get the proper recognition by this thing. I'm starting to like this new system way better than the old one. Previous class found. Merchant. Would you like to change your class? Why would I want to change? I was born to be a merchant. Calculating previous class experience. Class rank determined. Class, adept merchant. Oh, come on. How am I not higher than that already? The crab complained. Did you not see that slick deal I made in town for a loaf of bread? Masterful trading right there. Balthazar stared at the class rank text for a moment, tapping his chin with the tip of his pincer. I wonder how many ranks there are. Noticing how the line indicating his rank looked slightly different from the other text, he tried focusing on it, and to his surprise, a new window of text slid into view. Ranks for merchant class, novice merchant, apprentice merchant, adept merchant, expert merchant, master merchant. Wait a minute, the puzzled crustacean said. Did this thing just give me actually useful information for what I was wondering? Wow, they really must have improved this system. I like that. Noticing the field indicating his class also seemed squintable, the crab pressed on it with his gaze too. Class, merchant. As a merchant, you get an advantage bonus on every trade with other classes and lower-rank merchants. Dialogue suits you better than combat, making you gain 200% experience from negotiations and trades, but only 50% from everything else. A merchant's main attribute is charisma, so you have an improved chance to discover charisma skills. All right, Balthazar said as he read through the description. Advantages, I like those. I don't care about going around picking fights with everything that moves like some dumb adventurer, so the minus 50% doesn't bother me. Not sure what the improved chance part about skills means, though. Must be something new. Skills. Skills have 6 possible ranks, from F to S tier, and are taught by tutors or learned by discovering and using scrolls of potential. Some skills require a certain level in one or more attributes in order to be used. That's different. I used to be able to just use points to pick skills in the old system. Guess that's one of the things they made more complex. Bah, why do they gotta change what I was already used to? Don't they know I don't like learning new things? The crab stopped and looked to the side in thought for a moment. Wait, no, never mind, I get the irony of what I just said. Good thing there's no one else here to hear me. Balthazar spent a few more seconds taking in the information in his eyes. I've never seen any of these so-called scrolls of potential before. I hope that doesn't mean I gotta start going around taking lessons from random people to get any skills. I ain't got time for that. He tilted his shell at the text. Wait, attribute levels. What happened to those? Right on cue, new text slid into view. Choose your starting attributes. Points to spend, 10 strength, 5 endurance, 5 agility, 5 perception, 5 intellect, 5 charisma, 5. Oh, said the intrigued crab. I remember 3 of those, but the rest are new here. That must be what the bird meant when he looked at the old scroll and said it was from back when they only had 3 attributes. Curious to find out more? Balthazar opened their descriptions. Strength affects your attack power, your physical damage, and how much weight you can carry. Endurance affects your ability to resist damage and negative effects, as well as increasing your recovery rates. Agility affects your speed and dexterity, as well as making you better at stealth and dodging. Perception affects your senses and ability to detect things more easily, as well as improving your accuracy. Intellect affects your mental power, your magical abilities, and the capacity to learn and absorb knowledge. Charisma affects your ability to communicate and influence others, as well as gaining improved bonus effects. That's a lot to take in, said Balthazar after several minutes analyzing the attributes list. Pulling back to the previous screen, he considered the initial 10 points. All right, I got a baker to find. No time to waste hesitating about how to spend these. I'm no fighter, so I won't even pretend to entertain attributes for that. The crab started pacing back and forth along the shore, talking to himself as he pondered. I used to just put every point I got into intelligence before, but that was dumb, because I'm already pretty smart, Balthazar said, gesturing with his claws as he went. I don't care for magic or casting spells. Now, charisma, that one I remember used to be pretty nice back when I had my golden shell. Balthazar stopped moving and stared at the floating scroll again, still lingering in the air, glowing and waiting for the crab's command. This did say charisma is the main attribute for a merchant, so that seems fitting. He tapped on his chin for a moment before throwing his claws up. Oh, what the hell? I'm not here to play games. I'm here to get big numbers and big advantages. Let's go all in on charisma. With conviction, the crab placed every point he had available into the one stat. Strength 5, endurance 5, agility 5, perception 5, intellect 5, charisma 15. Confirm? Damn right I confirm, Balthazar said proudly. I confirm that I'm charismatic as hell, baby. With a smug look, he squinted at the confirmation prompt. I don't feel any different, he said after a moment, looking down at himself, as if expecting something to have happened. You have gained a natural trait. I have, asked Balthazar, surprised by the new line of text that had appeared in his eyes. The gift of the crab, trait, you can dazzle others when you speak, both because of what you say and because of the fact that you can speak at all. You have a major bonus to dialogue, based on your charisma. Just me or this updated system got a little bit of sass to it now. As if disregarding Balthazar's remark, a new window appeared yet again. Calculating previous levels. You are level 15, hell yes, exclaimed the merchant. I still have my levels. Suck it, you dumb bird. You can't keep this crab down. Spend and use points now. Of course I'll use them now. Saving them for later is for suckers and cowards. Let's go. Calculating. You have gained 3 attribute points per level. You have a total of 42 points to reallocate. Whoa, that's a lot more than before. Let's go, big numbers, I like them. Looking at his attribute list again, Balthazar wondered if he should be reasonable, take a balanced approach, and evenly spread the points across useful stats, perhaps even save some for later, after he learned more about them. Caution belongs in the wind, exclaimed the crab as he punched his pincer forward and dumped all 42 points into his charisma. Strength 5, endurance 5, agility 5, perception 5, intellect 5, charisma 57. He looked proudly at the attribute values, placing the backs of his claws against the sides of his shell like someone who was looking at a job well done. Maybe there's a downside to leaving all the other attributes at base value, but I'm sure it will be fine. You may increase your base health, stamina, or mana by 10 at every level up. You have 14 and used upgrades. More choices, said the crab with a sigh, the hurry to be done with the whole thing getting to him. All right, well, this should be easier. Mana is out. I'm happy to leave the magic to Druma. I don't want it. Stamina? I mean, this whole traveling all day really wiped me out. I'm not used to going further than the edge of the road, but do I really want to invest points into stamina when all I want to do is go back to my pond soon and never have to do all this much walking again? He crossed his arms and reflected on the matter for a moment, eyes gazing at the sunset over the ocean and the occasional starfish that washed ashore across the shore. Nah, health is a much safer bet. There's no going wrong with making yourself harder to kill. I'm already all in on the one-stat investment for charisma. Might as well do the same for health. Good luck clobbering me now, idiots. With the confidence of an experienced crab who was going through all of this for a second time, Balthazar finished the re-specialization process and looked at the final character summary. Race, crab, level, 15 class, adept merchant, health, 180/180, stamina, 30 out of 30, mana, 10 out of 10 attributes, strength 5, endurance 5, agility 5, perception 5, intellect 5, charisma 57, traits, aquatic breather, natural armor Rending claws, the gift of the crab. Skills, all right. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get some skills, but otherwise, I'm pretty happy with how this went. I knew my gut feeling about this beach was gonna pay off. My gut is always right. Suddenly, something far away pulled Balthazar's gaze. Dark, swirling clouds formed in the sky high above the water, their center like the eye of a terrible storm. "That looks ominous," the crab said, as a new notification slid into his view, with a red outline and bigger font, invoking a sense of urgency. Chapter 109. New Arrival. System Manager Alert. New arrival incoming. Analysis determined potential adventurer's mind to be too incompatible for process. System will reject and reroute the undesirable soul. Continue. Overeyed, Balthazar frowned at the text as he finished reading it. He did not fully understand what all of it meant, but he knew he disliked the part about rejecting someone deemed undesirable by the system. "Oh yeah," he said, talking to the air around him. "Incompatible and undesirable like a crab, using your precious little system. You stupid birds?" He knew to be messing with things he did not entirely comprehend, but the temptation to fiddle with his unintended manager access was too great. "Screw you, Crow," the crab muttered as he pressed the override option. "Are you sure? Undesirable candidates may resist the process and cause unpredictable effects to the balance of the system." "Good. If it gives that stupid crow and his bird cronies more trouble, I'm all for it." Soul rejection overridden. With that, Balthazar looked around, expecting something to happen, but as he gazed up at the sky again, he found the clouds had simply dispersed, and all that was left was the orange sky of the setting sun over the calm waves of the sea. "Well, that was disappointing," he said with a shrug. "Hopefully me doing that didn't ring any bells at Bird Central. Come to think of it, maybe I should have thought twice before pressing this. I should be trying to lie low. Now that I got my system access back, I can't afford to have that crow show up to take it away again." He paused and looked up and down the coastline. I'm sure nothing will come of it." As he turned to the still levitating scroll, a new prompt appeared in front of the crab. Manager panel. "Would you like to enable silent mode?" "Huh? Silent mode? What's that?" "Silent mode. User's actions will not be logged or traced, only to be used for testing purposes." "Wow, hold on. This is exactly what I needed," exclaimed the excited merchant. "This new system is really starting to impress me. If I enable this, then the Crow and company should have a much harder time figuring out what I'm up to. Hopefully, at least." Balthazar confirmed the prompt to enable silent mode, and a new line appeared. "Enabling silent mode will close your manager session." "Confirm. Cancel. Darn it. There had to be a downside, of course." The crab pondered for a moment. "I wouldn't mind playing with this manager stuff and seeing what I could make of it, but at the same time I know that's bound to attract some attention sooner or later, and I don't want a repeat of that crow's visit," Balthazar considered as he paced back and forth, debating with himself. "For all I know, there's already a bird coming this way to check on what's going on, and I doubt they don't have an easy way to sort me out even with whatever tricks this so-called manager session might grant me. No, for once, being sneaky and quiet is the right move. I need to be smart if I want my plans to succeed." Making up his mind, Balthazar pressed the confirm option. Silent mode enabled. System actions will not be logged or traced. Worried about any potential winged fiends appearing from above, Balthazar quickly dismissed the system screen from his vision, and the scroll of character creation, having done its job, finally closed itself and dropped on the sand. "All right, you're coming with me," the crab started as he moved in to pick up the scroll, but as he did, the piece of paper simply crumbled into dust, mixing in with the grains of sand and disappearing into nothingness. "What? Come on. The old ones didn't do that," he protested in frustration. "Guess they don't make them like they used to." Looking up at the sky with concern, the crustacean decided there was no time to cry over spilled parchment, and skittered his way back up the dunes, to the road where his companions awaited. "All right, we're done here, guys," he hurriedly said to Drumo and Blue, who sat on some rocks, sharing a few rations of dried meat. "Time to get back on the road and find Rye." The trio quickly got on the road, leaving Star Beach behind and heading north as the sun set and night quickly approached over the sands. By the shore, where the waves came and went, the figure of a man appeared from the water. not dragged by the tide and left as an unconscious pile of rags like the previous arrival, but instead standing, awake and alert, as he walked out of the sea, water rolling off his entire body as his heavy steps sank into the sand. As the new arrival reached the beach, he stopped, breathing fast as his intense gaze scanned the area, an expression of ire mixed with confusion about his circumstances carved into his face. Where the hell am I? Warren had it all. A perfect life full of accomplishments even before reaching his 30s, with a well-paid job in a large corporation and a beautiful fiancée, a healthy body and sharp mind. He did plenty of sports and even still had time to do some gaming with his friends on the weekends. Everything about him was just perfect. And then he died, dragging himself out of an unknown sea to an unfamiliar beach and wearing strange rags. Run, as everyone usually called him, looked around, searching for any clues as to what had happened. What is this place? How did I get here? The young man asked himself as he tried to regain his breath. Any common person would have likely lost consciousness in those deep waters after such a rough dive, but not him. Years of swimming practice and having been the captain of his water polo team meant Run was an excellent swimmer with an impressive lung capacity. Stealing his mind, Hartha's new arrival scanned his surroundings with great care, assessing the situation with the same calm and logical perspective he'd always use when resolving complex problems at his job. I don't know this place, but there does not seem to be anyone else here, nor are there any immediate threats. That's good. I need to focus and figure out what's the last thing I remember. Still standing on the line between wet and dry sand, thick droplets of salt water dripping from every end of his body and ragged clothing. Rin closed his eyes as he rubbed his forehead, trying to unscramble his thoughts and find out what had happened before. A crosswalk. Yes, I was crossing the street because the light was green. I remember tires screeching and a wide metal grill from a truck. Where was I coming from? Work? No, a housey. My parents' house? There was a girl there too. Yes, my girlfriend. Ren's thoughts were growing heavier and harder to bring to the surface of his brain. And as his eyes snapped open, a milky layer appeared over them, like a fog settling over his mind. No, he exclaimed, clutching his head with both hands as his knees hit the sand. What's happening? There's something trying to cloud my mind. Suddenly, and with a loud snap, Ren slapped his own face, and after squeezing his eyes shut for a moment, he opened them back up, the mind haze gone from his sight. Out of nowhere, a line of bright text appeared in his vision. Fatal error, incompatible mind. Mind haze aborted. Please contact your nearest manager to correctly wipe your memories. What was that? Why was something attempting to wipe my memories? What was it that I was remembering? The young man rummaged through his brain, searching for details, any specifics about his past, but quickly realized that he could only remember fragments. Like a maddening feeling of something at your fingertips that you just cannot reach, or a name on the tip of your tongue that you just cannot recall. He remembered things, he just could not remember what they were. Reeling from the effects of the unfinished mind haze that took memories from him, without also taking the knowledge of having lost them, Rin stood back up and took a deep breath, remembering all the breathing techniques to use during stressful situations that he had learned from his martial arts classes. Try as he might, he couldn't remember his teacher's face or name, only that he had those lessons at some point in his life. Focusing his sights back on the strange text, he frowned at the last line. Please contact your nearest manager to correctly wipe your memories. Why would I ever do that? Rin said. And where did this strange UI come from? Taking another look around and towards the forest and hills past the dunes, the young man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Judging by the coloring of the vegetation, it seems like this place is currently undergoing its autumnal season, but I can still clearly remember it to be the middle of winter as I was crossing the road just now, given the snow and winter clothing I recall wearing. So that means I'm nowhere near home. I could be in a different part of the world, but if I was in a different hemisphere, that should mean it would be summer instead. No, something about this ocean and the landscape doesn't feel right. If only I could remember my geography classes more clearly. Rin exhaled and crossed his arms as he looked around again. Ever the pragmatic thinker, he started nodding slowly. No, as unlikely as it might sound, this seems to be a different world from mine. He focused on the text in his eyes once more. With some kind of system interface. He quickly ruled out the possibility of dreaming, as he was sure he would have woken up already if he chose to, given his mastery of lucid dreaming, after taking a 3-month run of seminars on the subject. Is this some kind of a video game? I'm sure there is no VR technology this advanced yet. I keep up with every major tech news outlet. I remember that much. Yet, why do I see a user interface in front of my eyes? A groan came from the sand nearby, and Rin quickly turned to it, his eyes homing in on its source instantly thanks to his razor-sharp senses, gained from a lifetime of tennis practice with professional athletes. A young boy, wearing similar rags as Ren's, was sitting up from the sand, holding his head with one hand like someone waking up with a hangover. As the newest arrival rushed towards the awakening adventurer, he noticed a strange red imprint covering most of the boy's face, like a star-shaped suction mark. "You there," called Ren. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The boy frowned as he rubbed his head. "Yeah, of course I can." "Why?" "Good. There is no language barrier, at least," the other said, more to himself than anyone else. "What is this place?" "I don't know," said the younger adventurer as he stood up. "A beach." Run groaned in frustration before grabbing him by the shoulders. "Who are you? Some kind of NPC? Is this a VR game?" "What?" asked the befuddled boy. "Are we in some kind of virtual reality world?" "No, I don't think so. At least, how did you get here? Do you remember that?" I'm not sure. Something about bright headlights? A truck? Were you hit by a truck while crossing the street too?" "Oh God, was I?" I think so. Did I die?" Run let go of the boy's shoulders, turning to the side into his own thinking process. "It's as I feared. This isn't some game. This is real, like some kind of reincarnation, but something's wrong about it. And why can't I remember my past? Only fragments of what I've lost." The red-faced young man tapped Ren's shoulder. "Hey, you alright, pal? You're talking to yourself a lot there." Ren turned around in a flash, his expression becoming sour. "All right, we apparently just died and someone or something wiped our memories. That is far from all right. How are you not more concerned?" "We died." "Oh, damn. That doesn't sound neat at all," replied the addled boy. "Useless," muttered the other, clearly too mentally weak to withstand the mind hazing. "His brain is probably all scrambled." "What's that?" "Nothing. Try and focus. Have you seen anyone at all since you arrived here?" "No," said the boy. "Wait, yes, I think so. He was the strangest merchant I've ever seen, I tell you." "A merchant," repeated Run. "Who was he? What was his name? Where is he now? Answer me." The new arrival moved up on the previous newcomer. Their noses nearly touched as Run grabbed the collars of the boy's soaked burlap shirt. "Whoa, easy, pal. No need for that. His name was Balthazar, I think, and I don't know where he went after he took my scroll." "Scroll?" said Ren, slowly letting go of the collar. "What scroll?" "A scroll in a bottle that was shining for me somewhere around the sand here. He told me a bunch of stuff, and next thing I knew, I traded him the scroll for a conch. Damn, where did my conch go? Do you think he scammed me?" "A scroll in a bottle," whispered the young man, turning away from the confused boy and looking around with a scowl. Soon after, he spotted it, a twinkling shiny spot in the middle of a mound of sand, beckoning him to it. Ren rushed to it, leaving the other new arrival behind, and found a bottle with a rolled-up piece of paper inside. Frantically opening it and pulling the scroll out, he was shocked when the piece of parchment escaped his hands and floated in front of him, slowly unrolling itself. For a good minute, Ren stared at the page in front of him and the glowing text displayed in his eyes, struggling to come to terms with what he was witnessing. Despite his well-educated and open mind, the fact that such an undeniably magical thing was real and happening was still stunning to him. Meanwhile, the other aspiring adventurer had already shrugged and gotten on with looking for his dropped conch. This is ridiculous," Ren quietly said to himself. "Levels, attributes, skills. This is like a game world, except it's all real and happening to me. How? Why did I have to die and end up here?" His expression slowly shifted away from confusion and anguish to a frowning anger. "No, someone is responsible for this. Someone has to be behind this whole charade of bringing innocent people here. I must find them and get some answers. Find out what they took away from me. I need to go back. His eyes snapped back up to the scroll, reading through its requests and mentions of many values and options. Despite his spectacular social life and busy schedule, he was also an accomplished gamer with multiple wins at several esports tournaments and an expert understanding of strategy and complex mechanics. To say nothing of his magnificent proficiency as a cook, or his flawless driving skills, or his gift with gardening, or the things he could do with his... "I don't have time for this right now," Ren suddenly said. "If I am to use this system to my advantage, I must first learn and understand how this world works, and then build a well-thought-out character. I can't afford to recklessly spend any points without full knowledge of what they will entail. Only a fool would do that." Ren stood up and quickly snatched the floating scroll, which stopped glowing with a sudden whimper as he stuffed it inside his pocket. Whoever this Balthazar is, he must be the one with the answers, or perhaps even the mastermind behind it all. He scowled at the horizon. "I will find him, and I will get back what was taken from me." Placing his sights on the road past the dunes, Ren set out with determination on his step, stopping at a wooden sign before heading south. Meanwhile, back on the beach, the other new arrival was still wandering by the coast, searching for his lost conch. "Oh, neat. What's this?" he said, leaning down to pull on a pinkish appendage sticking out of the sand. Moonlight slowly rolled over the white sands of Star Beach as the sound of waves on the shore drowned out the muffled screams coming from behind another killer starfish hugging its prey in another trip around the natural circle of an adventurer's life. I wonder why my antennae feel so warm," Balthazar mused as he made his way up the road leading north, trying to meet with Rai. Gazing up at the sky above, the crab knew they could not keep going much longer. Despite his inexperience with travel, even he knew that the darkness of night meant dangers could be lurking anywhere, and that they'd need to stop and make camp until morning. "Hey, Druma," said Balthazar, turning to the goblin walking a few steps behind. "We should stop and make camp soon, so we will need to get a fire going for light. Can you gather some firewood?" The assistant gave the crab a firm nod with his head. Yes, boss." "And you, Blue," Balthazar continued, turning to the drake following along at a lazy pace. "Can you maybe fly up and do a few rounds over the roads to see if you spot Rai before it gets too dark?" The golden-eyed creature slowly cocked an eyebrow at the crab, as if expecting something more. Balthazar rolled his eye stalks. "Please," he said. With a flap of her powerful wings, Blue took off past the forest canopy and soared across the streaks of orange, purple, and black of the dusk sky. With his two travel companions going their own ways, Balthazar continued on through the road, lost in his own thoughts as he kept an eye stalk out for the archer. As he pondered on what to do next once he found Rai, the crab heard a twig snapping up ahead. Well, a raspy voice said, as a man wearing dark brown leather armor stepped out from behind a tree on the edge of the road. Turns out that guy at the tavern wasn't lying. There really is a merchant crab traveling on this road. "You owe me 5 crowns, Tim." "Heh, yeah, boss," a ratty-looking man said with a nervous laugh as he appeared from the opposite side of the road. Balthazar's eye stalk stood up. He didn't need his monocle of examination to know exactly what those guys were. Bandits. As the crab took a tentative step back, he heard more noise coming from the edges of the road behind him. 2 more bandits emerged from the shadowy woods surrounding the winding path, each one flanking him from a different direction. Evening, fellas," the nervous merchant said. "I see my reputation precedes me. Ha. Do you guys need something?" The one woman in the group stepped closer, pulling a knife from her belt. "Yes, crab. Your coin, or your life. You choose." Chapter 110. The Gift of the Crab. What kind of choice is that? "My coin is my life." Balthazar's eye stalks twisted around, watching the 4 bandits encircling him. He was surrounded and, with his poor running skills, he knew there was no chance to run away without being immediately caught. "You heard the lady," said one of the bandits behind the crab, by far the biggest of the 4. "Cough up all your coin, or we crack you open and get it ourselves." "Yeah," said the ratty-looking one. "Just hand it over. Save us all the cuts and bruises." "Shut up, Tim," barked the apparent leader of the group. He had been the first one to appear, and his outfit, while a low-grade armor, was still by far the least worn out between the 4 of them. He carried a large machete on his belt, which he had not yet unsheathed, despite all the other bandits having done so with their respective weapons. This was enough to tell Balthazar that he was clearly the boss of the gang. I think maybe you guys got the wrong traveler, friends, the crab hesitantly said, in a hurried attempt at placating the bandits slowly advancing towards him. Right, started the leader, with a mocking smile on his face. Because I'm sure there are so many crabs traveling these roads. With a backpack. And talking. All right, fair point, said Balthazar, giving himself a roll of his eyes for such a poor attempt at subterfuge. There's only one merchant crab, and that's me, but really I've been doing business all day, fellas. I've spent all my coin buying loot from passing adventurers. I got no gold left, and trust me, you also don't want any of the junk I bought. It's all so worthless. Those idiots really do pick up anything they see. It's only good for selling to other dumb adventurers. Not like you, smart and wise bandits. The merchant put on a forced smile of someone who had just been offered a dung pie and was still trying to look friendly, while three of the bandits exchanged slightly confused looks at one another. You talk too much, crab, said the larger thug, reaching down to grab Balthazar's backpack. Whoa there, buddy, said the crustacean, taking a side step to avoid the man's hand. No touching the merchandise unless you're going to buy it. Quit stalling and hand over that money bag, said the woman among them, flicking the pocket knife to her other hand as she reached for the crab's bag of holding money that was tied to the side of his shell. As she grasped it, the bag held in place, the knot on the rope tightening the more she pulled. One of Balthazar's specialties, the 8-point pincer knot. The harder you pull on it, the tighter it becomes. Before she could bring her blade up to the rope and cut it, Balthazar spun around once again, out of her reach. Not nice, miss, said the crab, wagging a pincer at her. You can't just go around grabbing someone's money sack like that. Consent matters. The woman's lips twisted into an irked expression as Balthazar backed away from her, only to find himself now closer to the scrawny one from the group. Come on, this will go a lot easier for everyone if you just drop your stuff and back away, said the bandit. We might even let you go. The bigger one let out a devious chuckle. No, we won't. Shut up, Dax, said the ratty one. Both of you shut up, their boss ordered. I'm getting tired of this nonsense. Just give him a beating and take his stuff. I want to go back to the tavern and grab a pint before I find a dice table to bet his money on. The cowardly bandit shrugged without much conviction. You heard the boss. Orders are orders. Balthazar gulped. He knew he stood no chance against all of them in a proper fight. But this crab did not need to get involved in a proper fight, when he had something better, a mouthful of words and a bag full of junk. I guess if you can't beat them, dazzle them. Whose orders? Balthazar said to the bandit approaching him. Huh? Who gave you the order to attack me? What are you talking about? Asked the confused man. I just told you, the boss right there. The crab looked over to where the bandit was pointing, towards the gang's leader. And why are you doing what he tells you? Because he's the boss. It's right there in the title. And why is he the boss? Why aren't any of you the boss instead? Balthazar pointed a pincer at the bigger thug behind him. Why isn't he the boss, for example? He's clearly the largest of the group. Me, said the big guy, raising both eyebrows in surprise as he pointed at his own chest. You think I would make a good... Shut up, Dax, said the woman. The crab is clearly trying to confuse you, you idiots. Me? Said Balthazar. No, madame. I'm only asking questions here. Why is it taking you Muppets so long to skin a bloody crab? Just get it over with and stop humoring him. The boss yelled from his spot near the tree, from which he still hadn't moved since revealing himself. I mean, have you listened to him? He doesn't even get that crabs don't have skin. He doesn't sound very bright to me. Dax scratched the top of his head, while Tim just seemed conflicted. The woman, meanwhile, seemed to be growing angry. For Cray's sake, I have to do everything around here, she exclaimed, bringing her pocket knife up and charging towards the crab. Balthazar braced for impact, but as the blade connected with his chitin, it bent and snapped, the tip falling to the ground with a tiny plink. All right, natural armor. The woman looked down at her broken knife and then up into the crab's eyes with a livid expression. That is some very bad quality material you have there, said Balthazar. Get him, Dax, the woman screamed, backing away from the crustacean. The large thug stepped forward, raising a crude wooden club over his head, ready to bring it down on Balthazar's shell. And look at that club. Shoddy. It even has a crack on it, the crab quickly exclaimed. The gift of the crab. Success? Interesting. The bandit stopped halfway through his attack, frowned, and then looked at his weapon. It does. Balthazar took a deep breath. That's what I was trying to tell you guys. Why are you all taking orders from that fellow over there? He doesn't even provide you with proper equipment, and he stands over there doing nothing while you three do all the work. The merchant moved closer to the larger thug. Think about it. Why should the bigger guy be taking orders from someone clearly smaller and weaker? Dax scratched his 5 o'clock shadow, clearly doing his best to squeeze out a complete thought. Balthazar then swiftly moved over to the bandit lady, who recoiled at his approach. And did you notice how your leader did not even move a finger when your service weapon failed catastrophically against me there? Imagine I was actually a violent crab. I could have easily snapped you in two right there and then, and you would have been left to your own luck by him and his poor job conditions. Once again, a system notification popped up in the corner of Balthazar's sight. The gift of the crab. Success, I mean, he could have done something, I guess. Without missing a step, the crab skittered towards the ratty bandit. And as for you, Balthazar recoiled slightly as he got closer to the man's face and felt his breath, foul and rotten enough to kill the roadside flowers if he blew on them. Does this job even offer dental? I bet it doesn't. Another system notification of success appeared, and the scrawny man frowned with a puzzled expression. Dental what? Exactly. You don't even know, the crab loudly exclaimed. Enough of this rubbish, the gang leader said, finally stepping away from his tree. Sick of watching you morons playing with this crab. Take care of him, or I'm keeping your cut of the spoils. That seemed to worry the three thieves. And what? Balthazar started, turning to the trio. May I ask, my thuggish friends, is your cut of the profits after a successful robbery, raid, or pillage? Well, the boss gets half because he's the boss, and we get the other half, said the scrawny one. Tam, shut up. Why are you telling the crab that? The woman said, shoving her elbow against his side. Yeah, and that's fair, because it's an equal split, exclaimed the bigger bandit with a dumb smile on his face, proud to contribute to the discussion with a thoughtful conclusion from his own head. No, because if you three have to split that half, then all each one of you ends up with is actually 16.6666666667%. The trio stared at the crab before exchanging confused glances at each other. Oh, gold help me, Balthazar muttered. Do they not teach you basic math at bandit school? It means he gets a whole half to himself, while you three have to divide yours into smaller scraps. Oh, said the ratty bandit. The larger thug scratched the top of his head once again. I still don't get it. All right, you idiots had your chance. I'm handling this blabbermouth myself, announced the bandit chief, stepping towards the traveling merchant. Hang on, said the woman, stepping between her boss and his target. Now I want to hear him out. He kind of makes some good points. Brenda, I swear if you don't get out of my way, don't talk to Brindy like that, said the bigger bandit, stepping past the crab and towards the other two. That's not nice. How come you always hang back and let us do all the heavy lifting but then get half of everything? Jackson. How come you didn't even try to help me when the blade you gave me last week broke? You said that it was pure steel. Gee, guys, we shouldn't fight, the remaining bandit said. Boss, maybe we should just solve this by settling on a more fair share for everyone, and you worthless clowns aren't getting anything more, yelled the gang leader, clearly growing angrier. I'm the boss. What I say goes. You know, interjected Balthazar, addressing the lower thugs in front of him and ignoring the angry boss behind them. You guys should stick together and voice your concerns. Demand better shares of the stolen goods, better weapons to rob travelers with, better dental hygiene. Really make your voice be heard by the powers that be, like some kind of union of bandit rights. Yeah, what he said, exclaimed the woman. I agree with Brenda, said the large thug. I like what the talking crab is saying. I mean, I guess he does make a bunch of fair points, the more cowardly thief said. I swear on me, mum, you bastards, if you don't snap out of whatever's gotten into you, I will... The bandit boss pulled his machete from his belt. Unlike the other weapons, this one was pristine and of decent quality. The other three visibly recoiled at the sight of their chief's blade being unsheathed. I knew this was a bad idea, cried the ratty thief. Dax, you got your club? Stand in front of us, said Brenda. But it's cracked. the larger one said with a whimper and a lost puppy face. After I'm done with you, said the boss, I'll handle the crab myself, and I'll keep all the spoils to myself. How's that for a fair share, you bloody morons? Perhaps I could be of assistance, Balthazar said to the trio, from a safe distance behind them. I just can't stand idly by and not help such a noble movement as yours. The crab quickly dug through his backpack of holding, searching for any worthless junk he could find. Ah, here, catch, said the merchant, tossing a crossbow at the ratty bandit. A fine quality ranged weapon to keep you at a safe distance from your opponent. It's already loaded, too. The thief looked at the weapon he had just caught in his hands. It was made of old wood. It had bits chipped off here and there, and the string on it seemed to be close to breaking, but he smiled like a kid opening a birthday present. What the hell do you think you're doing? The bandit leader started as he took a step forward, but he immediately froze as Tim pointed the crossbow at his chest. Hold it, boss, he said, his knees shaking and his voice faltering. We just want to talk. We can solve this, just don't come any closer for now. You bloody traitor, Jackson said bitterly. I should have known you'd be a turncoat with no honor, Tim. Oh, please, said Brenda. What are you even talking about? We're bandits. We're all scum. It's part of the job description. Well said, miss, said Balthazar from the back. Here, this is for you. This one is actually made of pure stainless steel. The crab tossed a blade across the ground towards the woman, who stopped it with her boot before picking it up and examining it against the moonlight. It was a knife. It had a long and sharp blade, and it was in fact made of pure steel. It was also a kitchen knife meant to cut pies, but that wasn't an important detail worth pointing out right there and then. Now, let's talk about that cut, Jackson, said the lady bandit, putting on a devious smile as she flicked the knife into a sideways position against the side of her wrist. What about me, Mr. Crab, said Dax, looking at Balthazar with pleading eyes like a 5-year-old kid. A very large and broad-shouldered 5-year-old kid. Do I not get something too? Yes, you, said the merchant, stretching his eye stalks to peek into his pack. I'm sure I've got something for you here. Crap, I've got nothing for him here. After much shuffling and rummaging, Balthazar finally grabbed something from the bag. Screw it, this will have to do, so long as it keeps the big guy happy with me. He tossed a round glass bottle full of an orange, almost red liquid at the thug, who caught it in his hand. That's a potion of might, said the merchant. It will make you as strong as a bull with just one gulp. Or, well, maybe 2 bulls in your case. I have no idea what that potion is. Oh, nice, said the big guy, before downing the entire thing without hesitation. I'll hang you all for this, said the now former leader of the bandit group. Each one of you. Come on, boss, said Tim, slowly making a circle around the boss, crossbow still aimed at him. We just wanted a better deal. Yeah, Jackson, said Brenda, moving to his other flank. You brought this on yourself. The crab just opened our eyes to the obvious. All right, I think this is the part where I get out of the crossfire area and wait for them to take each other out. Balthazar slipped behind a nearby bush as he observed the bigger thug stumble a few steps between him and the rest of the group. What's up with that one? Gee, guys, Dax said with difficulty. I don't feel so good. Balthazar's eye stalks frowned. What was that bottle I gave him? I swear I remember them from before on my shelves. The crab's eyes went wide as the memory of the description for those round, orange bottles surfaced in his mind. Fireburst concoction, throwing weapon, made with highly flammable alchemy ingredients. This bottle will explode into a burst of flames upon contact. Keep out of reach of children and low INT adventurers. Suddenly, the distance between him and the bandits, as well as his choice of cover behind a bush, no longer felt as safe anymore. Mr. Crab? Why does my tummy hurt? Said the bandit, turning around to look for the merchant as his face turned red, and his stomach grew dangerously bigger. I feel like I'm gonna... Balthazar looked around for better cover, but there was none. Oh, crab apples. Chapter 111. Swoop high up in the sky, where dusk introduced night to the departing evening. A gold and azure streak glided across the orange and purple background surrounding the setting sun. She was blue, in both color and name, a juvenile drake of impressive features. She had mesmerizing eyes of an intense golden yellow that matched the undersides of her magnificent wings. Eyes which she was using to scout the area underneath, looking for a young man. Smart as she was for a drake, She did not actually know the human language or that Rye was the young man's name, but she understood enough to know her task was to find him. Not that she cared much for humans or most other creatures in general. As a draconic species, pride was a defining trait of her being, and everyone else was to be seen as a servant to her magnificence. There were, however, a few exceptions. A certain young baker girl was one such exception. Something about her made Blue's heart feel softer, and she looked up to the girl with admiration and fondness. The Drake also knew that, for whatever reason, this Rye boy was very important to Madeline, and even if Blue did not fully understand why or what she saw in him, she respected the girl enough to also respect him. And so the winged creature flew over the roads, looking for any signs of the archer. Not only because that's what Madeline would have wanted, but also because the crab asked her to. And at least this time he said please too. Complex creatures, drakes take respect very seriously, and anyone who wishes to be at least tolerated by these beings must show the proper reverence to their magnificence. This was a complicated concept in Blue's mind when it came to Balthazar. However, since as far as the Drake understood, he was her parent, or at least he should be, seeing as he hatched her, and he certainly had the pride and self-importance of a draconic creature himself. And yet, he was still a crab. It was hard on the young drakeling to wrap her head around the idea that instead of having a big, imposing mother to look up to, with beautiful wings that could house her entire body underneath them and a fire breath that could raise entire villages, what she had was a flightless crustacean for a parent. Instead of beautiful scales, he had a rough shell. Instead of wide wings, he had big pincers. Instead of shooting fire, his mouth only shot many words. Too many words. It was just not what the small drake expected when she came out of her egg all those months before. How could she submit to a lesser creature when he wouldn't even show her proper manners? Sure, he was prideful like her, and she was stubborn like him, but at least she had the draconic presence to justify it. He was just a small crab, mostly cowardly and unable to even defend himself. It went against every fiber of her being to see such a being as an equal. But as Blue soared through some clouds, circling around a hill in her continued search, she let out a fiery sigh. Despite all of those things, and how much she resisted showing it, the Drake could not help but care for the crab. His attempts at working on their relationship and learning how to deal with a draconic creature, while often clumsy, still struck a chord with her. If only he was less crabby. So long as he was at least trying, she would do her best too, even if it meant they would often bump on each other's stubborn personalities. If even a grumpy old crab was learning new things and putting himself out here to help his friends, then the Drake was not about to let herself be outdone by him. She would follow him, and together they'd get back their lost friends. If nothing else, just so Blue could have a rematch against the big red dragon. Her pride demanded it. With redoubled determination, Blue Dove, brushing aside her doubts and attempts at understanding how a crustacean came to sire a drake, and focusing on finding her target. Scouting the many winding roads, paths, and trails, the winged lizard had not yet found any signs of the archer, and night was fast approaching, making it difficult to see very far, even for her sharp eyes. As much as she disliked the idea of returning without having fulfilled her mission, with darkness falling over the woods and hills, Blue decided it was time to head back and catch up to the crab and the goblin, settle down by the fire, maybe have some more meat, and then continue the search in the morning. Following the path she knew the other two to be, her eyes scanned the open areas between the trees, trying to spot any green or gray dots moving below. After a while, her sights finally picked up a familiar figure. Druma, carrying firewood in his scrawny arms, was making his way out of the forest and back to the road, likely returning to Balthazar as well. She hovered for a bit, making sure there were no threats around him, such as wolves, bears, or any other predator that might attack the small goblin. A mighty predator herself, she knew how tempting of a target the little green guy could be to other larger creatures, and as her guardian, she would make sure not to let that happen. The Drake had given herself the job of protecting the goblin after the day wolves attacked and left him severely injured. In her own way of thinking, she knew she liked playing with the goblin on the shores of the pond like they usually did every morning, and his disappearance would greatly upset her. Thus, being the bigger one, It was only natural for her to be his protector. Simple as that. Draconic creatures were nothing if not pragmatic. Reassured of the goblin's safety, Blue pushed forward, looking for Balthazar. It did not take her long to spot him in a clearing up ahead, but something peculiar made her frown. He was not alone. There were 4 other figures around him, and while she was too far away to listen in, it seemed pretty clear to her by the scene playing out down below that hostilities were taking place. The drake's frowning deepened. How could it be that such a small crab was always finding so much trouble? One of the figures below, the largest of them all, was stumbling towards Balthazar, and something about him looked off to her. As a drake, if there was one thing she had a sixth sense for, it was fire, and she could tell there was a nasty flame brewing within that human, which was odd because she'd never seen a fire-breathing human before. Circling high above the clearing, Blue shook her head in disapproval. She ought to let Balthazar deal with the consequences of whatever he had gotten himself into as a lesson. But then again, her pride also demanded that if someone was ever going to roast up the crab in a torrent of flames, it should be her. He was her annoying crab to butt heads with, no one else's. With a swift turn, the drake nosedived at full speed, aiming towards her oddly shaped parent. Balthazar ducked and covered his face with his claws as the bandit stumbled back and forth, looking sick in his stomach, which he likely was after downing an explosive alchemy concoction. With a red face and eyes bulging out, Dax suddenly stopped and breathed in before his mouth opened, like the very maws of hell, letting out the foulest of belches with a most unholy sound erupting from within, which reverberated against the trees all around, scaring away the squirrels from their branches and the critters from their hiding holes. Following the unnatural burp came the flames. Like a torrent of fire worthy of a dragon, they blew out of him with violent force, growing into a fireball that quickly engulfed the thug and expanded to consume everything else around him. Peeking from between his pincers, the crab braced for a very hot impact, when suddenly, at the very last second, he felt himself being picked up by his shell and lifted into the air, away from the explosion. Surprised and confused, Balthazar turned his eye stalks up to see Blue carrying him in her powerful claws, beating her wings at full force as she struggled to gain altitude. Naturally, this was because she was still young and not fully developed yet, and not because Balthazar was heavy and full of bread. "Blue!" the crab exclaimed, staring up at her with a big smile on his face. "You saved me." "You." His eyes glanced down, seeing the ground quickly growing distant as she flew higher up. "You are going to get me keel." His legs kicked, and his pincers flailed as Balthazar panicked, watching himself go higher and higher, past the tallest trees and through the chilly wind of the autumnal night. "Bring me down! Bring me down!" he screamed. Crabs aren't meant to fly. All the kicking and struggling were making the annoyed drake's job of holding on to the crab more difficult, and for a split second, her grasp on his shell almost slipped. "Oh Lord, no! Please don't let me fall, Blue!" cried the terrified merchant. "I don't want to die like a ripe watermelon dropped on a rock." A bead of sweat running down the side of her face, Blue started descending towards a clearing below, where she finally landed the crab. Gasping and breathing fast, Balthazar fell to his claws and, let's call them knees. "I'm way too old to only be finding out I don't like heights now." Glancing to the side, he saw the drake landing on the ground a few paces away, looking at him with an expression of awkward embarrassment. Right," said the crab as he stood back straight and cleared his throat in an attempt to lower his voice's pitch. "Thank you for the assistance, Blue. I had it under control, of course, but your help was still appreciated. Just maybe don't scoop me up into the air like that again without warning." "I wasn't ready for it yet, that was it." The golden-eyed creature was still staring at him with an expression of weirded-out discomfort. "I know you can't technically talk, but let's just never speak of this again, all right?" "Boss!" "Boss!" called Druma, coming out of the trees in a sprint, pieces of firewood falling off his arms as he ran. "Druma here, big kaboom. Is Boss all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine now, don't worry," said the crab, wiping the top of his shell and letting the rear of his shell drop to the ground. "I'll just sit here for a moment to rest, and then I can tell you all about the bandits I found." He looked around the clearing they were in. "I think we're far away enough now, so let's just set up camp here for the night." With one of his usual energetic nods, Druma started preparing a small campfire, while Blue perched herself on some nearby boulders, scanning the surrounding trees. As Balthazar relaxed his shell and let out a relieved sigh, a system notification popped up. Bandit thugs defeated X4. You have reached level 16. The crab's eye stalks perked up with excitement. Nice. That didn't take long. Time to spend some points. Chapter 112. Tutorial. Balthazar pulled his arms out of the backpack straps and set it down to serve as a cushion to rest against as he sat in front of the small campfire Druma had just lit. Once the goblin stepped away to collect some more fuel for the fire from the nearby bushes, and while Blue lazily stretched herself like a cat preparing to take a nap on a bed of leaves nearby, the crab pulled up the level up screen, ready to examine it without distractions. You have reached level 16. Choose a base stat to increase by 10. Health, 180/180. Stamina, 30/30ths. Mana, 10 out of 10. Whispered the crab as he stretched his arms. I am pretty wiped out after the day I had, so more stamina could help with that, but I don't really plan on having days like this very often. Exercising is exhausting, and I already have the peak physical form anyway, so Balthazar cocked an eye stalk at the system screen in front of him. Bah, can't go wrong with more health. Health, 190/190. Stamina, 30 out of 30. Mana, 10 out of 10, almost at 200 already. Nice, the sitting merchant muttered, just loud enough to disturb the nearby Drake's rest, making her lift a disapproving glare at the crab before going back to her beauty sleep. All right, what's next? Give me more big numbers. Enthralled by the newly found appeal of other numbers that go up besides his coin count, Balthazar swiped to the next screen. You have 3 unspent attribute points. Attributes: Strength 5, Endurance 5, Agility 5, Perception 5, Intellect 5, Charisma 57. The crab crossed his arms and tapped on the side of his face with the tip of a pincer, pondering. I put all the points I had accumulated before into Charisma, so maybe I could start putting these into something else. He leaned back against the backpack, staring off into the dark sky as he considered his options. I could probably also just let them sit there and build up to use later. Nah, that's dumb, like having 2 slices of pie and only eating one to leave the other for tomorrow. Who would ever do that? Pie sitting on a plate does me no good when it could already be in my stomach. The crab let out a long and relaxed yawn as he watched the tiny embers of the campfire fly up into the night sky, their light mixing up with the other small dots of the stars shining above. Decisions. What do I even need the other attributes for anyway? Charisma saved my shell back there, not strength or some well-aimed spell. Bah, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. And even if it was, but I could take advantage of it, I should leave it be too. Charisma 60. Satisfied with his wise and well-thought-out choices, Balthazar swiped the screen to the side. Wait, that's it? The crab moved his eye stalks left and right a few times, and then up and down, trying to find some extra screen he might have missed, but there was nothing more. Damn it, I need some skills. I can't rely on dialogue to get me through every problem I'll encounter, as much as I'd like that to be possible. Can't just talk a boulder back into life, and big flying lizards don't seem too keen on chatting up with crabs, sadly. The tired merchant sighed as a shell lazily slipped down against the leather of the pack, the warmth of the fire tickling the tips of his legs and making him feel even more relaxed. Guess that's another thing to worry about on my long list of things to do. Figure out where to find those scrolls of potential, or some kind of skill tutor. I wonder who they could be. Doubt they're common. Most people I've met just today were dumb as a sack of bricks. The crab's eyes began growing heavier by the second, the exhaustion of his very unusual day finally taking its toll, and his thoughts started fading into pastry-filled dreams. Blueberry pie for supper? Or maybe peach? Ooh, key lime for the morning, yes. The next morning, Balthazar woke up lying on his backpack of holding next to the now smoldering remains of last night's campfire. With a big stretch of his pincers and many legs, the giant crab let out a long and satisfied yawn. While sleeping in such an awkward bedding would have been problematic for many other species, for Balthazar it was no problem at all, as he had no bones to ache, back to crack, or even a neck to be stiff. Perks of being the ultimate life form. With groggy eye stalks, he fumbled his way around the pile of ashes that still smoked in the middle of the circle of stones made by Druma the night before, scratching the backside of his shell as he went. Blue was still lying in the same spot, slumbering with slow, deep breaths, while Druma, ever the early goblin, was already up, off somewhere in the trees, likely chasing some squirrel, judging by the noises the barely awake merchant could hear nearby. Balthazar had a very specific morning routine, as any proper crab should. A routine which involved a quick trip to the shore of his pond every day, something he, for the first time since he could recall, was unable to do because his beautiful pond was several hours away from where he stood. A fact that he was still trying to get used to. Thankfully for the crustacean, his acute hearing picked up on the sound of running water from nearby. Shuffling through some bushes and skittering around some trees, Balthazar quickly found a small stream running between some rocks and zigzagging through the woods. It was no pond, but it would do. After splashing some water on his face and doing his usual chitin exfoliation, Balthazar stood back straight, throwing his shell back as he let out a long ah of satisfaction. Feeling much better now, just missing my morning slice of pie. He slumped down slightly for a moment before picking himself back up. Too early for feeling sad, Balthazar. Focus on finding Madeline, and you'll get your pies. Putting his claws on the sides of his shell, the crab took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh morning air. Ah, just like back home. Suddenly, a new system message popped up. Would you like to start your tutorial now? Yes. Later, Balthazar frowned slightly. What's this about a tutorial? I've had a system for months. I don't need no tutorial. As he looked at the available options, his frown deepened. Why can't I just say no? Annoyed, the crab simply pressed the later option and shrugged, turning back to the rolling water of the stream to dip his pincers into it. Because even crabs know you should always wash your claws before eating. Would you like to start your tutorial now? Yes, later. Huh, said the bewildered merchant. Didn't I just tell you to buzz off? Later, not now. With another quick flick, he sent the question away and continued to scrub between his dactylus, where all the dirt and gunk tends to get. If there was one thing Balthazar did not abide by, it was dirty claws touching Madeline's pastries. Tutorial. Yes, later. I take back everything I said about liking this new system version better, exclaimed Balthazar, splashing water everywhere as he threw his claws up. I don't want to do any tutorials right now. The crab firmly pressed the second option on the prompt. About 10 seconds of peace and quiet passed as he tried to calm his temper when a new notification appeared. What about now? Yes. Ask me again in 5 seconds. Arg. Fine, yelled the angry crustacean. If it will make this thing shut up, I'll just get it over with. How hard can it be anyway, if it's meant for new adventurers? Balthazar pressed the first option and a new screen slid into his view. Tutorial quest. Introduction. Welcome to in this marvelous world of nope, the crab loudly declared as he saw the long page of text extending down in front of his eyes. I do not care. Skip. After pressing the skip option, a new window appeared. But not everything in this land is. I ain't got time to read all that. Skip. So it is your destiny now to go forth and ski. After Balthazar mashed the skip option for what felt like 100 times, the introduction pages finally ended. Tutorial quest. First steps. Welcome new arrival. After your rough landing, your mind might be a bit scrambled. Make sure you still remember the basics of moving around. Objective. Take at least 10 steps forward. The crab smacked the front of his face with his claw. Are you flipping kidding me? He grumbled. I know how to walk. I've always known how to walk. What kind of idiot is this tutorial made for? Remembering the answer to his own question, the very same adventurers he had been dealing with for months, Balthazar sighed and walked forward. They are happy now? So difficult. Can I go back to getting breakfast now? Objective completed. Well done, adventurer. You still know how to walk in a straight line, but do you still remember how to strafe and walk backwards? Objective. Take at least 10 steps left, right, and backwards. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous, the outraged crab yelled. Frustrated, but just wishing to be done with the whole thing, the merchant did the little dance of sidesteps and backstepping until the system was satisfied. Objective completed. Great job, adventurer. You still got your moves. Now, let's learn how to jump. Objective. Jump at least 5 times. No, I'm not doing that. This thing can't be serious. I'm a crab, and crabs aren't meant to jump. Balthazar crossed his arms like a child throwing a tantrum, but the jolly quest prompt remained in front of his eyes, covering most of his view, with no option to skip or close. Art, I hate you, system, complained the crab, as he threw his pincers up in defeat. Over by the trees, Druma stood watching Balthazar on the edge of the stream as Blue approached, joining next to him. What is boss doing?" asked the confused goblin, scratching the top of his hairless head under the wizard hat. The drake observed the crab with an expression of awkwardness, her head tilted to the side like a watchful cat sitting atop a wall in an alley. Near the running water, Balthazar moved around, counting steps as he did lines and circles with his 8 legs, stopping every few paces and grumbling to himself before continuing. His 2 companions watched on in weirded-out confusion as the crab started hopping up and down. "Is his boss dancing?" said Druma. Blue looked at the goblin and shrugged. "Objective completed." "Finally," said Balthazar. "This has been nothing if not humiliating. I'm just glad I'm all the way out here with nobody to see me doing all this ridiculous stuff." The crab took a moment to exhale and catch his breath. Morning exercises were not usually part of his morning routine, or his afternoon routine, or evening, or part of any routine of his at all. In fact, quest started. First adventure. Now that you have learned the basics of movement, it's time to embark on your first journey and find somewhere to explore and get some loot. "You know what? No, screw this," Balthazar declared. "I'm done with your crap system. I'm not one of your stupid adventurers, and I'm not doing any dumb quests either." As he looked for a way to dismiss the system prompt in his eyes, he noticed the bottom line of text. Objective. Travel east to Tudors Hall. Balthazar's eye stalks frowned. "Wait, where do I know that name from?" he said, scratching his chin as he tried to remember. "Wait, that's right. Tudors Hall is the dungeon Tom comes from." His upset mood seemingly gone all of a sudden, Balthazar chuckled to himself. "I wonder how that old skeleton is doing." He glanced at the quest objective once more. I mean, I wouldn't mind visiting him and finally seeing that place of his. He talks so much about it. Maybe I could even find something useful there, like one of those scrolls. Suddenly making up his mind, the now excited crab skittered back to the campsite, where his 2 companions were already packing up. "Druma, Blue, get your things. We're taking a little detour to visit someone," he cheerfully announced. After a couple of minutes, the crab and his 2 followers were back on the road, heading east with the merchant at the front. "You seem to have 2 companions. Would you like to add them to your party?" Balthazar read the notification as he continued walking. "Oh, I didn't even think about this. I wonder if their stat sheets will look different in this updated system too." With a squint, he confirmed the prompt to add Druma and Blue to his party and gained access to their stat screens. Chapter 113. It's a party all the way back in Ardville, where the cover of darkness over its many streets had not yet been pushed back by the arrival of the morning sun. 2 conspicuous figures skulked their way around an alley. One was large, broad-shouldered, and built like a section of brick wall. The other was small, scrawny, and next to the first, could almost pass for a child. A very lavishly dressed child. The bigger man was holding a manhole cover open with one hand, and using the other to reach down into the sewer, while his patron provided vital commands. "Be careful pulling him up, Bruce. I would be livid if your brutish hands harmed his wrists just because you can't control yourself." The hired muscle groaned with annoyance, but chose to say nothing, as he usually did. His job required few words from him, and so long as it got him paid, he knew it best to keep his thoughts to himself. A different kind of groan came from inside the sewer hole, as Bruce pulled his hand up and brought a 3rd man out of the dark depths. He wore not fancy and brightly colored clothing made of silk, but instead a dingy set of burlap rags. No expensive hat with a feather sticking out of it sat upon his head, leaving his greasy, matted-down hair on show. There was no cloud of expensive and overwhelming perfume surrounding him either, only the stench of sewer waste and lack of bathing. Only one recognizable trait of his still remained, despite its more unkempt appearance: a pencil mustache under his stuck-up nose, twitching with disgust as he climbed out of Ardville's waste-filled waterways. "Mr. Antoine, The other nobleman cried out in a loud and exaggerated greeting. I cannot express how great it is to finally see you out of that cell. Keep your voice down, you imbecile, spat the escapee, in a bitter whisper between grinding teeth. Do you want someone to hear you and find us? No, please, my apologies, sir. I didn't mean it, the small man said, throwing his head down in an apologetic manner that revealed more fear than respect. Antoine eyed the bodyguard towering above them. Are you sure the guard will not ring the alarm? Bruce smirked. Trust me, I knocked him out good. He won't be conscious anytime soon. Good? That means we should have at least a couple of hours until they find him during the change of the watch. He turned to the nobleman again. Did you bring me what I instructed? The other man scrambled to untangle a large satchel from under his vestments' mantles. Of course, my lord. Here, it was exactly where you said, and I brought it right over. The former guild master took the bag unceremoniously and quickly looked inside, partially pulling out a set of clean clothes and looking under them for something else. And you didn't even look inside it? No, of course not, sir, answered the noble. I would never. Antoine shook his head disapprovingly before muttering under his breath. Gullible fool. Mr. Antoine, if I may, the sheepish lackey started. Where do you intend to go now? Not to question your plans, of course, but with the entire town soon to be out looking for you, going back to your old life will not really be an option. The disgraced merchant turned with a snap, his face twisted into an expression that matched his foul odor. This town can rot in hell for all I care, he said bitterly, spite shooting out of his eyes like daggers, making the other man shrink down in his expensive lace-up shoes. After all I've done for it, they've turned on me for that creature? They don't deserve me. Antoine turned to the larger man still towering over them, who was keeping an eye on the alley's exit for any movement. Are the horses saddled and ready? Bruce glanced down at the still seething merchant, showing no signs of being too intimidated by the temperature of his temper. Yeah, 2 horses waiting outside the town walls, like you said. T2 horses, stuttered the cowering nobleman, slowly returning to an upright position. But sir, I have my own business here in town my entire life. I'm not sure whether I would be of much help if I were to go with you. His eyes jumped suddenly. As honored as I would be, of course. With a glare that oozed contempt, Antoine eyed the noble up and down before scoffing. You're right. You would be useless to me. What would make you think that I'm taking you with me? But I thought. I did everything you asked of me, said the confused man. I got every parcel, went to every hidden stash, arranged everything for your escape. I followed your every instruction to the letter. Yes, you did, said Antoine, a shade falling over his face as he stared at his nervous lackey. And now you know far too much about me, my plans, and my secrets. I just can't have that. What? Look at you. You'd fold and tell everything you know if a guardsman so much as breathed harder on you. But, sir, no. I would knave. You, Antoine barked, turning suddenly to Bruce. Does he still pay you the same as you told me last time? The bodyguard looked at the man in rags with a cocked eyebrow. Yeah, why? The merchant reached into his satchel and pulled out a fat coin purse from under the change of clothes within. That's triple of what he pays you, he said, tossing the sack of gold at the larger man, who caught it with one hand. There's plenty more where that came from stashed all across the land if you choose to work for me from now on. Bruce peeked into the bag, a golden shine reflecting on his face as he smiled. Sounds like a good deal to me. Excellent, said Antoine. Your first task is to rid me of any loose ends. Make it quick. I need you to take me outside to my horse before the guards sound the alarm. The newly hired mercenary pocketed his payment before rolling his shoulders. You got it, boss. The trembling nobleman looked back and forth between the other two as his back pressed against the grimy alley wall. Why you work for me, Bruce? He pleaded, his voice cracking with a high pitch. I hired you. You can't do this. Bruce smirked with malicious intent, cracking his huge knuckles as he approached his former patron. Should have paid me more. Antoine stepped out of the alley and onto the deserted street just as the first rays of sunlight breached through the maze of rooftops above. As a muffled whimper and the dry sound of a quick snap came from the alley behind him, the once great guild master of Ardville looked upon the town streets with scorn as he muttered between grinding teeth. You will all pay in time. Especially you, crab. Dang it. Why are my antennae feeling so warm again? Balthazar asked himself as he skittered down the road through the plains. His focus split between the path ahead and the system text in his sight. Bah, must be nothing. After having added Druma and Blue to his party as the system suggested, the crab had found himself able to access his two friends' stat screens like he could see his own. Alright, let's see what we got here. Name, Druma. Race, Goblin. Level 3. Class, None. Health, 60/60. Stamina, 90/90. Mana, 0/0. Attributes, Strength, 2. Endurance, 3. Agility, 4. Perception, 3. Intellect, 2+2. Charisma, 1. Traits, Eager Learner. Skills, none. The merchant read through his assistant's sheet carefully as he continued navigating through the road, effortlessly swerving and avoiding every stone and hole in his path with the expertise of someone already used to doing things while reading strange, glowing text burned into his retinas. Big yikes on that charisma, buddy, but otherwise, this all seems about right. Even the +2 intellect bonus from that old hat. I wonder what this trait is, though. Eager Learner. Trait. Goblins don't usually like learning things, but this one is different. Whether because he hit his head, or precisely because he didn't, this creature has a knack for picking up new skills if taught. Able to gain up to 1 compatible skill if given an active scroll of potential or trained by a tutor. Huh, isn't that something? Convinced that was certainly an interesting trait to consider later, but one he had no real use for yet, given how he had not found any of those scrolls or tutors for himself yet. Balthazar moved on to the screen of his other companion. Name, Blue. Race, Drake. Level, 16. Class, None. Health, 350/350. Stamina, 120/120. Mana, 80/80. Attributes, Strength, 12. Endurance, 12. Agility, 22. Perception, 20. Intellect, 12. Charisma, 20. Traits, Mind Scales, Skills. Fire Breath. The crab's eye stalks frowned as he read through the attributes once more. Those seem way higher than I would expect. And how does such a petulant creature have so much charisma? Oblivious to the irony of his own question, Balthazar shrugged. Teenagers. Whatever. Curious, he pressed the only skill listed, already having a pretty decent idea of what it was given the name, but still wondering what it would look like. Fire Breath. Skill. Cost, 30 mana. As a draconic creature, drakes have the natural ability to unleash a torrent of fire through their mouths. The flames deal an average amount of magical fire damage to everything that fails to resist it. Not suitable for meal cooking. Alright then, at least I learned she uses mana to shoot those blue flames. Not sure how I'd get her to ever drink a mana potion if needed, though. Pulling back to the previous screen, the crustacean selected her only trait, Mind Scales, which, unlike the skill, he felt much more clueless as to what it could be. Mind Scales. Trait. Owners of strong personalities, sturdy wills, and well-balanced minds, draconic creatures show great resistance to all manner of illusion or mind-altering magic. Has the ability to resist most psychic effects. Balthazar cocked an eye stalk at the text. Oh, I get it. Well-balanced. Scales. This system is all clever now. Despite his quips, the crab recognized that such a trait could be quite handy. And deep down, he wished he could have it too if he ever encountered a certain black-clad witch again. With a sigh, Balthazar dismissed the system screen and focused solely on the road again. Well, I guess it's a party. A few paces away, his goblin assistant perked up. Boss say something? No, don't mind me, Druma, replied the crab. Just talking to myself and reminiscing. With a little less pep to his step, the merchant remembered the old days when his party had not 2, but 3 companions. Reaching back into his backpack of holding, Balthazar touched the rough surface of the broken orb he brought from home with the tip of his pincer. He knew it was there. He had no fear that it would have accidentally fallen out at some point during his journey. He simply liked to touch it now and then for comfort, to remember his friend, and to remind himself of one of the reasons why he was out there on the road. Soon, Boldy. I'll find a way to bring you back, I promise, the crab whispered. After what felt like the longest trip of his life, because it likely was thus far, Balthazar found himself stepping out into a clearing past some overgrown bushes and a few hanging vines, where he found his destination. You have discovered Tudors Hall. The crab grimaced as he looked past the system text and saw what was behind it. What is wrong with this place? Chapter 114. Tudors Hall. Moss and cobwebs covered dirty, cracked walls of cobblestone, forming a dilapidated building that stood slightly crooked in the middle of a circular clearing. All the trees and greener grass, seemingly too afraid of growing anywhere near it, leaving nothing but dead weeds surrounding the crypt. "This can't be the right place," said Balthazar, eyeing the small mausoleum standing in front of him. "This place looks abandoned, and like no one has lived here for ages." The crab paused, his eye stalks glancing up as he recalled the skeleton he was there to visit. "Oh, right, never mind that. Of course no one has." A few steps behind, Blue and Druma joined him past the wall of bushes and hanging ivy, both making their own expressions of disgust towards the destination they had arrived at. Cutting and slashing some purplish weeds out of the way with his claws, Balthazar pushed forward and closer to the entrance, his party hesitantly following behind. As he reached the two stone steps leading up to the double doors of the dungeon entrance, the crab spotted a plaque on the wall next to them. Using his pincers, he cut some tangled vegetation to read what it said. "Adventure beware. Turn back now and leave this place, lest you forfeit your life to it." Balthazar let out a half-chuckle, half-scoff. "Good thing I'm not an adventurer." He glanced back at the goblin and the drake, who were still eyeing the mausoleum with a mix of disapproval and uncertainty, before putting the back of his claws to the sides of his shell. "Do you reckon I just knock?" As he raised a pincer to tap on them, the tall granite doors of the hall suddenly rumbled and started slowly opening with a loud noise of stones scraping against the floor, followed by a cold, dead breeze of wind blowing out of the space between them. "Well, that's dramatic," said the crab, claw still in the air. As the gates to Tudors Hall continued crawling open, the merchant rolled his eyes awkwardly. "Also, unnecessarily slow," he bemoaned. After what felt like a small eternity of waiting for the doors to finish their dramatic act, the rumbling ceased and a dark hall stood in front of the crab, who peeked inside with his two eye stalks. A square room, empty except for two unlit braziers by the corners and the wide stairwell leading underground, was all he could see. "Hello," called Balthazar, but the only response he got was his own echo. The crab pulled the front of his shell back out with a slightly disapproving expression. "Tom, my friend, you really got to work on your presentation," he said to himself. "I expected better from a fellow merchant." Turning around to his partners, the crustacean gave a shrug. "Well, I guess down we go." As he prepared to take a step inside, Balthazar noticed his companions weren't moving. "What's wrong?" he asked, turning back to them. Druma was staring down into the hall and its stairwell with a worried expression as he held on to his magical staff, his elbows and knees trembling slightly. "Druma don't like dungeons," he said with a shaky voice. "Dark and full of creepy stuff." "Oh, come on," said the crab. "It will be fine. This is Tom's place. You remember him. I'm sure there's no danger inside." The goblin looked at his boss with a hesitant gaze, as if wanting to believe his words, but still unable to wrangle his own fears. "Druma don't want to go in, boss," he said, gazing at the ground in shame. "Druma too scared. Come now. You're the bravest goblin I know," Balthazar said to the only goblin he knew. "It should take more than a few unlit halls to spook you. You're the great vanquisher of dark mages, remember?" The small assistant glanced up at the crab, a smile almost forming on his face, but fading right away. The bad man," he started with hesitation, "once took Druma to crypt just like that. Bad man said he want loot. Druma fallen whole. Bad man say he should leave Druma in hole." His eyes grew watery, and he avoided the crab's gaze again. "Druma think he would never get out. Long time pass. Silverman only come back and get Druma out because Druma have bag with loot he want." Balthazar stood without reaction for a second, before his eye stalks frowned. "You don't have to go anywhere you don't want to, Druma," he said calmly. "You stay out here, maybe keep an eye out on the road for a while while I'm inside, and I'll be back in no time, all right?" The goblin wiped his eyes on his arms and quickly gave a few nods. "Yes, boss." The crab turned to the drake. "And Blue, you will stay with Druma and keep watch with him, right?" To his slight surprise, she simply gave a brief, affirmative nod and followed the goblin. "Ah, good girl," Balthazar whispered to himself, before turning back to the crypt's entrance. Stepping inside the cold and damp hall, the crab peered into the stairwell leading to the dark depths below. I've read about these, but how do they work exactly? He said, tentatively placing a leg on the topmost step. Wary of the newly found concept of stairs, Balthazar slowly moved a second leg towards the next step. All right, kind of awkward, but not terrible, he said, slowly tilting his shell as he continued moving sideways down the stairs. I could get what? With too many legs mixed with too many steps, the crab tilted and tumbled forward, rolling down the stairs with an ouch and oof at every other step hit. After what felt like way too many rolls and plunges, Balthazar finally landed face first onto the cold stone floor at the bottom of the stairwell. He moaned, standing up with difficulty and rubbing the top of his shell. Never mind, I hate stairs. I'm never doing that again. Assessing his surroundings, the merchant realized he could not assess a thing because everything was pitch black. Looking up, all he could spot was the small speck of light at the top of the stairs from the now distant mausoleum entrance. Great, now what? There's no way I'm going back up this way, he said, placing his claws on his crustacean hips. I guess into the dungeon it is then. Reaching into his magical pack, the crab pulled out a wooden torch from his wares, along with a piece of flint. Despite his lack of opposable thumbs or any other fingers, Balthazar lit the torch with casual ease by snapping the flint with his pincer, producing a few sparks onto the flammable tip of the wooden stick held in his other claw. As the orange glow flooded the immediate area around him, the crab saw that he was in a narrow corridor composed of old, mossy cobblestone walls. As he brought the light closer to them, several roaches and centipedes skittered away, quickly hiding in the holes and crevices of the old and ruined halls. Ew, would it kill you to do some housekeeping now and then, Tom? Balthazar muttered to himself. He tried to peer into the corridor ahead, but even with the glow from his torch, all he saw was a tunnel of stone leading into an unknown void. Hey, pissed anyone home? The crab called out with a whisper, not noticing the contradictory nature of calling out for someone with a quiet murmur. All right, I guess I'll let myself in, he said with a shrug. He'd better not be out today. I don't really want to sit here waiting for him to come back. I doubt this place even has any pillows. With his torch held high above his shell, Balthazar carefully pushed forward, squinting at the path ahead of him in hopes of spotting something other than moist walls and crawling critters. Suddenly, the crab froze as the sound of clacking in the distance reached him, his antennae perking up and twitching as he tried to catch where the noise was coming from. Anyone there? He said to the darkness around him. His question was met with nothing but silence, only interrupted by the rhythmic dripping of water somewhere out of view. Balthazar was no coward, according to himself, but the tension of being deep underground, in the dark, alone and unsure of whom or what was around him started to make his bristles stand as he questioned his recent choices. Why the hell did I think this was a good idea? Holding the flame a bit further, he realized the corridor ended there, opening into a much wider room with a slightly taller ceiling. Figuring there was no way but forward, he tentatively stepped into the chamber, trying to inspect what it had to offer. Are these wooden boxes? He muttered, approaching a brown rectangle that sat atop a stone slab on one end of the room. As the light of the flame reached closer, its glow revealed the full details of the many boxes lined against the wall, from their carved edges to the iron handles, as well as their epitaphs. They're coffins, said the crab, eye stalks standing up. From somewhere behind him, in the dark recesses of the chamber, where the dim light of his fading torch could not reach, came a creaking sound. Balthazar turned with a start, eyes wide as he peered into the darkness, trying to make out what the faint movement he seemed to perceive was. Is that you two? A figure burst out of the void and into the light of the torch that the crab had just dropped on the floor in his sudden fright. A freakishly tall skeleton with a grinning skull, much taller than Tom and wearing no suit, hat, or clothes at all, came charging towards Balthazar with a rusty axe held high as he cackled maniacally. Ha 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 ha! Chapter 115. A skeleton party, the calcified assailant rushed at Balthazar, his bones rattling as he ran with the chipped hatchet in his hand. A massive jaw bounced precariously from side to side with every step as his cackle echoed all around the chamber like 1,000 shrieks from hell, making the crab quickly shrink back against the nearest coffin, every bristle in his body standing up in affright. "I'm a friend of Tom's," Balthazar blurted out as he covered his eye stalks with his claws. It was the only thing that came to his mind in the spur of the moment, other than perhaps, "Please don't kill me. I still have so many pies to live for." To the crab's surprise, the charging skeleton actually stopped dead on his tracks, which really is the only way skeletons can stop on their tracks anyway. "Well, you know Tom, do ya?" said the grinning skull, with a cheery and loud voice. Balthazar's eye stalks peeked up from behind his pincers. "Why, yes. We're trade partners." "Ooh, that makes sense," said the skeleton, finally lowering his weapon and putting his hand bones against his hip bones. "I did wonder why you weren't defending yourself. Usually, this is the part where they fight me back, huh?" "All right," the crab said with a nervous chuckle as he stood back straight and away from the coffin. "Just glad you stopped when you did." He glanced at the hatchet with a gaze of slight concern. "Oh, this," the unclothed skeleton said, tapping a bony finger on the rusted blade of his weapon. "No reason to worry, really. The thing's so old and dull, it can't even cut cheese. It's all just for show, haha." "That's a relief," said Balthazar, with an expression of someone who was anything but relieved. "I'm Balthazar, by the way. Nice to meet ya. Haha. I'm Jim." The skeleton paused and eye-socketed the crab up and down for a moment. "Wait, you're the merchant crab Tom talks so much about." "Well, yes," Balthazar said. "Didn't you suspect that might be the case when you saw a crab walk in here?" The skeleton shrugged. "Not really. To be fair, I wasn't sure if you weren't just a dwarf in weird armor or something, haha." The merchant frowned, but before he could say anything, the cackling maniac spoke again. "So, I guess you're here to see Tom, right?" "Yes, that's right, actually. Want me to get him for you?" "If you don't mind, yes, that would be—" "Hey, Tom," yelled the skeleton at the top of his empty rib cage. "Get your bony butt over here." The sound of meatless steps came from somewhere behind the walls, accompanied by the rattling of an iron lantern that Balthazar knew well. A section of stone wall split open, revealing a secret passage, and from it came another skeleton, this one wearing an old, dusty suit full of moth holes and an equally old hat with several rat bites around its brim. As the other traveling merchant appeared, surrounded by the faint halo of light from his firefly lantern, a big grin appeared on his skull once his empty eye sockets found the crab. "Balthazar," Tom greeted cheerfully. "You came to visit." "Tom," exclaimed the crustacean, finally letting himself relax slightly at the sight of a more familiar skeleton. "How are those old bones?" As the bony merchant approached, he stopped to look at the other skeleton, and his glabella frowned. "Jim, what the hell?" he exclaimed. "How many times have we told you? You can't go around the dungeon naked. It's weird." The taller skeleton looked down at the floor sheepishly. "But I told you it gets hot and stuffy inside the walls, and I enjoy the nice breeze blowing through my ischium bones when I come out." "Oh, for the love of... just go put on some clothes, will you? Can't you see we have a guest?" Jim grumbled as he dragged his feet back through the passage on the wall, closing it behind him as he left. "All right, sorry about that," Tom said, turning back to Balthazar with a smile. "Some of these guys spend so much time cooped up down here, they forget how to act civilized." "Yeah, I noticed," said the crab. "Especially the part where he came out of a wall cackling and swinging an axe at me." "Oh, I hope he didn't scare you too much. It's all part of the act for any visiting adventurers. But anyway, you're here. I almost can't believe it. You finally came out of your pond." "Yes, I did. I just had too many things that I needed to do out here. It had to happen." "That's right. I remember now you're friends," said Tom, the smile fading and his skull assuming a more somber expression. "Besides, I felt it was time to come out here, get on the road, and expand my business," said the crab, wishing to quickly shift the subject. The skeleton smile came back in a flash. "Hey, you're not going to step on my turf by becoming a traveling merchant too, are you?" he said in a teasing manner. "No promises, Tom," said Balthazar with a wink. "No promises." The old skeleton chuckled loudly. "It's great to see you, crab. How did you end up around these parts anyway? Something else brought you here." "What? Am I not allowed to show up for a social visit?" Tom threw his arms up. "Of course you are. Hell, in fact, come with me. Let me introduce you to the other guys and give you a tour." Balthazar cocked an eye stalk at the turning skeleton, unsure if a tour of a dark, damp dungeon is something he'd want. But the crab still followed the other merchant nonetheless. "The other guys are going to love meeting you," exclaimed the excited skeleton as he quickly tapped a very specific combination of loose stones on the wall, causing them to shift and a passageway to be revealed. Following Tom through it, Balthazar was surprised to find a much more well-lit corridor right behind the wall of the crypt hall. Rows of glowing lanterns lined the wall in both directions, and the lack of dust or skittering critters made the crab feel like he was in an entirely different place altogether by taking just a couple of steps. "This way," said Tom, heading down the corridor. After just a couple of turns, they both arrived at a large room, about the same size as the previous hall, except this one had lights and no coffins, only skeletons. Around the opposite side of the room, a few skeletal fellows wearing old, ragged clothes were mulling around the place, seemingly busy either moving stuff into large wooden chests or putting on different kinds of half-broken armor over their scrawny bones. Guys, called Tom. "Guess who came to visit? It's Balthazar, the merchant crab." The others stopped their tasks to look over to them, and with toothy smiles and bony waves, they all greeted the crustacean, who, despite the strangeness of the company he found himself in, waved back to be polite. After all, he always heard good manners form the backbone of a good relationship. "Oh man, it's a shame you didn't show up yesterday," the skeleton merchant said to Balthazar. "Monday is our rehearsal day. You'd have loved it." "Rehearsal?" asked the crab. "Yes, did I never tell you? We have a band." "I could go get the instruments," said one of the bigger skeletons standing over an open loot chest. "The day's been pretty quiet so far. I doubt we'll get any adventurers until after lunchtime. We could play a few tunes for our guest." Tom turned to Balthazar, a big smile on his skeletal face. "That's Bob, he's a monster on the drums. You really got to see it to believe it." He pointed back at another one of the skeletons. "And wait until you hear Tim on the strings." Stepping out of yet another secret passage on a side wall, Jim joined them in the room, now wearing just a pair of lime green swimming shorts. "What did I miss?" he asked. "Are we going to be playing?" "Oh, and Jim over there is an ace on the xylophone," the excited merchant told the crab. "Guys, I appreciate the offer," said Balthazar, "but I don't want to be any trouble, and I also can't stick around for long." "Are you sure?" said Tom, looking slightly disappointed. "Yes, really. Remember, I'm out here on a mission. I can't just stand around for concerts when my friends are out there counting on me to help them." "Ah, hell, you're right," the skeleton said, scowling at himself. "What was I thinking? This is serious stuff. There will be other opportunities for us to play for you. Maybe after a few more band rehearsals, we will even be ready to go play at your bazaar. Make a nice party out of it." Sure, maybe someday," said the crab, chuckling awkwardly as he imagined everyone's faces back at the bazaar, watching a musical band of skeletons clacking their bones around on a stage. "So, tell me, what can I help you with?" asked Tom. Balthazar tilted his eye stalks, thinking, "Well, I was wondering, with all the loot you guys handle down here all the time, and all those adventurers that come through here, have you ever seen or heard about something called a scroll of potential?" The skeleton merchant looked up, tapping on his pointy chin bone. Don't think so. We see lots of scrolls around here. Adventurers carry and loot those things all the time, but honestly, I wouldn't know what for or if any of them are called that." "Dang it," the crab said. "Maybe we could ask Sal," Tom said. "If someone around here would know, it would be him." "Sal? Who's that?" asked the curious crab. "Oh, you're gonna love him. He's the oldest skeleton around here. He knows this dungeon and adventurers better than anyone. Come with me." The skeleton quickly dipped under a small alcove and into a narrow passageway, Balthazar following close behind, struggling to fit his shell through. As they advanced through yet another corridor and a few more winding tunnels, the crab realized that most of the areas they passed, well-lit and clean, were directly adjacent to the regular areas of the crypt, with vantage points and peepholes into their dark, dusty halls. No doubt the way the skeletons watched any adventuring fools coming to loot the place. "Here we are," said Tom, as they arrived at a small room with seemingly nothing and no one there, save for maybe some loose items and dim candles strewn around the indentations in the walls. Balthazar rolled his eyes around, confused. "So, where's this Sal guy?" "Right there," said the happy skeleton, pointing towards a small alcove built into one of the cobblestone walls. "Hey, Sal, I brought a visitor to see you." With a frown, the crab approached and looked at the space in the wall closer, realizing with surprise that what sat on the ledge was not another rock, but bone. The back of a lone skull, lacking any skeleton under it. The skull spun around with a jump, startling the approaching crustacean. Just like Tom and all the other skeletons in that place, this skull had no flesh, muscle, or skin, only old yellowed-out bone. Except it also had a long gray beard attached to its face. "What?" said Sal, his face moving like someone looking around the room, minus the part where he had any eyeballs to do that with. "Who's there?" "Tom, is that you?" "Yes, Sal, it's me. I brought a friend to meet you." He turned back to the crab and whispered. "He's pretty old, so he doesn't see very well anymore." Balthazar cocked an eye stalk. "But none of you have. You know what? Never mind." "You did," said the talking skull with great interest. "And who is it?" "Remember the merchant crab I told you so much about, Balthazar?" said Tom. "He finally came to visit our dungeon, and I brought him down here because we were hoping you might know something about an item he's looking for." "Ah, Balthazar, I've heard much about you," Sal said, facing an empty area of the room opposite of where the crab was. "If I can help a friend of little Tommy here, you bet I will." "Go ahead, ask him," Tom said to the other merchant. "Sal's job here is to be the watcher for any incoming adventurers, so he knows everything that has passed through these halls." "Wait, his job is to watch," an incredulous Balthazar started. "Actually, forget it, let's get to the point." He turned to the skull, and for whatever reason, decided he needed to talk very loudly. "Hello there, Sal. I'm Balthazar, and I was hoping you'd be able to tell me if you ever saw something called a scroll of potential around this dungeon." "Boy," said the old skull, "you don't have to shout, I'm not deaf." "Oh, right, my bad, I didn't mean to, just messing with you," Sal said with a cackle. "I'm a little deaf too. Actually." Balthazar scowled at the skull. "All right, but about the scrolls? Oh, that, yes, let me think," the old cranium said, twitching his grisly beard from side to side. "Ah, I do recall some adventurers mentioning that name before while delving into our halls. More specifically, they seemed convinced that they might find some of those scrolls down here." Balthazar's antennae perked up. "Really? And did they?" "No idea," the skull replied. "We get lots of old scrolls here. Those guys always seem to carry loads of them in their packs, for whatever reason. But we never really know why or what's written in them that is so valuable to their kind. They're all gibberish to me." The crab shell deflated with slight disappointment. "So you don't know if you guys might happen to have one of them around here somewhere?" "Not really, but suddenly, a powerful rumble shook the halls of the crypt from below, shaking Sal off his ledge. Tom leaped forward and caught the old skull in his hands right before it hit the floor, as tiny stone pieces of the ceiling dropped from above, along with clouds of dust. The unnatural earthquake struck once, twice, and then again like some gigantic being angrily stomping on the walls around and below them. Balthazar struggled to maintain his footing on all 8 legs, his body bouncing from all the shaking as he tried to speak through trembling words. "What is going on?" "Oh no," said Sal from between the other skeleton's hands. Tom had turned pale, which was quite the feat for a skeleton. "We forgot to feed it." Chapter 116. A rich diet. Balthazar intended to ask what it was that they had forgotten to feed, but before the crab could even fully regain his footing from all the rumbling, Tom had already taken off back through the tunnel with Sal's skull still in his hands. "Hey, wait for me!" exclaimed the crustacean, following them out of the room. "Don't leave me down here. I don't know this place." "This is bad," the worried skeleton said as he rushed through the corridors. "So bad," reiterated the skull, bouncing up and down in the other undead's hands. "How did you let this happen, Tom? Wasn't it your turn to feed it today?" "It was, and I was going to—" But then Balthazar showed up. "Jim called for me. I want to go meet them, and I just got completely sidetracked." "I hope you remember what happened last time," exclaimed Sal. "What are you two talking about?" asked Balthazar, trying to keep up with the running skeleton as they passed through tunnels and corridors, moved down narrow ramps and underpasses, until finally arriving at a large atrium with a wide double gate on the other side. The rumbling and ground stomping had not ceased, and was now even stronger, coming directly from behind the doors in front of the trio. "Well, it's kind of a long story, Balthazar," the nervous skeleton said, eye sockets fixed on the gate. Can't you give me the short version? Said the apprehensive crab, unsure if coming all the way down there had been the best choice. Start by telling me what's behind those doors? Our unwanted tenant, said Tom. What? Let me show you. The bony merchant pushed forward towards the gates. Balthazar hesitated, wondering why he was following a spooky skeleton and a talking skull to a room that rumbled and shook the very walls around them. Nevertheless, he carried on behind Tom, not by virtue of courage, but by virtue of pure curiosity. To his surprise, the skeleton cut to the right as he reached near the double doors, once again tapping the bricks on the walls in a specific order, which revealed another hidden passage into a side tunnel. As they scooted into the small space, a small sliver of light hitting the wall revealed to the crab that there was a thin slit on the opposite side, allowing them to peek into the room behind the gates. This is our final chamber, explained Tom in a hushed voice. Most adventurers never make it this far, but if they did, this would be where we keep our best loot. You know, gotta have a nice lure to catch some fish. Or skillful pincers, said the crustacean. Anyway, one day we came down here to dump some new loot into the pile, and we found out we had a little infestation problem. Balthazar frowned at the other merchant and leaned forward to look through the hairline crack on the wall. Just as he looked into the room, a new roaring rumble shook the dust off the walls as the creature inside slammed itself against the stone floor. A viscous ooze blob sat at the center of the chamber, partially attached to one of the 4 support pillars of the room. It was easily bigger than the crab's gazebo back at his pond, and strangest of all, its whole body, made of a gel-like substance, had a translucent golden color to it. A slime infestation, added Sal's skull, still sitting in Tom's hands. Whoa! Exclaimed the crab in a murmur. It's huge. Yeah, that's the thing, continued the full-bodied skeleton. At first we found just some small gray balls of goo around the room. We told Jim to get rid of them, but you met Jim. He's not exactly great at doing what he's told. Long story short, by the time we looked again, that thing had already eaten almost all the stuff we had in the room and grown 10 times its original size. Balthazar winced. Yikes. But then what? How did it become this? Well, then came the problem, Tom explained. The slime grew too big for us to get rid of it easily, and now it was hungry and demanding to be fed. I tried to shoo it away with a broom, said the bearded skull. Back then I still had more bones than what you see now. Yep, Sal's holder said. That thing gulped up all of his bones when he tried to fight it. All Bob could save was his skull before the slime absorbed everything else. The crab peeked at the mass of ooze again, gurgling and bubbling in its chamber as it occasionally slammed the ground and walls near it in a hungry protest. So, what did you guys do? What else could we do? Tom said with a shrug. We kept feeding it as best as we could, so it wouldn't gobble us all up and take the dungeon for itself. So long as we kept providing it with things to absorb, it stayed quiet and sleepy, digesting everything we brought. Balthazar glanced at his skeletal friend. But let me guess, that only delayed the problem? You got it. The more we fed it, the bigger it got. And the bigger it got, the larger its appetite. That's why I started having to work overtime. We needed to fill the crypt faster and attract more adventurers here, so we could keep feeding it. Wait, you're not telling me you've been feeding adventurers to that slime, are you? Said the slightly concerned crab. Oh, no, of course not, Tom said. Ah, all right, good, Balthazar said with relief. I may have no big love for most of those dunces, but even I would find that just a little morally questiona, we started feeding it gold coins instead. You monsters, the crab blurted out as his eyes nearly jumped out of their stalks. We were running out of any other junk, said Tom with an apologetic shrug. Adventurers always carry lots of money in their pockets wherever they go, and that thing seemed to grow a taste for gold, so can't blame it, said the crustacean. Even I felt tempted before, but coins taste awful. How would you know So anyway, you've been dumping coins into that blob of jelly this whole time? Is that why it looks golden now? Guess so. It used to just be plain gray, Sal's skull said. Balthazar squinted harder through the peephole, focusing on the center of the creature's translucent body, where he spotted a big pile of gold coins within, as well as some loose loot and a chest surrounded by bubbling mucus. EW, but also, His eyes widened with a mix of slight disgust and great want. It's just a slime. How hard could it be? How come you guys haven't just found a way to get rid of it? Asked the crab, turning back to the other two. Slimes aren't exactly the smartest foe to face. You'd be wrong, said Sal. Jim kept dumping whatever random loot he found into it. The bony merchant continued, including things like potions of intellect and a bunch of intellect-boosting gear. Next thing we know, that thing has grown way too smart for our own good. The skull rattled angrily. It started blackmailing us. Tom nodded. That slime got smart enough to see every plan to get rid of it coming. We were outmatched at every turn, and then it threatened to collapse the whole dungeon around us if we didn't keep bringing it loot and coins daily. This is our home. We have nowhere else to go. Balthazar glanced at the slime on the other side of the wall again. A large portion of its body firmly attached to the surrounding pillars, likely supporting beams to the whole structure. But wait, the confused crab said. If the slime did that, wouldn't it also be bringing the whole place down on itself? Tom brought his face very close to the crab's, sad frown all over his bones. Yes, but the slime doesn't have any bones, Balthazar. The crabby merchant's eye stalks arched inwards in annoyance. Big as it was still just a slime. Hardly a match for a crab determined to get his pincers on a pile of gold. If it's smart enough to threaten a bunch of skeletons, it's smart enough to understand what I say. I'll sort your pest problem, announced Balthazar as he skittered towards the gate. What? Exclaimed Tom. Are you crazy? Come back here. What do you think you're going? But it was too late to dissuade him. Balthazar had already pushed the double doors open with his claws and stepped inside, filled with determination in his step, as well as an unreasonable amount of loot greed. A guttural, stuffy voice echoed around the chamber, like a big barbarian with an awful case of throat congestion. Finally, lunchtime, I started to think I would have to bring these pillars down on. A pair of bubbly orbs that vaguely resembled eyes rolled inside the slime's translucent body to face Balthazar. You are not one of the usual skeletons. Ha! Very observing of you, the crab cheerfully said as he stepped into the room with a casual attitude. I'm a traveling merchant. Balthazar is my name, and I've heard so much about a fascinating golden slime that I just had to come and see you for myself. Quite magnificent, you are. The slime observed him lazily before speaking in a bored tone. I am Montgomery, the Great Destroyer, and you're not fooling me. I know you've come to try and get my precious gold, crab. Well, darn it, that didn't take long. And who the hell calls themselves that? Balthazar thought. Oh, haha, you are right, but only partially, he said with a chuckle. The slime eyed him quietly, perhaps even with some bubbling interest. Or maybe it was just gastric reflux. As I said, I am a merchant, the crab continued. Of course I have an interest in gold. Why would I hide that? Gold is great. I'm sure you agree. I mean, look at you. That much is clear to see. Montgomery continued quietly bubbling, unfazed by Balthazar's attempt at a joke. The merchant glanced at the beckoning coins within the monster, his heart beating faster at the shiny gold glowing through the layers of mucus, separating them from being together at last. What is it you want? Asked the ooze in a bitter, congested voice. I am hungry, and my patience runs thin. Balthazar tried to take his focus out of the coins and back into how to get them out of the slime. Well, you're incredibly smart, I hear, so isn't it obvious? I'm here to bargain, make a deal, a trade, some exchange of goods, perhaps something of mine for something of yours, like coins maybe. The ground shook once more as the creature suddenly slammed the old dungeon stones with its heavy body mass, nearly knocking the crab off his feet. You think you will scam me out of my delicious meal, crab? Montgomery shouted. There is nothing you could possibly have that I'd want over my coins. Balthazar gulped nervously. The angry slime sure looked bigger and more intimidating up close. On the other pincer, the loot pile also looked much bigger the closer he got. Come on now. Everyone always wants something more, said the merchant, tentatively stepping closer, unable to resist the appeal of so much gold at near arm's reach. It's only a matter of negotiating. Let's make a trade, shall we? You're right, said Montgomery in a poisonous tone. I never tried crab before. I bet it's delicious. Gift of the crab. Failure. Target's INT too high. A portion of the slime's body suddenly reached out like a tentacle, wrapping around one of Balthazar's legs. He tried to shake it off, but the gel-like substance stuck itself to him like glue, slowly slithering its way up and pulling him closer to the blob. "I'd rather just skip the negotiation part," uttered the sludge with evil glee in its voice. The crab turned his eyes to the exit in a panic, stuck in place by the sticky ooze, but all he had time to see was Tom and Sal running towards the room right as the gates slammed shut in front of them, leaving the skeletons out and trapping the crustacean inside with a very hungry slime. "Oh, crab apples," said Balthazar as he watched the acidic muck creep over his leg. Warning: you are being digested. Chapter 117. The very hungry slime on a pillar. Warning: you are being digested. "You don't say, system?" Balthazar tried pulling at his leg again, but it was still firmly stuck in place by the thick, binding slime. As he looked down again, the crab paid closer attention to the advancing ooze, and he stared. For a while. Said the crab awkwardly, glancing up at Montgomery. "Does this usually take so long?" The giant golden slime stared down at him, its appendage still moving up Balthazar's leg at a snail's pace. Yes," said the embarrassed creature. "It could take a while. It's a very thick and viscous substance. If I do it any faster, I'll get indigestion." It suddenly switched back to its deep and menacing voice. "But once I fully absorb you, your entire body shall be mine. Ha ha ha." Balthazar rolled his eyes. On the other side of the gate, the crab could still hear the skeleton slamming on the doors and calling for him. "It's all right, Tom," shouted the crab. "This thing is a very slow eater. I think you got a couple of hours to get that open easy." The hungry slime rumbled again, its voice thundering from above. "You mock me, crab? You will not find it so funny once Montgomery, the great destroyer, is sucking the flesh out of your shell. Just a little longer, and I shall have my first taste of your—" The crab felt a tiny tingle between the joints of his legs, chitin, as the ooze seeped into it. "BLRGH!" exclaimed the monster, its form twisting and shaking as it recoiled back, spitting and coughing loudly out of a newly formed mouth hole at the center of its body. "You taste terrible." Balthazar shrugged as he watched the slimy appendage recede from his leg, shrinking back into Montgomery's body. "I could have told you that if you had just asked." "How can a freshwater crab taste so salty?" said the creature, sticking a tongue of slime out of its mouth in an uncanny expression of disgust. "Perks of dealing with adventurers all day for a while, I suppose," the merchant said with another casual shrug. "And what are you complaining about anyway? You eat pieces of metal." Montgomery shrunk back slightly. "I know, and I hate it," it cried out in a wimpy voice. "Wait, what?" "These coins and all the other crap the skeletons bring me all taste awful," said the slime. It had no shoulders or really any other defining body part, and yet it just looked like it was slumping them as it spoke. Balthazar scratched the top of his shell with the tip of his pincer, one eye stalk cocked in confusion. "Then why the hell do you eat the stuff?" "Because there's nothing else here, and I was starving when I found this place. Besides, some of the stuff they feed me is giving me all sorts of new bonuses I never dreamed of when I was just a common slime crawling around the gutters. I even became smart enough to give myself a name." The crab pinched the space between his eye stalks gently. "Right, and look at what you picked. So anyway, you don't actually like all those gold coins swimming around in your gut? Does that mean I could perhaps have—" "No," shouted the mad slime, its suddenly deeper voice echoing from every corner of the chamber, making its own body tremble like jelly. "You will not take away my sustenance, crab. Slowly or not, I will dissolve you if you try to steal from me." Balthazar glared at the giant monstrosity with a hint of annoyance. A tough foe, certainly, but the crab would not give up so easily, not when so many shiny gold coins were on the line. "Who said anything about stealing?" asked the merchant with faked outrage. "I am no thief. I'll have you know. I'm a reputable merchant and well known throughout the land. But before I was all that, I too was little more than an inconsequential creature in some forgotten corner of the world. That was until the day I discovered shiny golden coins like you. And even more importantly, until I discovered something else. The ultimate delicacy." The quick bubbling going on inside Montgomery seemed to slow down at the last part of what Balthazar said, and the slime's supposed eyes drifted downward in its body, closer to where the crab stood. "Delicacy?" asked the creature with cautious curiosity. "Yes, my friend," said the crustacean, his eyes staring longingly and his tone becoming earnest. "A sweet girl came down to my home, bringing me something I had never tasted before, and it changed my life forever. It was like a piece of heaven in my mouth. Its taste was like a dream traveling through my body, and the feeling it left afterward was like the most comfortable nap I could imagine during a rainy afternoon." "Well, what was it?" Montgomery asked, almost in a plea. "It's called pie," answered the smiling crab. "And that was just the start. After the oven's door was open in my life, I've discovered and tasted countless other delicious baked goods, and with each one I look forward to tasting the next even more. Gold coins are great as shiny trinkets to collect and admire with my eyes, but pastries, dear Montgomery, those are to be enjoyed by the whole body, and are what makes me get up in the morning every day." "Pastries," the slime repeated slowly. "I never tried that. They sound like they would be good." "Oh, you wouldn't believe it until you tried them. No words from me could ever compare to feeling the real thing. A piece of baked goodness in your mouth will make everything melt away for one joyous moment." Balthazar's eyes perked up. "In fact, just recently I found yet another baked good I wasn't even aware of, and it turns out to be delicious too. It's called bread." Montgomery's slimy body waved and twisted with interest. "Bread? What's that?" "It's this loaf of baked dough that—" He paused and pulled his backpack of holding forward. "In fact, hold on, I should still have some of it around here somewhere." With one swift pull, Balthazar brought out the bread in his claw. Or rather, what remained of it. A small piece of the leftover loaf, full of pincer marks on its now rock-hard crust, along with strange spots all over it that the crab suspected might be mold. "Maybe I shouldn't store this stuff in there, now that I think about it," muttered the merchant. "I promise it was even more impressive when I purchased it." Montgomery's eye bubble things were like glistening pearls staring at the old piece of bread. "It looks so wonderful," it said in a strangely high-pitched voice. "Oh, and the aroma. It's just perfect." Balthazar winced and recoiled as he took a quick sniff at the loaf in his pincer. "May I taste it?" the slime asked, sheepishly stretching two appendages out to the crab. You want to taste it?" said the merchant in disbelief, before quickly shaking his shell and regaining his composure. "I mean, of course you do. How could you not? Just look at this beauty, with its crispy crust and green speckled crumb." "Yes, yes," Montgomery said, an extra amount of moistness running down its already slimy surface. "Well, we need to negotiate then," said Balthazar, suddenly pulling the loaf away from the creature's grasp, causing it to let out a sad whimper. "This bread cost me a lot, so it's only fair that you trade me something for it." The slime's voice deepened slightly once again. "Fine, cunning crab. What do you want?" "Well, the obvious thing would be for you to pay me with some gold coins like the ones you have floating around in there." He gestured towards the creature's stomach area, which also seemed to be its face. "Although I also would consider an offer for some of those chests and boxes you've pocketed there." Montgomery's entire mass shook disapprovingly. "What if I end up trading my entire sustenance for something worthless?" "No, I am not one of your dim-witted clients, crustacean. I know when I'm being offered a bad deal, and—" Balthazar's eyes squinted as a wry smile formed on his face. "Sometimes you have to spend bread to make some bread. What if I let you have a taste first, as a show of good faith in our transaction?" said the sly crab. "I will not." "Wait, really?" exclaimed the giant slime with a sudden jiggle. "Will you let me try it?" "Sure, why not? I can tell a good client when I see one." With a swift snip of his pincer, Balthazar broke off a piece of the loaf and tossed it towards the creature, who quickly opened up a way larger than necessary hole in its body to receive the bread. The golden slime vibrated from top to bottom, accompanied by a long and pleased humming that made the surrounding pillars vibrate along, as well as tickle every bristle in Balthazar's body. With wavy ripples undulating across its body, the small piece of moldy bread disappeared into the being's body, quickly dissolving into tiny bubbles that faded away into more ooze as Montgomery smacked whatever passed for lips in its anatomy, before addressing the crab again, with a much softer and almost tearful tone. This is the best thing I've ever tasted. The texture, the subtle fungal undertones, the pungent aftertaste. I cannot believe I've gone my whole life without knowing the feeling of eating bread. Ah, I knew you'd like it. Can never go wrong with baked goodies. I take it that you want the rest of it now. Please, exclaimed Montgomery in a deep and low tone. I must have it all. Every piece you have. Let me absorb it. Well then, in that case, what will you trade me for? Gift of the crab. Success. Here, have it all, said the slime, quickly convulsing itself until the piles of gold coins and a few small chests spilled out of its body. I have no wish to ever taste such garbage again after what I just experienced. Black. Balthazar smiled with a glint to his eyes, seeing the loot pile spilled in front of him, despite its slimy state. Huh. I guess if just charisma isn't enough, adding a little bit of bacon will do the trick. Without even taking his eyes off the prize, the crab tossed the remaining piece of old bread into Montgomery's welcoming maw, who received it with a loud moan of satisfaction. Despite the piles of shiny coins spilled in front of him, Balthazar's eyes were attracted to something else among Montgomery's regurgitated loot. A small wooden chest, toppled between some sticky crowns and covered in goo, with its lid half open, revealing a small piece of rolled parchment sticking out of it. The crab reached for the chest, opening the lid and extracting a rolled-up scroll from it, surprisingly clean and untouched by the slime's ooze. Could this be? Balthazar opened the piece of parchment, and an intense glow filled his vision as words flew out of the page, directly into his eyes. Scroll of Potential. Revealing Skill. Chapter 118. A crab's potential nice, said Balthazar to himself, the scroll page still held open in his pincers. Revealing Skill. The crab tapped his legs impatiently on the old floor stones, waiting for the text to change. What's taking so long to reveal a skill? I don't got all day. After what felt like a small eternity of the system rummaging through Balthazar's brain, the text finally moved on. Imbuing. Skill. F tier. Requirements. 10 CHA, 8 INI. Cost. 15 mana. Absorbs a compatible held material, temporarily infusing its properties into your body to gain different bonuses depending on the type, quality, rarity, and amount of material used. Would you like to learn this skill? Yes. No. The crab frowned at the text in front of him. Wait a minute. Isn't that the skill I had before in the old system, and that the crow said nobody used anymore in the new one? He reminisced about his old golden shell and his silver and iron claws. I sure miss those, but if imbuing sucks now, do I really want this skill? It even says it right there, F tier. That's the lowest tier of skill. This thing is going to be worthless. I just know it. With loud, chewing noises and plenty of gurgling in the background from the delighted slime, Balthazar continued pondering as he paced back and forth with the scroll still held open in his claws, beaming its words into his eyes. At the same time, even a bad skill is probably still better than no skills, right? I wish this scroll had something better, but what can I expect from something that was just vomited out of a pile of snot? Ah, screw it, what do I have to lose? With his usual crabby attitude, the merchant pressed yes on the prompt. The surface of the page in front of him shined with a blinding glow that flooded the crab's vision as it pierced straight into his mind like pins and needles assault his brain matter. Ow, 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 he cried out, dropping the scroll and rubbing his eyes with the backs of his claws. Just as quickly as it came, the unpleasant feeling went away, leaving Balthazar staring at the floor wondering what had just happened inside his shell. Do I know how to imbue now? Confused, the crustacean brought up his familiar stat sheet, and with excitement, he found the imbuing skill now listed under his other attributes. All right, and I know exactly what is the first thing I want to try. Reaching into his bag of holding money, Balthazar pulled out a single gold coin, holding it between his pincers. Please work. I miss being golden and shiny so much. Squeezing his eyes shut, the crab attempted to activate his newly learned skill, but nothing happened. Skill activation failed. Requirements for skill not met. 8 INI. Insufficient mana. 10/15. Balthazar's eyes snapped open, and he read the warning with a scowl. Oh, come on! The crab exclaimed loudly in great frustration. Despite that, Montgomery still seemed too busy savoring the moldy bread to pay him any mind. Now I need more intellect? What the hell? I already put all my points into charisma. And mana? I don't want not stinking mana. I'm not a mage. The cantankerous crab crossed his arms, as if expecting the lifeless system in his eyes to suddenly change its mind at the face of his tantrum. Unsurprisingly, the text in his eyes cared not for his displeased mood. Arg, guess I'll have to find some way to level up more and spend more points into that stuff. There's always something. Frustrated, but resigned, Balthazar turned to the gates of the chamber, which had just clicked open. Ah! I told you I still knew how to lockpick, Tom, said Jim, the skeleton in bright green shorts, stepping into the room with his pointy-boned finger held up in front of him like a key. Following behind him came a few more skeletons, led by Tom, still holding Sal's skull in his hands. Balthazar, called the other merchant, with concern across his expression. Are you all right? Did that thing hurt you? Oh, don't worry, just a few harmless nibbles, said the crab. Montgomery isn't so bad after all. Montgomery, said the skeleton, raising his brow ridge. Yes? The slime right there. Did you not know its name? Well, no. We were too worried about it sucking the marrow out of our bones, or bringing the roof down on our skulls, to ask if it had a name. All right, well, now you know, said the smug crab. And Montgomery shouldn't be as much of a problem from now on, so long as you provide it with a more suitable diet. He turned to the satisfied slime, its body quietly purring like a kitten as it finished absorbing the bread. Isn't that right, Montgomery? Huh? Wah. Oh, right, of course, Balthazar, said the giant ooze in a lazy tone. So long as I can have more delicious bread like this, you don't need to worry about me. I'll just be over taking a nap now for a bit. A quiet, whistling noise came from between the slime's folds as it seemed to slip into a peaceful sleep. Ah, post-snack nap, I can certainly relate, Balthazar said. Nothing mellows out a fierce temper like some baked treats. I know. Tom stared at the crab with a smile of disbelief, slowly shaking his head. You just can't help it, can you, he said. No matter who you meet or where you go, you just end up finding friends in the most unlikely places, don't you? Balthazar rolled his eyes. Oh, come on now, Montgomery and I are hardly friends. Just another satisfied customer. That's all nice and good, interjected the bearded skull sitting in Tom's hands. But what exactly are we supposed to do with our resident booger now? Right, said the crustacean. The good news is that you shouldn't need to feed it any more money or gear anymore. It has found the joys of baked goods now. You'll have to bring it bread from now on, however. A lot of bread, I'd imagine. Don't worry about it being fresh, though. In fact, the moldier, the better, I think. Tom scratched the side of his skull. Sure, all right, but we are underground in a dungeon beneath a crypt, and we're all skeletons who don't eat. He leaned closer to the crab. Where are we going to get baked products? Balthazar's eyes rolled to the side. Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't really considered that. I mean, I know one baker, but I'm pretty sure she's not really available to take orders right now, is she? The crab shook his shell up and down. Yes, I get it. No need to give me even more reasons to keep trying to find her, Tom. When we bring her back home, I'll make sure to tell her about your business opportunity. Meanwhile, I guess the only other baker I know is the one I met in Ardville who sold me this loaf. Oi, Crabbo, called Jim, who was standing next to the regurgitated loot pile along with a couple of other skeletons, all of them looking around confused at the aftermath of the crab and slime's encounter. Yes, said Balthazar. So, is this loot now technically yours, or can we take it back into the dungeon stockpile? Because we were running real low on stuff to put in our trap chests. The merchant looked at the spilled gear. As much as he was not one to pass up on free merchandise, he also knew he needed to be practical. He was not at his bazaar anymore, and he had no easy way to carry all the boxes, swords, and pieces of armor that Montgomery kindly puked at his feet, not even with his magical backpack. Plus, they smelled funky now. You know what, sure, you guys can take the gear back. It was my pleasure to help return it, said the friendly crab with a smile from eye stalk to eye stalk. I'm still keeping the coins, though, for risking my chitin. The skeleton in short shrugged. Fair enough. Hey, Bob, help me carry these out of here, will ya? As the skeleton started carrying the gear and boxes out of the chamber, Montgomery's body shook, and it awoke from its light slumber. The creature was still golden, but its tone seemed to take a slightly different shade now, and its body mass seemed slightly smaller, perhaps due to the releasing of the items it was absorbing. Huh? What happened? Said the groggy slime, startled by the working skeletons. All good, Montgomery, don't worry, said Balthazar, skittering closer to the blob. I was talking with the guys, and everything's settled. They will start bringing you more of that delicious bread, but from now on you also have to play nicer, all right? No more slamming the ground and threatening to bring the whole place down. Despite its lack of a face, the creature's semi-transparent expression seemed surprised. Really? You arranged that for me? Of course. That's what I do. I make great deals. But now it's up to you to stick to your end of the deal. Can you do that? The slime's voice was far less deep and threatening than before, now a much smoother and amicable tone. Yes, I think I can do that. Great, said the crab. Maybe, for a start, you could come down from those support pillars you've been holding hostage all this time. Montgomery's eye bubbles glanced at the stone beams it was glued to, and it was as if the creature's body shrunk slightly before it spoke in a subdued tone. I'm afraid I can't do that anymore, Balthazar. What do you mean? Asked the merchant. We slimes have two stages to our lives. The first, when we move around freely, small, and mobile, and then the second, after we find our chosen habitat and settle down, fusing ourselves with it as we consume whatever source of sustenance we found, growing as big as we can. I was running out of time when I found this place. I was weak and dying, so I fused with the limestone around me. And, well, you know the rest. So now I don't think I can leave this place anymore. I'm stuck here permanently. The crab paused for a moment, looking down from the slime to the floor and then the room around them, reflecting silently. I'm sorry, said Montgomery. It's not like I wouldn't leave if I could, but no, I get it, said the crab, raising a claw. Strange as it might seem to you, I get what you mean. I swear I won't do anything to the pillars or the dungeon at all, though. It's all right, I believe you, Balthazar said solemnly. I'll talk with Tom and the others. Make sure we arrange something so you can stay here. No one will make you leave your territory if you can't choose to do it yourself. The crab turned to leave when the slime spoke again, in a hesitant way. Hey, Balthazar, wait. Yes, said the crab, turning back to the creature. I just wanted to say thanks, and if it's not too much, ask for one more thing. What is it? If you can, will you come and visit me again sometime? Said Montgomery. I had never really gotten to converse with anyone ever since I got smart enough to, talk, and all the way down here by myself. I'd just really like it if we could do it again. Balthazar's eye stalks rised slightly in surprise, which was soon replaced by a sincere smile. Sure, I could do that, but only under the condition that you don't try to digest me again. The crab's joke made the slime laugh, a bizarre sound that echoed around the chamber like something otherworldly, but that still felt earnest and friendly. I could do that, no problem, Montgomery said. You might be an all right crab, but you still taste awful. As Balthazar skittered back to the skeletons, he noticed they were all converging around Sal's skull, which was now placed on top of a broken stone column nearby, staring attentively at something. Hey guys, what's happening? He asked, getting slightly worried. As he joined them, he saw that what the skull was looking at was a firefly, which had landed on the stone surface in front of him and was blinking rapidly in a strangely precise pattern. Sal's got a message from above, explained Tom. Oh yeah, said the crab, with a raised eye stalk. Something going on up there? The skeleton merchant turned to Balthazar with a big grin on his face. This is when the fun begins, he said. Adventurers just entered the dungeon. Chapter 119. A bit too real, I don't know. This place looks sketchy, said the young adventurer girl. Come on, Lisa. Stop being such a scaredy cat. If Reagan says we're fine, then we shouldn't worry, said the girl's adventuring partner, a young, muscular man wearing a sleeveless leather doublet and holding a large warhammer in his hands, looking ready for action. Did you not read the warning on the wall? Said the girl. It clearly tells adventurers to beware. That's us. Don't worry, girl, said a voice coming from around the ivy-covered corner. As I've told you two back at the inn, so long as you don't stray too far away from me, you will be fine. Walking from the back of the mausoleum, a mage wearing exquisite vestments in multiple shades of blue joined the other two, his bored face framed by the hood over his head. Just don't forget you still need to pay me the other half of my commission once we get out. Lisa glanced at the open doors of the old building with a still, concerned expression. I just have a bad feeling, James. Come on, said her friend. We're already levels 3 and 2. It's time we take the training wheels off. And with a level 30 cryomancer backing us up, this is going to be easy. Isn't that right, Reagan? Sure, whatever you say, the robed adventurer said, while absent-mindedly checking his fingernails. Everybody knows Tudors Hall is child's play, so this should be easy loot and experience for you two with me tagging along. You heard that, said James with a grin. I told you my idea was smart. Why risk our skins for real when we can just pay a higher level to carry us? The girl sighed and tightened the straps of her backpack against the boiled leather of her light armor. All right, if you two are so sure, let's just go in already, but I'd better not regret this. Oh, I promise you, said Reagan, snapping his fingers and creating a tiny orb of pale light in front of his face as the trio stepped inside the hall. You won't regret a thing. Come on, Balthazar, keep up, said an excited Tom as they ran through the tight corridors hidden behind the dungeon's tunnels. I promise you won't regret coming along for this. All right, calm down, I'm coming, said the crab, huffing and puffing as he tried to keep up the pace with the other merchant. Not everyone is unburdened by the weight of flesh like you. As they arrived at what Balthazar estimated was one of the topmost layers of the dungeon, Tom scooted down in front of a fracture on the wall, overlooking a large, poorly lit room on the other side. All right, this is where the adventurers will probably arrive soon, he explained in a hushed voice. Sure, but what exactly are we doing hiding here? Asked the crab, lowering his voice too. Tom chuckled. What? Do you think we can just step out there and strike a conversation with them, offer some goods for trading? That might work for you, but we're skeletons, undead. Most humans would rather smash our bones to bits first and ask questions never. All right, fair point, I guess. We know our role, and we find ways to enjoy our job, just like I'm sure you do with yours. Sure, Tom, Balthazar said, but I don't usually get the adventurers around my place killed. Not intentionally, at least. When it happens, it tends to be their own fault. Exactly, said the skeleton. Same way here. We don't force any of them to come down into our home. They choose to do it themselves, to smack us around and pillage our stuff. You even saw the sign outside, warning them, but they still come down anyway. And so we do our part. We look spooky, we rattle our bones around, and we set our traps in front of the loot they want. If they decide to turn around and leave, we don't stop them. But guess what? They don't. So if they get themselves killed, that's just the adventurer's life they signed up for. Right, the crustacean said, looking down at the floor thoughtfully. Balthazar found himself out of arguments to offer, and it didn't feel right to go into a friend's house and question how they choose to do things there. Tom had never gone to his pond and tried telling him how to do his business either. Coming from the opposite end of the tunnel, Bob, Jim, and Sal joined them. All set? Asked Tom in a whisper. The traps have all been reset, and the rest of the guys are in position in their respective rooms, said Bob in his deep voice. Great, the merchant skeleton said, before turning to Balthazar again. So, this room we're looking at has a couple of traps, simple stuff, good for filtering out the really dumb ones. And if that doesn't stop them, Bob here takes the stage. The crab looked over Tom's clavicle, at the skeleton wearing a rusty chest plate, bouncing an old iron mace in his hand. He will scare them around a little, look big and menacing as he does. And if that makes them turn around and leave with their tail between their legs, that's that. We have a few laughs about their spook faces and let them go. Then, they all went quiet and turned to the hole in the wall as the sound of steps echoed from the corridor leading into the room. As the noise grew louder, the faint glow of a light shined through the entrance as well. All right, everybody shush now, said old Sal, who was being held up against the peephole by Jim. It's go time. Bob, get to your position. The larger skeleton nodded and put on his rusty bucket helmet before quietly moving past the corner. Balthazar looked through the wall crack, finding himself growing nervous. For some reason he could not explain. Look, there's a room here, a young man's voice said before stepping into the room. Behind the hammer-wielding adventurer came two others, a girl with a baton and a robed caster. It's so dark, said the girl, looking uncertain about stepping any further. Without a word, the mage raised his hand, making the floating orb of light following behind him soar towards the ceiling, bathing the chamber in an icy, white glow. "Good one, Reagan," said the smiling young man. "And you see, Lisa? Nothing to fear here at all." As the adventurer opened his arms and spun around to make his point, the caster suddenly reached forward and pulled him back. A quiet click came from behind the walls, and a dart shot out of a small hole in between the cobblestones, zipping right past the boy's skin, missing him by a hair. "Watch where you step," said Reagan with a calm and cold demeanor. Lisa gasped. "Are you all right, James?" Yeah, I'm fine," said the other adventurer, running a hand over the area of his body the shot had just missed while looking at the iron dart now lodged into a pillar, a tiny green haze emanating from it. "Are you going to stand there, or are we going to keep going?" said Reagan. "I'm not getting paid by the hour here." The younger adventurer nodded at him and carefully walked around the pillar, avoiding the dart trap. "Has show time," murmured Tom, glancing at the crab next to him behind the wall. As the first adventurer set foot past the half point of the room, a stomp caused all three of them to stop. Bob, in his rusted-out metal plate and helmet, stepped forward from the shadows, holding his old mace in an intimidating pose, staring head-on at the intruders from behind his visor. "What the James said. Let's see if these guys run away," said Tom, barely holding his giddy mood. Half the time, Bob's menacing act is enough to scare adventurers into running back up the stairs crying for their mommies. Despite how amused the skeleton was, Balthazar was more concerned with the worried look on Sal's skull. "What's troubling you?" he asked the bearded veteran. Sitting in Jim's bony hands, Sal clicked his teeth without looking away from the group of adventurers on the other side. "Something's off about that one in the robes. He doesn't smell of fresh milk like the other two." The crab frowned. "What does that even mean?" "You think there's reason to worry, Sal?" asked Jim. "Maybe. I think you should go to your spot in the next room, just in case, Jim. These guys might make it past this chamber." With a nod, the skeleton in bright lime green shorts stood up, handed Sal's skull to Tom, and crept away through a dark passage. "You really think these guys are that?" started Tom. "Hush! Look," the skull said, nodding forward. On the other side, in the chamber, the armored skeleton started walking forward, slowly, the sound of his rattling bones echoing around the room with each step. "Is he going to attack them?" Balthazar whispered. "No, don't worry," Tom said. "It's all part of the act, to make it feel real." The adventurer with the two-handed hammer bounced up and down as if psyching himself up. "Screw it, it's just an old and slow skeleton." With a yell, he charged forward, hammer held above his head. Bob brought the hand with the mace back while holding the other arm forward, a large iron shield attached to it. The hammer struck the shield right in the middle, producing a loud clang around the room, but the skeleton's bony knees barely buckled. "Hi, amateur," whispered Tom. "You gotta really put your back into it, kid." James looked at his opponent with shock plastered all over his face, while the bulky skeleton slowly rose back up from behind the shield, his menacing, empty gaze staring down into the boy's soul from behind the weathered metal of his visor. "Do something! Help him!" the girl yelled at the mage next to her. "What are we even paying you for?" Reagan rolled his eyes as he uncrossed his arms. "Bloody newbies! Can't even handle a lousy skeleton." Passing the strap over his head, the adventurer took off his traveling satchel and tossed it into Lisa's arms. "Here, hold this while I do your friend's job for him." The caster stepped forward, and James took a couple of steps away from the skeleton, relieved to see some backup. Bob turned to look at the robed adventurer, but before he had even finished setting his eye sockets on him, Reagan had already begun weaving a spell into his arms. "Don't go far," he said to the younger adventurer. The whole room and surrounding tunnels, already cold before, suddenly grew even colder, a chilling frost permeating the air all around, as a swirling hail started dancing around the cryomancer's arms, like snakes made of scintillating ice crystals. With a snap forward, Reagan sent the stream of frost out at the skeleton's left leg, which quickly began freezing in place, stuck to the stone floor. Bob looked down, pulling at his leg bones, but to not avail. "All right, make yourself useful, will you?" the mage said to the young man still standing by the side, watching the unfolding events in awe. James grasped at his hammer tightly, bouncing on his feet from side to side, but clearly uncertain of what to do. Reagan rolled his eyes once again. "What are you waiting for? Strike the thing already." Taking a deep breath, the adventurer lunged forward, roaring as he brought his warhammer back. Bob tried to bring his shield back up like he had before, but the frost around his leg prevented him from turning properly, and he could not block the strike this time. With a loud shatter, the attack connected directly with the skeleton, breaking the armor apart in the rusty areas and sending bones flying everywhere. "Oh crap!" gasped Balthazar with a start, watching in shock as Bob's remains scattered across the floor. Chapter 120. Cold, dead bones, ribs, tibia, a pelvic girdle, and even a funny bone went flying all over the room with a loud crash as the adventurer's hammer smashed through Bob's skeleton, only stopping once it connected with the stone floor. "What the hell, Tom?" said Balthazar in a hushed yelp. The crab did not really know Bob, but to watch one of his friends be so suddenly and brutally struck down while hiding behind a wall in a dark dungeon felt a little too real for what was supposed to be just some fun act to fool new adventurers. The other skeleton, however, seemed unfazed by the whole ordeal, simply watching on as the scene unfolded before his eyes. Or rather, his empty eye sockets. Maybe that was the issue. "Did you not just see what I saw?" the agitated crustacean said. "Are you going blind like Sal? Or something? They just killed Bob right in front of us." Tom turned to him with a head movement that implied he would be rolling his eyes, if he had any. "Relax, Balthazar. Did you forget?" "Forget what?" "You can't really kill what's already dead. I thought I explained it to you before. These guys come down here all the time. They smack us around a bit, send our bones flying. They feel really tough over it, and then move on. Once they're gone, we just go around, pick up the pieces, reset our traps, refill the loot chests, and put ourselves back together, ready to do it all again. It's all par for the course." Balthazar stared at the other merchant, unblinking. "Oh, there, look," said Tom, pointing at Bob's skull, lying on the floor near a stone column on the other side of the wall. "Do you see? He's fine." The crab brought his eye stalks closer to the crack on the wall, and he saw the cranial bone on its side, facing their wall, and giving a quick wink before returning to his motionless pose. "After this is all over, we'll go out there, scoop him up, and put him back together in no time," explained Tom. "Nothing that some bone wrenching and glue won't fix. Now, if one of them was using arcane fire to burn our bones, or worse, used weapons enchanted with holy magic, then maybe we'd have something to worry about, but the low levels we get in here never have that kind of stuff yet." Balthazar stared out of the wall with a distant stare, scratching the side of his face with the tip of his pincer. Despite how long he had been dealing with his macabre friend, there were just some things that would still take some getting used to. "Did you see that?" shouted James, standing up from where he had struck Bob, hammer back in his grip. "I one-shot that skelly like a boss." "Yes, good for you, kid, very impressive," said Reagan, sounding bored as he readjusted his vestments. "Shall we move on now?" "Yes, please, I don't want to stick around this room for long," said Lisa, clutching the cryomancer's satchel against her chest as she carefully avoided stepping on the bones scattered all around her feet. "Sure, but not before I get that," said the excited young man, pointing at a wooden chest sitting in a dark corner near the back of the room. "I found our first loot chest." Like a child seeing presents, or a crab seeing pie, the adventurer ran towards the chest with glee in his eyes. "Don't just ope," started Reagan, but it was already too late. As the adventurer reached the chest, he kneeled down in front of it, placing his hammer on the floor and quickly unlatching the lid as he grinned in anticipation. A rapid, unwinding sound came from the back of the chest as he threw the lid back and its hinges clicked. The smile vanished from his face as he gasped, realizing the mistake of his actions. But before the young man had time to move, a short volley of darts flew out of a hole in the wall in front of him, hitting him squarely in the forehead. After a moment frozen in place, the boy fell backwards, landing on the floor, stiff like a statue. "Oh, for God's sake," grumbled the spellcaster, pinching the space between his eyes in frustration. "James!" yelled Lisa, running towards him. She kneeled next to her adventuring partner, shaking his body as hard as she could, but with no response. His eyes were frozen in shock along with his expression, both of his hands still stretched out, in the same position as they were when releasing the latch of the chest. "Do something," the girl cried to the mage. "He's paralyzed. I can't move him. He's too stiff." Reagan approached casually, showing no sense of urgency or care. "Yes, he's as stiff as a corpse, he said in a bored tone. Because that's what he is now. What? Exclaimed Lisa, her eyes bulging out at the man standing over them. He's dead, kid, said the more seasoned adventurer, bending down to pick one of the projectiles stuck to the boy's forehead. Poison darts. Terribly weak, but a handful of them are still enough to dispatch lower levels like you two. No, this can't be, muttered the desperate girl, her breathing quickening as she stared down at the dead adventurer. What? You two knew the risks, said the unfazed cryomancer. Did you think coming down into a dungeon full of traps and undead was some kind of walk in the park? That you could just stroll in, grab some valuable loot, and leave without a care? This is what being an adventurer in this world is like, girl. Lisa looked up at the man with tears pooling in her eyes. You were supposed to protect us, she shouted. The only reason James came here, and I agreed to it, was because you assured us we'd be safe with you. I told you not to stray too far away from me before we came in, said Reagan casually, while checking his fingernails. It's not my fault or responsibility if your friend was too stupid to heed my instructions and just runs off to trigger all the traps he stumbles upon. You're a bastard, said the girl, tears running down her cheeks as she let go of her friend. No, darling, I'm just someone who's been around long enough to know how to survive and thrive in this world, even if it's at the expense of fools like you two. Lisa stood up, her breathing shaky as she wiped the tears from her face. I need to get out of here. Wisest decision you've probably made since we met, the mage said, a smirk forming in the corner of his lips. Unfortunately, with your friend gone, it falls on you to cover the rest of my payment. What? James is dead, and you're talking about money? We don't have coin. All we spent hiring you and getting supplies for this. We were going to cover your payment with the loot we'd get from this place. Reagan's smirk grew. Sounds like you've got some looting to do then. You're crazy, said the panicking girl. I'm getting out of here. She stepped forward, towards the doorway the three of them had entered the room from. But the mage stepped to the side, placing himself in front of her. The girl froze on the spot, staring at him with wide eyes. She didn't need to hear or see more beyond the cold glare in Reagan's blue eyes to know he had no intention to let her go until he got his payment. With a sudden turn, Lisa took off running the other way, heading through the doorway past the trapped chest and down a set of stairs, disappearing into a dark corridor. Reagan laughed as the sound of her footsteps echoed away below. Really smart. Just head deeper into the dungeon full of dangers. I hope you get plenty of loot by the time I get there. After quickly rummaging through the dead adventurer's pockets for a coin purse, the cryomancer calmly followed the girl down the stairs. This guy is trouble, Tom said, as he turned to Balthazar. Yes, he's way too high level to be in this dungeon, said Sal, still sitting in the merchant skeleton's hands. He's also a jerk, added Balthazar with a frown. Seems like you've grown a soft spot for adventurers lately, Crab, the other merchant said. I got little love for the fools, and if their bad decisions get them in trouble, that's on them, but this guy is cruel and uses those weaker than him like playthings. Tom nodded. I get your point. It would be fair game if those kids just came in and got hurt trying to loot our stuff, but this mage is breaking all the rules of how we do things around here. They're heading down to Jim's room next, exclaimed Sal. We need to warn him. Right, said Tom, looking down at the skull. Balthazar, please take that door over there. It's a shortcut to the next chamber. Warn Jim to abort and get out of Dodge while I go get the other guys so we can come up with a plan to get rid of this guy. I can do that, the crab said. While Tom and Sal ran down a different dark tunnel, Balthazar skittered through a cramped corridor filled with stacked boxes, buckets, a few brooms, and some bone piles he did not even want to know the origin of. After a few twists and turns, the huffing merchant found another wall with a small barred window overseeing a room full of stone coffins, barely visible under the dim light of a small brazier at the center of the hall. Finding the spot on the wall that opened the secret passage to the other side, the crab quickly started looking around for the skeleton. Psst, Jim, he whispered. Are you here? Balthazar, a voice whispered back. What are you doing out here? The skeleton stepped out of a dark corner, his rusty hatchet in hand again like when they had first met. And just like then, he was also completely unclothed again, the bright green shorts from before gone from his hip bones. I was looking... Oh, what the hell, said the crab, averting his eye stalks as he saw the skeleton's lack of modesty. You're naked again. Oh, please, don't get your bristles in a twist, said Jim. I ain't got no dangly bits to be embarrassed by no more, and there's just no way an adventurer will take a skeleton in lime swim shorts seriously. The adventurers, Balthazar said quickly, remembering what he was doing. Jim, we need to get back behind the walls. Tom wants to regroup because the sound of running footsteps came from behind the door on the other side of the room, and they both turned to look at it as the old wood started creaking, pushed by someone on the other side. Quick, hide, whispered Jim, as he quickly ran behind a pillar. Are you kidding me? Muttered the crab. Look at me. I'm way too wide to hide behind a pillar. The adventurer girl ran into the room, closing the door behind her as she struggled to control her breathing. Balthazar tried skittering his way behind one of the stone bases holding the coffins, but the clicking of his pointy legs against the stone floor in the dead silence of the crypt alerted the human, making her turn with a gasp. They both froze, gazes locked on one another. Oh, hi, the crab said with an awkward smile. Lisa let out a yelp before pressing her back against the door. A skeleton that talks. All right, first of all, I have an exoskeleton. I'm not. Before Balthazar could finish his sentence or take more than 2 steps forward, the girl threw her baton at him, which flew over his eye stalks. Hey, don't do that. I'm trying to, oh no. As his eyes moved back from the baton behind him and back to the adventurer, he saw she had already drawn a hand crossbow and was pointing it directly at him. Stay away from me, Lisa yelled as she pulled the trigger. With no time to react, Balthazar's gaze crossed inwards as he watched the tip of the bolt hit him right between his eye stalks. Chapter 121. More cold-blooded than a crab with a quiet plink, Balthazar watched the crossbow bolt hit the floor, its shaft broken in 2 and the tip cracked. Natural armor. 0 damage taken, really, miss, said the crab with a frown, as he rubbed the area between his eye stalks. Shoddily made stone-tip bolts. Those aren't even good enough to pierce chitin. If you'd come to Balthazar's Bazaar, you could have purchased some much better steel. Just please don't kill me, cried the young adventurer, dropping the crossbow to the floor along with her knees. What? No, I'm not going to hurt you, the merchant quickly said, waving his claws from side to side. I'm not one of the skeletons, I swear. Not that they're bad either. Well, I mean, technically they do set all those traps, and the point is, just stop crying, will you? Lisa gasped, staring at the crab through teary eyes as she tried to contain her cries. It's fine, all is fine, no need to be scared, Balthazar quietly said, taking slow steps forward. What are you doing? Whispered Jim from behind the pillar, out of the girl's sight. We're not supposed to chat with the adventurers. Let me try things my way, the crab whispered back. Who are you talking to? Said the confused adventurer, still sitting on the floor. Nobody. Definitely no spooky skeletons in this room. Just me, talking to myself. But totally not in a crazy kind of way either. You're strange. Who are you? Said Lisa, her crying hiccups slowly subsiding. Of course, where are my manners? The crustacean said while taking a quick bow. I am Balthazar, a crab, a merchant, and a traveler. In that specific order. A crab merchant? No. A merchant crab. The other way around would imply that I sell crabs, and that would just be weird. Don't you agree? For a split second, there was almost a hint of a smile on the girl's lips, a tenuous glimmer of hope trying to blossom through the fear and despair in her eyes. You seem out of place down here. Did you get lost? She asked, sounding slightly more at ease. Not really, answered the crab. Just doing some social visits, trying to do some business, uncover the secrets of the world. You know, everyday stuff. You're the one who seems lost, however. The girl pulled her knees up against her chin, sitting with her arms hugging her legs. I was trying to find another way out of this place. I didn't even want to come here. James was the one who convinced me. He was so excited by the idea of being an adventurer exploring dungeons, but I told him we were too weak and inexperienced. I should have never let him hire that bastard of a mage. Now standing next to her, Balthazar gave a couple of comforting pats on her shoulder with the side of his claw. Hey, it's all right. Everything will be all right. How? I don't know how to get out of here. And he's out there, looking for me, wanting his payment. Girl, you've come to the right crab. Swindling dumb adventurers is one of my specialties. He paused and glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Present company not included, of course. How about I help you get out of here? But how? Lisa said, raising her face from between her knees, tears pooling around her eyes again. Oh no, don't start crying again, said Balthazar, quickly rummaging through his backpack. Here, look, we'll use this shiny, pretty thing. Pulling his claw out of his magical bag, the crab revealed a round metal object with a glass front and a spinning needle within. What's that? It's a compass. A compass. Yes, it points the way north. How is it going to help me get out of here? I'm not sure actually, but it sure is shiny, isn't it? The young adventurer took the small compass into her hand, turning it over and admiring it. The gift of the crab, success. It's pretty. I like it, said Lisa, a faint smile forming on her face, and this time, sticking around for more than just a second. Great. So, do you want to buy it? Or suddenly, the girl and the crab jumped in place, startled by the wooden door slamming open behind them. Like the cold, bitter air of a winter night, Reagan entered the room through the open doorway, a halo of pale light around him from the hovering orb above his head. There you are, said the cryomancer, with a smile that was anything but warm. Lisa scooted backwards on the floor, away from him, until her back was against a wall. I just want to leave, please, she pleaded, anguish back in her eyes and voice. Sure, you can go, after I get my fill of loot, and you've done your job being a nice meat shield. The adventurer stepped forward, and his gaze landed on Balthazar. What is it you've found here? He said with a smirk. Hey, pal, why don't you stop being a scumbag and just let the poor girl go, said the hard-shelled merchant. A giant talking crab? Reagan said, raising both eyebrows in amused surprise. Now that's a rare find for sure. Well done, little Lisa. The man's demeanor was making Balthazar angrier by the second. Dumb adventurers, foolish adventurers, even incompetent ones, those the crab had learned to deal with, tolerate, and even accept. But the rare ones that were evil, just purely, needlessly cruel like this one, he simply could not stomach. Something about seeing those with more power, stepping on those below them, made his blood boil, and as a cold-blooded crustacean, that was not an easy feat to achieve. All right, girl, get up, Balthazar said. I'm taking you back to the exit. Lisa glanced back and forth between the mage and the crab, hesitating. Really? Said Reagan with a sudden laugh. I guess this crab can talk, but not listen. She has a debt to pay, and since her stupid friend already got himself killed in the first room, she will have to do the rest of the job by triggering every trap standing between me and some easy money. She's not going anywhere. Balthazar frowned. Yes, she is. The cryomancer laughed even harder. Says who? A ridiculous crab wearing a backpack who thinks he's threatening. Yes, said the crab wearing a backpack. Him and the squad of armed skeletons guarding this dungeon. So you'd better just get lost and leave us be. The gift of the crab. Failure. Nice try, but I'm not some novice adventurer you can easily fool into running away scared, the smug mage said. I know this place is a beginner's dungeon. Every being in here is weak and way below my level, which is exactly why I enjoy coming with idiots like those two into places like these. Cheap but easy loot I can get, plus whatever I snag from their bodies after they invariably get themselves killed, and I barely need to lift a finger or risk my own skin. Damn it, I can't take this guy in an actual fight, and he's too smart to trick so easily. Now get up, I'm tired of wasting my time, he barked at the girl, while turning back to the door. Lisa stood up, but did not seem willing to follow him. I won't go with you, she said in a trembling voice. I'm leaving with the crab. Balthazar looked up at her. Atta girl. Show him you won't be pushed around. Reagan glared back at the adventurer. Is that so? Why, yes, she said, standing up straight and raising her voice. I'm going to leave here and go back to town. Yes, good job, you tell him. And once I'm there, I'll make sure everybody knows who you are and what you do to new adventurers like James and me. No, don't tell him that. Reagan turned back to her, and it was as if the already cold, damp air of the crypt suddenly grew even icier, the condensation of Lisa's shaky breath billowing out of her mouth as she shrunk back in place under his gaze. And how do you plan to do that? He said, slowly walking towards the girl. The scared adventurer stuttered, slowly backing away from the advancing mage. Who's going to help you? That crab? The cryomancer laughed as he pointed a finger at Balthazar, his eyes still fixed on Lisa's as he moved in closer. The young adventurer continued backing away from him as she clutched the satchel around her chest, holding it up between her and the mage, like an ineffective shield. "Please," she pleaded in a trembling voice. "I'll do what you want, just don't turn me into an ice cube." Reagan leaned down, bringing his face closer to hers. "Too late. You can't leave anymore." Moving one foot to the side, the man pressed a slightly higher stone on the floor, which sank with a quiet click of pieces snapping together under the weight of his step. Balthazar's eye stalks stood up. "Oh no!" Several cogs and pulleys creaked and moved under the cobblestone floor as the mage took a step back, while the girl stood frozen in place, looking at him with confusion in her eyes. Her eyes widened, and a gasp escaped her mouth, but it was too late. The floor plate under her feet split in two, opening a hole into a deep well. Lisa threw her arms up as gravity pulled her down, the satchel in her grasp going flying across the room as she screamed, the echoes of it quickly fading in the distance as she disappeared into the dark depths below. With a quick thump, the trap closed back up and the lowered stone went back into place, everything looking like nothing had just happened. "That's one less thing for me to worry about later," said Reagan, brushing his gloved hands like someone proud of a job well done. You just killed that girl," the shocked crab said, still staring at the place where the hole was a moment before. The adventurer cocked an uncaring eyebrow. "Technically, gravity did. I merely facilitated the process. Not sure why you'd care. You're a monster creature. Humans dying should mean little to you." Balthazar's eye stalks moved over to the despicable man. "I only see one monster in this room." Reagan stared at the merchant for a moment, a half-surprised, half-amused expression on his face, before suddenly bursting out laughing. "Oh, that is just hilarious," he said, wiping the corner of his eye. "You must really be quite the unique creature, if you're that naive. Not sure how things are in whatever hole you crawled from, but out here in this world, you don't get to make it as a higher-level adventurer by being nice or morally upright. You either take advantage, or you get taken advantage of." Law of the jungle, little crab. A system notification surprised the crab out of nowhere. Adventurer slain. Assist experience awarded. You have reached level 17. The hell? I had nothing to do with that. Was the system counting the use of his trait to distract the girl as something that led to her tragic fate? Was it because her attack on him technically made it count as them being engaged in combat? Or was it simply the fact that he stood by doing nothing while she was pushed into a trap that made the merchant an accessory to the act? He did not know, but what he knew was that this was not the time to be worrying about systems or levels up, not with Reagan still there. Balthazar felt a revolting knot in the pit of his stomach, and for once he was sure it had nothing to do with a lack of pastries. But he was also sure there was little he could do against that odious human. But never mind her stupid friend, or even whatever worthless other loot this place might have, the mage said, setting his sights back on the crustacean and stepping towards him. "You're a big, talking, apparently somewhat sapient crab. I've never seen anything like that. You have to be quite unique and valuable." "Oh, this guy is looking at me like I'm a loot chest he wants to crack open." Turning around, Balthazar started skittering his way to the back wall where he had entered the room from. But after just a couple of steps, a wheezing sound made him instinctively duck. With his shell pressed against the floor, the crab looked up, just in time to spot a sharp spike of ice shooting over him and hitting the wall somewhere on the other side of the room. The crab glanced back, and he saw Reagan was already casting again, a shard of solid ice forming between his hands amidst a swirling spiral of snowy air. Balthazar launched himself forward, taking cover behind a stone coffin as the second ice spike zipped past where he had been a moment before and hit a nearby pillar, chipping a large chunk off of it and sending fragments of rock flying everywhere. "Those are no shoddy stone-tip bolts. My shell definitely can't take a hit from something like that. Come out, little crab," the caster's voice said from the other side of the room as his steps slowly grew closer, accompanied by the sizzle of the charged ice between his hands. "I can't wait to find out how much I can sell your parts for." Trying to push aside his curiosity about how much coin his body parts would fetch in the black market, Balthazar looked around looking for some way out of the trouble he'd gotten himself into. He was halfway to the end of the room where the secret passage he had come from was, but in order to get there, he'd have to risk running in front of the mage's sights and probably be turned into a crab popsicle. Even if he got there, the merchant realized he had lost track of where exactly the door was, and there was little chance Reagan would just give him time to examine the wall until he found it again. No, I need to get rid of him first, but how am I going to— Wait, I just got to level up a moment ago. A rattling sound came from between the pillars next to Balthazar, where the faint light could not quite reach, and a moment later, a tall skeleton charged forward, running at the human with a rusty hatchet in his hand. "RAH!" yelled Jim as he broke into a mad sprint that caught the mage by surprise. "What the—" exclaimed Reagan, right before releasing his charged ice spike towards the skeleton. The projectile shot at its new target, and Balthazar watched from behind cover with his jaw dropped as the naked skeleton lunged forward. And somehow the ice spike flew right between the empty space of his hip bone and disappeared on the other side of the room. "No dangly bits," muttered the awestruck crab. But the skeleton's impressive stroke of luck was short-lived, as before he could strike at the adventurer with his axe, the caster had already woven a new spell, and a sudden wall of solid ice appeared between him and Jim. Halfway through his strike, the undead's axe hit the ice shield, its blade becoming stuck in it. Jim pulled at it, trying to get it out, but with no success. Balthazar's eye stalks jumped. "What am I doing? This is my chance." The crab turned to the dark side of the room, but immediately came to a stop again. "I can't just leave Jim and run away like a coward. I mean, I definitely want to, but Arg, there's got to be something I can do." As if a candle had just lit up above his shell, Balthazar brought up his system screen. "It's a long shot, but it's not like I have any other skills. You have reached level 17. Choose a base stat to increase by 10 health, 190/190, stamina, 30 out of 30, mana, 10 out of 10. I doubt 10 more health will save me from those ice spikes, but more mana should let me use my new skill. Mana, 2020, near the center of the room." Jim continued trying to pull his weapon from the ice wall, while a sound of howling wind grew louder from the other side. "You have 3 unspent attribute points. Attribute strength 5, endurance 5, agility 5, perception 5, intellect 5, charisma 60 arg. This feels like such a waste, but what other choice do I have right now? Intellect 8. Whatever Reagan was casting on the other side of his wall of ice was clearly something big, as the wild gale ravaging from behind the frost grew deafeningly loud. Come on. As fast as his eyes allowed, Balthazar navigated through the system screens, trying to reach his list of available skills, which listed only one. Imbuing, skill, F tier. Requirements, 10 CHA, 8 INT. Cost, 15 mana. Absorbs a compatible held material, temporarily infusing its properties into your body to gain different bonuses depending on the type, quality, rarity, and amount of material used. This better work. I hate wasting money. Reaching into his bag of holding money, the crab pulled a single golden coin. Carefully holding it between his pincers, the merchant tried to activate the imbuing skill as the sound of cracking ice came from behind his shelter. "Insufficient material amount. Oh, come on," exclaimed the frustrated crab. Grumbling, he reached into his coin purse again, pulling a few more coins and holding them all between his pincers with a sense of urgency. "Can only imbue 1 item at a time. You have got to be kidding me," Balthazar blurted out. As if aligned with his outburst, the wall of ice separating Reagan from Jim shattered loudly, making the skeleton stumble back as the hatchet he was trying to retrieve went flying across the room. A miniature blizzard erupted from the cryomancer's hands now, a cone of pure hail and freezing winds aimed at the naked skeleton as he tried to weather the storm and reach the caster. Balthazar peeked from behind one of the stone tombs, his eyes teary from the frosty gale reaching him, watching as Jim's bones quickly grew icicles all around them, and his march slowed down with each struggling step. In just a few moments, his entire skeleton had become completely frozen in place, surrounded by a crystallized block of ice, like a bizarre sculpture of macabre taste. "Crap, not again." Ceasing his casting, Reagan flexed his gloved fingers as he casually walked around his latest victim. "Now where did my prize go?" the smug mage asked loudly in a mocking tone. The crab shoved both claws into his backpack, searching for something, anything that he thought could work with the only skill he had to use. No, that's useless. So is that. And that. Why do I only deal in junk? Reagan's steps grew closer, and Balthazar knew he would be found any second now. Curses! Why didn't I bring an ingot of gold, or even iron with me? Sure, they're heavy and not like I would expect someone to buy them on the road, but damn it, I could use one right now. Blasted hindsight. Pulling his pincers out of the pack, the merchant did a double take to the other side of the pillars with his eye stalks. There, across the room, behind another stone coffin, right on the edge of where the light reached, rested a dropped brown bag. The satchel the girl was carrying. Seeing the shadow of the mage appearing over his hiding spot, the cornered crab decided there was no time for decisions. Skittering as fast as he could from behind one tomb to the other, the crustacean launched himself at the satchel, grabbing it between his claws as he landed. "There you are," yelled Reagan. "Please tell me there's something I can use in here." Balthazar dared not turn his eye stalks, but he could hear the sound of another ice spell forming in the cryomancer's hands as his claws desperately reached down into the satchel, grasping for anything that the system would accept, until his pincers finally gripped something. "You're mine now, little crab." Imbuing activated. Voidwood absorbed. Chapter 122. Voided warning. Balthazar did not know why the mage had been carrying a small piece of dark, rough bark in his satchel. Maybe it was a valuable material. Or perhaps he had a carpentry hobby. It didn't really matter that much at that moment anyway. What mattered was that the piece of strange wood held between the tips of his pincers was quickly vanishing, swiftly being siphoned up his claw, arm, and all around his shell. It felt a little itchy. The hissing sound of the charged ice between Reagan's hands made the crab's bristles stand as his eye stalks twisted backwards ahead of the rest of his body, bracing to face the unavoidable impact. After an endless couple of seconds, the cryomancer released the ice spike from his grasp, the pointy icicle whistling through the air like an arrow of frost, aimed straight at Balthazar's center of mass. But by the time the spike reached him and the crab had turned, eyes squinting as he prepared to feel his chitin crack and be pierced, there was a quick fizzle sound, and then nothing. The misty cloud of icy crystals in the air, left by the ice spike's trail, dispersed, leaving the mage and the merchant facing each other again. The human's eyes widened as he saw his unscathed target, and the crab's jaw dropped as he saw himself. There, in the middle of that poorly lit and damp crypt chamber, stood no longer a gray crab sporting a well-polished shell of chitin, but instead a strange-looking Balthazar made of dark wood, like a life-size sculpture of a giant crustacean that absorbed the faint light shining on him like a black hole. The baffled merchant looked at himself, examining his own shell, running the tip of his pincer over its now very rough wooden surface, struggling to see its details even from so up close, due to how dark it was, like the charred bark of a burnt tree. "How?" muttered the bewildered mage, his expression riddled with conflicting emotions as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. A feeling not too different from the one Balthazar was experiencing. Imbuing, Voidwood, duration, 1 minute. Effect, 50% chance to nullify incoming spells. 50% chance to double the effects of incoming spells. Holy profiterole. Not only was that a last-minute save, but it was also a coin flip save. I don't want to imagine what I would look like if I got the second effect instead. Balthazar tried to move, an action that proved slightly more cumbersome than usual due to his wooden joints. Ow, so this is what I have to look forward to in my retirement years. "You should be dead," exclaimed an outraged Reagan, pointing an accusatory finger at the crab, as if expecting him to perish right there, and then out of politeness. The stiff merchant flexed his limbs a couple of times, trying to get used to his current state. Looks like this guy has never seen an imbuing skill before. Not surprising, but I need to take advantage while... A loud hissing came from the mage's hands once again, and an icy gale began forming a spiral within his grasp. So much for that. Screw it. Maybe I can get one of his ankles before he finishes casting. Throwing caution to the cold wind, Balthazar skittered forward, both claws open towards the caster, but the human released his spell before the crab could reach him. A blizzard similar to the one that hit Jim and encased him in ice moments before blew across the room, rapidly whirling its way to the wooden crustacean. Balthazar tried to jump out of the way, but the stiffness of his body made the leap impossible. Oh no! The crab held both claws up in front of his face, preparing to feel the cutting winds, but for a second time, instead all he saw was the blizzard quickly fizzling against his wooden shell as it disappeared into nothing. Oh, thank my lucky stars! This is not possible. How? Yelled Reagan, his confusion and anger now mixed with a hint of fear. I better make the most of the opportunity one have. Balthazar stood up straight again, slowly lowering his claws as his wooden eye stalks glared at the apprehensive mage. You shouldn't have come here, said the crab, in the most confident voice he could muster. You thought this place was going to be easy pickings, that you'd fool some weak adventurers and get an easy time. Now you're all on your own. Reagan took a small step back as his face seemed to turn a shade paler. What are you talking about? This is a beginner's dungeon full of nothing but low-level skeletons. Balthazar took a tentative step forward. Is it? Do I look like a skeleton to you? You're just a crab? I'm not afraid of you, spat the human, trying to sound assertive but not quite selling it. Does this look like a normal crab to you? Said the increasingly confident crustacean, opening his arms and showing off his voidwood carapace, so dark it almost looked like a portal into an endless abyss. Why, what are you? The cryomancer asked in a trembling voice. Someone you shouldn't have messed with, pal, said Balthazar, slowly continuing his march forward. You're some kind of mini-boss of this dungeon? That's right, said the wooden crab, deciding to just improvise with what he was being given. And you've made me very upset. Me and my army of skeletons that are currently gathering beneath our feet. Reagan gulped as he placed his back against a stone coffin and took another step backwards. You're bluffing. Balthazar smirked. Deeper down in the dungeon, several floors below where the crab and the mage were, inside the last room of the crypt, where the giant slime resided, most of the skeletons were still moving chests and other unsorted pieces of loot back to their storage. Guys, shouted Tom, slamming the door open as he arrived in the room with Sal's skull still held in one of his hands. Whoa, calm down, Tom, said one of the skeletons holding a broom. We already cleaned up your friend's coins from all the sticky ooze. They're over there. No need to burst in here to rush us. No, Tim, it's not that, said the worried merchant. We've got a problem up top. Tim and the rest of the skeleton crew stopped what they were doing, looking up at Tom with concerned glances. What's going on? Asked the one with the broom. We've got a level 30 adventurer in the dungeon, the skull in Tom's hands blurted out. One of the nearby skeletons dropped the crate he was carrying, spilling candlesticks everywhere. Another one fainted on the spot, but only from the neck up, causing his skull to fall from its spine and his hands to clumsily try to catch it. Tim held on to his broomstick like it was a weapon. A level 30, he said. What's an adventurer like that doing in our dungeon? That's the other half of the problem, said Tom. The guy is luring low-level adventurers down here under the guise of backing them up, just to then use them as meat shields and keep all the loot for himself. A buzzing of disapproving murmurs sounded between all the skeletons. Shameful. Very unsportsmanlike. The living really have no morals. What a loser. At least we play fair down here. With a sharp whistle, the bearded skull in Tom's hands silenced all the others. All right, fellas, we got contingency plans for these cases. Remember all our drills. What's the move here, Sal? Asked Tom. The same we do when higher-level clerics or pyromancers show up. We all go into the emergency chamber, lock ourselves in, and wait for them to either fall for the drops or take their chunk of loot and leave. The skeleton merchant nodded and looked up at the others. Right, you heard old Sal. Pass the word around to the others not here right now, and let's move it. You got it, Tom, said Tim. Hey, what about your crab friend? Did you send him to the emergency room already? The other skeleton scratched the side of his face bones. No. I asked him to go warn Jim. Sal's skull suddenly jumped in his hands. Wait, did you tell him about the contingency protocol? Tom winced. No. Did you? Of course not. I thought you would. He's your guest. Aw, damn it. Maybe Jim will know what to do and where to take him. The bearded skull shook itself from side to side. Tommy, my boy, this is Jim you're talking about. When have you ever even seen him awake during our safety meetings? The other skeleton rubbed his forehead with his bony fingers. Right, of course. So, what do you guys think is happening up there right now? Asked Tim, still holding his broom. Nothing good, said Sal. Against a level 30 adventurer, Jim is probably down and out already. And if he wasn't lucky enough to get away, Balthazar is probably facing those adventurers all by himself at this point. And unfortunately for him, if they break him, we can't put him back together like we can Jim. What's that? Said the deep and guttural voice of Montgomery, who had been quietly overhearing the conversation from above the skeletons. Balthazar is in danger? Well, started Tom in an uncomfortable tone. Technically, we don't know for certain, but probably yes. A sudden rumble shook the walls and pillars of the room as the giant slime violently slammed the ground. We can't just sit idly by and hide while Balthazar is in danger, yelled Montgomery in a thunderous roar. We must help him. Whoa, said the bony merchant, as all the skeletons in the room struggled to not fall from the quake caused by the creature. Easy there. I thought you promised him you'd not bring this place down on our heads anymore. Montgomery's slimy body vibrated gently as it stilled itself. I apologize. It was a force of habit. I'll try to control it better, but still we have to do something for Balthazar. He would do it for you if it was the other way around, I'm sure. Tom dropped his shoulder bones. The slime's right. We can't just leave him to his luck up there. Sal looked up at the skeleton holding him. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Tommy? Maybe the scapula protocol? It's the only option. Tim gripped his broomstick tighter. Are you guys sure? Tom nodded. We don't leave a skeleton behind, even if it's an exoskeleton. Raising both hands up, the skeleton held Sal's skull high for everyone around the room to see. All right, fellas, said the bodiless undead. Spread the word and grab your gear. We're storming the second floor to grab the crab. No theatrics or playing hero. Just run in, be loud, grab him, and escape through the secret passages before the humans know what happened. For a moment, nobody moved, staring at the bearded skull. What are you waiting for? Sal yelled. Move those old bones already. Jolted by the command, all the skeletons started moving about quickly, grabbing weapons and old pieces of armor, before leaving the chamber at a hurried pace. I wish I could go and help too, said Montgomery. But make sure you give the adventurer a good smack for me. The ground shook once more as the pumped-up slime slammed an appendage against the ceiling. Oops, sorry. You're bluffing, accused the crimemancer. Balthazar smirked, and as he did, the whole room shook as if hit by an intense earthquake. Reagan stumbled, hanging onto the edge of one of the coffins to avoid falling. The crab was caught off guard by the rumbling too, but luckily for him, the same wooden imbuing covering his body and making his movements stiff also seemed to make him a lot more stable and harder to knock down. This feels like Montgomery's slamming from before. What the hell is going on down there? What was that? Exclaimed the agitated adventurer. What did you do? Balthazar cocked an eye stalk at the human. Never let an opportunity go to waste. Oh, that? That was just Montgomery. Who? The confused mage asked. Montgomery, repeated the wooden crustacean. Our giant slime that lives at the bottom of the dungeon. It must be hungry again. It really has grown quite the voracious appetite since it tasted its first adventurer. Reagan's eyes blinked rapidly as he licked his lips nervously. A giant slime? In a beginner's dungeon like this? That can't be. Like a crab smelling the scent of pie. Balthazar approached his prey some more. Are you sure about that? He said in a quiet, slightly menacing tone. You also thought this dungeon wouldn't have a giant crab, and here I am. Maybe you should meet Montgomery yourself. I can arrange for my skeleton army to take you down there if you want. For someone with such mastery of cold spells, Reagan seemed to be suffering from a serious bout of intense sweating all of a sudden. This is insane, he stammered, backing away from the crab as he approached. What is this place? Who are you? The dark-shelled crab continued his slow approach towards the human. Each step he took forward followed by a step backwards from the caster. The name's Balthazar, and all you need to know is that I've got friends in low places. Dark, deep-down places. The kind cowards like you go and never come back from. Stay away. I'll freeze you. Please, you already tried that. Twice. Do you really want to waste a mana trying again? I assure you that all it will do is just piss me off even more. I hope he doesn't. I don't want to flip that coin again. Another small quake shook the ground beneath them, nearly knocking the human down. Reagan glanced from side to side, nervously searching for an answer to his growing panic as he cautiously backed away from the increasingly closer crab. "You hear that?" said the looming crab void. "That means it's lunchtime. The gift of the crab's success. I'll leave, all right," he said in a shaky voice. "I don't want any more trouble. I will go and never come back here." Balthazar came within a couple of steps from the mage. "Really? Now you want to go? After everything you've done? Now let's just forget all about it." "Why, yes," stuttered Reagan, looking down at the void-covered creature in front of him while slowly backing away. "You just let me walk out of here, and you'll never see me again." The crab brought his face up and close to the mage's. "Too late. You can't leave anymore." Reagan's eyes widened, and he let out a shocked gasp as he heard a quiet snap from below. Chapter 123. Undead Drop. The raised floor cobblestones sunk down with a click, and a tiny mechanical mechanism snapped in place under the mage's heel, triggering several gears, which pulled on tripwires, which in turn activated rows of pulleys, causing a fake ground plate to move. It took a split second for the realization to hit Reagan, but by then it was too late. "You should watch where you step," said Balthazar, backing away from the man. The trapped floor opened up under the cryomancer, and gravity called on him to obey its pull. Flailing his arms and vestment sleeves around in a fruitless attempt at spontaneously becoming a flying adventurer, Reagan's expression of surprise and horror tumbled backwards as he fell into the dark pit. "No!" The crab stood over the open well for a moment, staring down into its abyss. "How come I didn't even hear him?" A sudden thump echoed from the pit, startling the merchant. "Oof, never mind." The trap mechanism unwound itself with several clicks, and with a final snap, the trigger reset back to how it was moments before, leaving no trace of what had just happened. Just as Balthazar turned away from the recently covered hole, a sharp itch struck the back of his shell. "Ow!" In just a few seconds, the thick layer of black bark covering the crab's body cracked and crumbled into dust that disappeared before it even reached the floor. The now gray again crustacean moved his eye stalks around to look at himself. "Oh, looks like imbuing really doesn't stay permanently anymore. Shame." Adventurous slain. "You have reached level 18. Already? I guess even at 50%, the experience from beating a level 30 while at 17 is still a lot. Or was it because I managed to pass his dialogue check too?" A low rumbling made the cobblestones under Balthazar's feet vibrate as he heard several hurried footsteps approaching from both ends of the room. "Great. What now?" Both the door leading into the chamber and the one leading out of it slammed open with a kick, and several spooky skeletons rushed into the room, wearing decrepit armor and brandishing rusty weapons as they yelled loudly. "Oh, it's you guys," the crab said casually. The bone mob slowed down and came to a full stop as they found no one else there but Balthazar and Jim's ice sculpture. Tom, who came in leading the charge from one of the doors with his walking stick held high in one hand and Sal's skull in the other, stood in front of his group with a confused expression. "You are getting pretty good at doing this," said Balthazar. "Doing what?" said the bewildered skeleton. "Arriving just a moment too late," the crab said with a chuckle. "The hell happened?" asked the bearded skull in Tom's hand. "I took care of your adventure problem. Jim might need a blanket or two now, though." The dungeon's merchant stared at the block of crystal ice encasing the unclothed skeleton while slowly shaking his head. "I told him he'd catch a cold one day if he kept running around naked like that." He turned to the group of skeletons behind him. "Hey, Tim, go get some torches, will ya? We gotta defrost Jim's chicken bones again." Balthazar stepped next to Tom. "Don't be too harsh on Jim. He did try to save me and bought me enough time to come up with a plan." "What happened to the adventurers that came down here anyway?" asked the skeleton. "Don't tell me you ate them?" "No, of course I didn't." "Why would that even be your first thought?" asked the baffled crab. Tom shrugged. "No, I ended up confronting the cryomancer directly," Balthazar continued. "After Jim kept him busy for long enough, I got lucky and managed to find an advantage. Then I just had to be convincing enough to sell him on the idea that this dungeon wasn't as easy as he thought, that I was some kind of mini-boss, and then an army of skeletons was coming to feed him to a giant slime. So, slightly enhanced true facts. Tom looked at the crab while shaking his head slowly, a surprised and amazed expression all over his face bones. You sure are quite the talking crab, aren't you? Where is he now, though? Don't tell me the skeleton ran a finger across his throat. Or at least where one would be if he still had any flesh and muscle. No, I didn't lay a pincer on him. He did it all to himself. He stepped on that floor trap over there. I merely had to make him scared enough to forget his own dirty trick. Ah, good old hole traps, said Sal. Some of my favorites. No matter how high the level, enough fall damage can still do you in. Wait, what about the girl? Asked Tom. What happened to her? Balthazar's mood turned slightly somber. She was scared and just wanted to leave, he said. Ah, so you showed her the way out, said the skeleton. No, because the frosted douchebag wouldn't let her go. His intention was to use her as a meat shield and trap bait, so he could get easy loot. When she refused, he triggered a trap and sent her down the chute like discarded garbage. And then they say that we undead are the evil ones, said the old skull with an upset rattle. Balthazar looked at the place on the floor where Lisa had fallen. Hey, Tom, how deep is the fall from here? From these traps, the unliving merchant said. Pretty deep, several floors at least. Do you think there's any chance she's still, alive? Nah, no way. Way too long of a drop for that. Oh, said the pensive crab. She's definitely dead, added Tom. I see. Goner than Sal's dancing career. All right, I got it, jeez, said Balthazar. Ah, sorry, my bad, the undead said. I forget how uncomfortable you living ones can be with death. Poor kid just didn't deserve to be done in like that, that's all, the crustacean said. It wasn't greed that brought her down here. Tom tapped the crab's shoulder gently. Don't worry, I'll send him down there for her later. If there's one thing we know, is how to respect the dead. Would be strange if we didn't. Balthazar nodded quietly in appreciation. Of the large group of skeletons that had barged into the room, some had now either left or were helping with defrosting Jim and cleaning the room. Hey, crab, said Tim from behind one of the stone coffins. Is this yours? Held up in his hand was a brown satchel. The one that belonged to the cryomancer had been carried and dropped by the fallen girl, and from where Balthazar had retrieved the piece of voidwood. It is now, he said, skittering towards the skeleton. To the victor go the spoils. He took the bag and began rummaging through it with more proper care this time. It was no backpack of holding, so it had little space for items, and most of what the crab was finding inside was either useless trash, a few loose coins, or half-empty vials of potions. Bah, I was hoping for some more of that strange bark, but I guess I'll have no such luck. I wonder how he got it. As he nearly gave up on the contents of the bag, Balthazar's pincer grabbed something that made his eye stalks jump with interest. He pulled his pincer out of the bag, holding a piece of rolled-up parchment which seemed to glow just for his eyes. Another scroll of potential. Hey, Balthazar, Tom called, approaching from the other side of the room. Yes, said the crab, quickly stuffing the scroll in his pack for later inspection. I almost forgot. The boys cleaned the snot off the coins and bagged them for you, said the skeleton, tossing a large coin purse at the crab. Sweet, the eight-legged merchant said, while pocketing the money together with his other coins. Bag of holding money, 12,512 crowns. So, will you stay for the night? Asked Tom. We ain't got no fees to offer, though, said Sal. On account of us being undead skeletons and all that. Come on, Sal. Have some manners, grumbled the other skeleton. I'm sure we could scrounge together some appetizers. Balthazar recalled all the cockroaches and slugs he saw crawling around when he first entered the dungeon. No, it's fine, fellas. I left Druma and Blue waiting for me outside, so I should probably get going anyway. You brought the little rascals along, and you didn't even mention it? Tom said, Come on, I'll show you the secret way out. After saying goodbye to all the many skeletons of Tudors Hall, Balthazar was on the surface once again, accompanied by Tom and Sal, whose skull was now tied to the merchant's walking stick, making his way back to the road as the late afternoon sun bathed the forest in its faint orange light. So where will you go now? Asked the merchant skeleton. Not really sure, answered the merchant crab. Probably need to find Rye again, see if he managed to track the whereabouts of the dragon. Ah, looking to rescue your baker friend, right? Yep. Balthazar pondered on his options as they leisurely walked out of the crypt's clearing and towards the main road. He had gotten his system access back. He had even started getting some skills, but he was still far from being fit to face off against a level 75 dragon. Not to mention, he was still not any closer to understanding half of what was really happening around him, from the strange mind-wiped adventurers to the mysterious birds that can just swoop by and steal his system. He did have one lead on that, however. Reaching into his backpack, Balthazar retrieved Ruby's letter he had received before leaving the pond. "Hey, Tom, you wouldn't happen to know where a town called Condor is, would you?" the crab asked. The skeleton rubbed his chiseled jawline for a moment, thinking. "Condor? That doesn't ring a bell, and I've been all over the land," he said. "Condor," said the skull hanging from Tom's walking stick, where the firefly lantern usually was. "Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time." "You know it?" asked the excited crab. "Well, I remember it. Don't think I ever visited," Sal explained. "This was many moons ago. I might have even still had some meat on my bones back then. Could you tell me where it was?" Balthazar said, while pulling a map from his backpack. The crab spread the piece of parchment open on the ground, while Tom placed the skull on top of it. The land looked so different back then," the old-timer said as he looked around the map. "I don't even know what half of these places are now, but I'm pretty sure Condor used to be somewhere around there." Balthazar stared at the map and then back at the skull sitting on top of it, like some kind of macabre paperweight. "Oh, where?" "Right there," the old piece of bone said again. You know we can't see you pointing, right?" "Ah, fiddlesticks. Sorry, phantom limbs, I guess." "Tom, pass me a stick or something, will ya?" The skeleton grabbed a small broken branch off the forest floor and handed it to the skull, who took it between his teeth. "It's Rift Fear," Sal said, maneuvering the stick with his mouth to point at an empty clearing near some hills on the map before spitting it out. "Or at least it used to be back in the day." "Well, it's a start at least," said Balthazar, rolling the map back into his backpack. "Thanks." After a few more steps through the woods, they arrived at a clearing near the road, where they found Druma and Blue playing hacky sack while waiting for the crab. "Boss," the goblin cheerfully greeted. "Hey there. I hope you two didn't get up to any trouble while I was away, because I sure did." After some more hellos and goodbyes, the trio was back on the road, waving back at Tom and Sal as they left. "Where boss go now?" asked the enthusiastic assistant. "Well, I'm thinking we head southeast, but I'd like to find Rye again first." He turned to the drake, walking alongside them. "Hey, Blue, have you spotted any signs of Rye while I was away?" The winged creature shook her head. "Damn, it's been a while. I wonder if he's all right." The sound of twigs breaking and shuffling bushes came from one side of the road, and the party froze in place, Blue baring her fangs, Druma holding his staff, and Balthazar putting his pincers up. "Who goes there?" he asked loudly. A figure stepped out of the shadows of the forest trees, his clothes and armor dirty and messy, his blonde hair and face covered in soot and ash, looking completely exhausted. Balthazar frowned at the boy. "Right." Chapter 124. Catching up. "Oh, hey guys," said the weary adventurer, leaning against a tree for support. "Been looking for you everywhere." "What happened? Did you find the dragon?" Balthazar asked, looking at the soot-covered boy with great expectation in his eyes. Rye exhaled deeply. "I did not." "Then what happened to you?" The human placed his hands on his knees, visibly tired. "Can we set up camp somewhere, and then I'll tell you everything?" "It's almost night, and I'm completely wiped." Not long after, on a clearing not too far off the road, the merchant and the adventurer sat around a small fire made by Druma, while the goblin and Drake enjoyed some dried meat. "All right, spill already," said Balthazar, holding a piece of dried fish in his pincer, which he wasn't too keen on eating because it wasn't a pastry. "What did you find in that town?" "Where you sight?" "So, I went up the path that the guy we found on the road pointed to, and after a long walk, I finally saw the smoke coming from somewhere ahead. Once I got there, I found a small village, just a few buildings, pretty much, some of which were half-burned, the villagers still trying to put out the few fires that remained." "Did you ask them where the dragon went?" inquired the impatient crab. "People were running around with buckets and jugs of water," Balthazar said the archer. "I wasn't going to stop them to ask about it right then and there, was I? I ran in and picked up some buckets to help." Balthazar nodded. "Right, of course. Earn their trust first before getting information." Smart. The adventurer shook his head and rolled his eyes. Yes, sure, that's exactly why I did, not because it was the right thing to do in that situation. Anyway, after the fires were out, I asked if there was anyone injured, but thankfully nobody died or got seriously hurt. This is when the real kicker happened. The crab raised both eye stalks. What? I said they were lucky nobody got hurt after a dragon attack. And they looked at me like I was crazy. They didn't know what in the world I was talking about. Huh, said the confused crustacean. I had the same reaction. But didn't the guy on the road say he came from a burning village that had been attacked by a dragon? Exactly, Rai said. Turns out there was no dragon at all. The fire started because of a peddler who rode into town claiming to be selling smokeless torches. Someone was foolish enough to fall for it. They bought some, and well, soon after there was a roof on fire. And then another, and another. How could someone fall for that? Said Balthazar, waving his fish on a stick around. Sellers like that give honest merchants like me a bad name. And get this, the young man continued. When I asked what the peddler looked like, they said he wore a tricorn hat. The crab stared at the ranger. And who do you remember meeting that was also wearing a triangle hat like that? Balthazar shrugged. I don't know. I hardly remember what hat you were wearing last time we were together. I wasn't wearing a hat last time we saw each other. Exactly my point. The adventurer threw his arms up in frustration. Whatever. That's not the point. The point is, the man with the car we met on the road and told us about the village was wearing a tricorn hat. Oh, said the crab. I get it now. The peddler must have sold him the hat too. Rai smacked his palm against his own face. No, Balthazar. He was the peddler. Right, of course, that was going to be my next guess. The tired archer pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. So, yes, that was a monumental waste of time. I got tricked by a scammer fleeing from the village and went there for nothing, as there was no dragon. Spent a whole day helping the people there, and then got back on the road without rest to try and catch back up to you. And to top it all off, at some point I lost my bar of soap. So now I'm a dirty, tired mess. Anyway, what about your day? Rai reclined back against his quiver, looking at the crab with an exhausted face. Oh, it was quite something too, I tell you, said Balthazar. It involved killer starfishes, bandits, slimes, and a lot more. As the fire crackled under the cloudy night sky, the crab rambled on about his own adventures, talking without break as he waved his little fish around. So anyway, then I just took off and flew away in style on Blue's back while the 20 defeated bandits below watched in awe as The merchant's eyes landed on the adventurer, and he stopped his story. Rai was now fast asleep, lying down with his head against his travel bag. Well, that's just rude, Balthazar muttered. Bah, I get it. He had a long day. Looking over to the other side of the fire, he saw Druma and Blue also asleep, the goblin comfortably nestled against the drake, who was wrapped around him like a fire-heated cushion. A smile sneaked onto the crab's face. At least they get along well. Finding himself all alone by the fire, and with no wish to go to sleep yet, Balthazar remembered his level up from earlier, after defeating the cryomancer, and sat down as he pulled his system screen. All right, finally some me time. You have reached level 18. Choose a base stat to increase by 10 health, 190/190, stamina, 30/30ths, mana, 20/20ths. Give me that health. I like big round numbers. Without much pondering or hesitation, the crab pressed the first stat on the list, increasing it by 10. Health, 200/200 nice. Next, let's see. You have 3 unspent attribute points. Attributes: Strength, 5 Endurance, 5 Agility, 5 Perception, 5 Intellect, 8 Charisma, 60. I could already have 63 Charisma if it wasn't for that Intellect requirement on the imbuing skill. I really want to get even higher Charisma, but should I consider putting some more into Intellect? Weighing his options, Balthazar expanded the Intellect description once again. Intellect affects your mental power, your magical abilities, and the capacity to learn and absorb knowledge. Makes sense. I don't feel any smarter after putting points into it, because I guess this just affects my magical power and makes me better at learning new stuff. Good thing I already know lots of things. As the crab considered what to do with his points, his eye stalks suddenly jumped. Wait, I almost forgot about that scroll I found in the mage's satchel. Digging through his backpack, he retrieved the rolled-up piece of parchment and quickly opened it. A bright light projected into the crab's eyes while he waited for the scroll of potential to reveal a new skill. Revealing skill. Leader's voice. Skill C tier. Requirements. 30 CHA, 10 INT. Cost. 20 mana. For 2 minutes, you and up to 3 of your allies receive +1 to all attributes, and all actions performed as a team receive a success bonus. Would you like to learn this skill? Yes. No. Balthazar glanced at his sleeping companions across the flames of the campfire between them. This could be a good fit. As he hovered over the yes option, his eyes flicked back up to the requirements. Figures. I'm good on the mana now, but I'm short on intellect. Grumbling, the crab navigated back to his attribute list and placed 2 points into his intellect. I still have 1 point left now. Should I invest it on something else, save it for later, or... Glancing down at his high charisma, the merchant shrugged and placed the last point into it. Attributes: Strength 5, Endurance 5, Agility 5, Perception 5, Intellect 10, Charisma 61. After confirming all the prompts and learning his new skill, Balthazar watched as the scroll dropped to the ground, lifeless and blank. Too bad they're single use. I could make some good coins selling them to adventurers, he said quietly. After picking up the piece of parchment, the crustacean stretched his pincers up and let out a long yawn. All right, that was enough bedtime reading. After dumping some dirt on the fire like the responsible camping crab he is, Balthazar went to his own little corner to fall asleep like all the others around him, certain that he would need much rest for all the traveling they would continue doing in the days to come. After several days deep in the woods, Warren emerged from the forest's edge and onto a road. Hartha's new arrival looked nothing like his previous self now. Gone were the soaked rags he walked out of the sea with, replaced with tightly fit pieces of padded leather and fur armor crafted by him using looted animal parts and his newly acquired crafting skills. His physique had seen great changes as well. Already in fine shape before his untimely demise in the previous world, thanks to a balanced diet and daily exercise routine, Ren's body was now even more muscular and well-defined, thanks to his new attributes. After spending his nights carefully analyzing and calculating the best option for each of his choices, and his days tirelessly grinding experience, the new adventurer had already reached level 15, gained several skills, and even unlocked a unique class, Champion. Stopping on the side of the road, Hartha's new hero took a knee and opened the backpack he had fashioned from stitching rabbit pelts together using a moss snake's fong as a needle and caterpillar silk as thread. Inside, he rummaged through even more rabbit pelts. A lot more rabbit pelts. Ever the careful deliberator and efficient min-maxer, Ren had quickly figured out the entire formula for experience and level gaining, and rather than risking his life going into more dangerous areas while having only a few levels, no skills, and poor equipment, he determined that the best course of action was to remain in the easiest part of the forest, where no monsters dwelled and only small critters lived. After determining that rabbits provided the best experience returns relative to time investment, the young man spent several days slaying the fluffy creatures in order to raise his level. Unfortunately for the champion, after a minor bunny genocide, he quickly realized the slaying of the small critters was no longer an efficient method to gain experience due to diminishing returns, and also the fact that the local rabbit population could no longer sustain itself thanks to him. Knowing that he had gotten as much as he could out of that area, Ren was now ready to finally leave the forest meant for level 1 adventurers to do their tutorial quest on their first 15 minutes on that world. "Where did I put it?" "Ah," said the adventurer, as he pulled a compass out of his handmade backpack. Standing back up, Ren turned around as he inspected the item he had expertly crafted with his own hands using nothing but raw pieces of iron, ore, and a few stones. "So north is that way, and the river ran that way," he mumbled to himself, while using a stick of charcoal to draw on an old piece of parchment, where he had been drawing his own map of the area. Because he was also excellent at cartography. "Right," he said, storing the map and other items back in his pack after a few moments of study. "This way up the road it is." Putting his backpack on again, the adventurer took to the road, marching on with well-defined goals. First, find civilization in order to learn more about his surroundings and possibly acquire better gear. Second, figure out how to gain even more levels in the most efficient way, to make sure he is prepared for any dangers he might encounter. And finally, track down the mysterious character seemingly responsible for him being in that strange world and nearly losing all his memories, Balthazar. As Run marched through the road, his thoughts drifted to the same few images that kept haunting him every night as he fell asleep. A blurry sight of a house, two distant figures waving from the front door, likely his parents, although he couldn't quite be sure, and a face, a blank woman's face, that he knew to be beautiful but still could not fully remember. What was her name? How could he not recall his fiancée's name? The broken memories would have likely driven him to insanity, were it not for his iron will and incredible focus, keeping him on the tracks and determined to get back what had been taken from him. He would find this Balthazar, and he would get his answers the easy way or the hard way. Catching something up ahead with his eagle eyes, Rin slowed down his march, carefully observing what was coming for any possible dangers. Two men on horseback rode the opposite way as him. One was brawny, his physique even larger than Rin's, with a shaved head that reflected the sunlight, and wearing dark studded armor. The other was a much smaller figure, dressed not in armor, but instead expensive-looking clothes along with a feathered hat, and sporting a thinly cut pencil mustache. "All right," Rin said to himself. "Let's see if these two know this Balthazar." Chapter 125. Crossing Paths. "Keep up, Bruce," said Antoine from atop his large stallion. "I can't afford to slow down for your sake." Bruce, riding a few paces behind on a much smaller horse, scowled at the back of his patron's head. "Maybe if we'd swap horses like I've suggested, mine wouldn't be always so tired. This thing is practically a pony. My feet are almost dragging on the road." "Nonsense," barked the arrogant merchant. "I could never allow myself to be seen riding such a pathetic horse. A guild master like me must ride only on pure breeds." "Former guild master," said the bodyguard. "And shouldn't you be trying to not be seen, so nobody recognizes you from all those bounty posters?" Antoine glared back. "Last I checked, I wasn't paying you double that bounty to hear your inept thoughts." "Fine, suit yourself, but then don't complain about my horse's stride," Bruce said with a shrug, unfazed by his employer's gaze. "And we'd better get to your next hidden cache soon. My pay is almost due." Yes, I know. You'll get your gold soon. That's what you said yesterday, and we're still riding in circles looking for your stupid crab." Ardville's fugitive groaned with frustrated anger. "He has to be somewhere around here," he said. "All of his sightings lead to this road, and you heard the people from the burned village. His archer friend left this way as well. And yet, we still haven't found squat," said the bored merc. "What's your plan when we do find him anyway? Because if it's for me to squash him, that's going to cost you extra." "Don't you worry about that," said the menacing merchant. "I have worse plans for him first." Pulling on the horse's reins, Bruce slowed down and straightened his back. "Heads up, there's someone on the road." Antoine's gaze followed the mercs until he spotted a figure walking towards them along the edge of the path. "Excellent. Another of those moronic adventurers," the former merchant said quietly. "They all seem to know the crab, so let's find out if he has seen him somewhere." "Greetings," said the adventurer as they reached each other on the road. "You wouldn't happen to be interested in buying a few rabbit pelts from—" "You there!" exclaimed Antoine in a commanding voice, sticking his chin up from atop his stallion. "I require information from you." Run frowned at the man, but remained silent. The pompous horse rider stared down at him for a moment, barely hiding a sneer as he examined the handmade clothes and armor Run was wearing. "You're a traveling adventurer, I take it?" The champion squinted, pondering his answer for a second. "In a way, I'm actually looking for an individual. Maybe you could help me." "His name is—" "Excellent," the man on the horse said, ignoring Ren's words once again. "Then you should surely be able to tell us. Have you seen the—" He paused and swallowed like someone who had just tasted something unsavory. "Esteemed Merchant Balthazar around these roads?" The adventurer's eyebrows perked up for a split second, before returning to a neutral expression. "Can't say that I have," Rin said casually, gauging the other man's reaction carefully. "Any particular reason why you were looking for him?" Antoine scoffed. "I have a debt to settle with him, is all." The adventurer cocked an eyebrow and crossed his arms. "Really? You seem rather upset, friend. Does Balthazar owe you something?" The rider's eyes widened with underlying ire. "Oh, He owes me all right. My entire life. When I find him, "Hey, boss," said the bodyguard riding behind him. "You sure you want to be sane?" "Silence, Merc." Antoine spat. "You're paid to guard me, not interrupt me." Rin rubbed his chin with interest. "Seems like you have a bone or two to pick with this merchant." "He is no merchant," the angry little man said. "That is an insult to my trade. He is a fraud, a liar and a cheater, ruiner of lives and businesses. You should watch yourself, too. Adventurers are known to perish around him. He will get what's coming to him, though. Soon, very soon. I'll make sure he—" "I really think we should get going," said Bruce, riding up to the right of his patron and staring at him with a scowl. Antoine exhaled sharply before looking down at the horseless man to his left. "If you haven't seen him recently, then you are of no use to me. Begone!" And with a click of his ankles, the arrogant rider drove his horse forward without another word, his bodyguard following close behind. Rin watched quietly as the two departed, while processing the encounter he just had. "Interesting," he muttered under his breath. "So this Balthazar is well known around these parts, and apparently has some enemies. Sounds like mine was not the only life he ruined, and that the kid at the beach was not the only one he left for dead." He paused, tapping on his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, this Balthazar might be more dangerous than I expected. I must proceed very carefully, and make sure I am powerful enough before I confront him." "Keep up, Rye," said Balthazar, while rubbing his itching antennae. "We can't afford to waste the daylight." "Come on, Balthazar," groaned the archer, several paces behind him and his companions. "We've been searching for this supposed town for days now, and we're still no closer to figuring out where exactly it is, if it even exists at all. We have to be close. I can feel it in my bones," said the determined crab. "You don't have bones?" "My metaphorical bones." "Seriously, when are you going to tell me why this Condor Town is so important?" said Rye. "I told you, there's a group of people there that I need to meet," Balthazar said dismissively. "So you keep saying, but you dodge explaining how this will help us find Madeline," insisted the archer. The merchant groaned as he continued walking without looking back at his friend. "In a roundabout way, it will. They might have some answers I need." Rye stopped walking. "You know what, that's enough. If we're going to keep going around in circles, both in our search and in this conversation, I'm not taking another step until you tell me exactly what it is that you need from this ruby lady." Balthazar stopped too, hesitating for a moment before turning back and walking up to the human. "I have tried, Rye," he said with a frown. "And whenever I try to, you are the one who doesn't let me get too far into it." The young man looked at the crab with a confused expression. "What do you mean? You want to know why I need to find this group of adventurers and talk to Ruby?" "Fine," the crustacean said in a serious and out-of-patience tone. "I want her to tell me why talking birds control the system. You know, the little words in your eyes? I want her to tell me why this whole level charade even exists and why only adventurers can use it. And I want her to tell me where adventurers like you came from and why you all are here, because I'm tired of just watching things happening to me and around me while I tried to just ignore them like I was in my own little bubble." Rye's expression of confusion grew into perplexity. What are you talking about?" "What I'm talking about, Rye, is where, for example, have you come from?" What do you mean?" "I came from up the road, just like you. We have been traveling together since—" "No, Rye," said the resolute crab. "I'm asking where did you come from originally? Before you were an archer, an adventurer, before you had levels and funny words floating in your eyes, before you woke up on a beach. Where did you live before all that?" The boy stared off into the distance with an empty gaze, his breathing accelerating as a mix of emotions ran through his expression. I don't know what you're talking about. I think we should change the subject." "Yeah, that's what I thought," the crustacean said, before turning back to the road while muttering. "Just like all the other times we had this talk." After less than a minute of walking, Balthazar heard Rye's casual voice speak again. "So, you think we're any closer?" the young man said with a smile, as he caught up to the crab. The merchant stared at him for a moment. "Amazing. Every single time. It's like I never even mentioned it." "I don't know," said Balthazar, pulling the map out of his backpack. "But I'm pretty sure we've scanned this side of the river at this point. We need to cross to the other shore. If that town still exists, it has to be there." He pointed to the small mountains over the treeline. The hills match. I just wish Sal could have narrowed down the area a bit more. All right, let's get going then, said the cheerful young man. As the quartet of travelers reached the edge of the river, Balthazar looked in both directions. There's got to be some way across. Maybe Blue could carry us over to the other side, suggested Rye. The drake looked at the crab and the human with a deadly scowl. No, that's definitely not an option, said Balthazar, gulping at the mere thought of heights. We need to find a bridge or something. There, let's ask that local, Rye said, pointing downstream. A lone figure stood by the shore, a few paces away from them, seemingly busy doing something the crab could not fully perceive. As they got closer, he finally figured out the man was pulling an old fishing net from the water, empty and full of holes. Howdy there, said Balthazar. Caught any big fish today? Said the friendly archer. The man tipped his straw hat up with one finger and glanced back at the group. Ain't fishing for fish, son. No, said Rye. What then? Fishing for valuables, said the man, as he continued pulling the net to shore. Adventures like you do a lot of dying upstream, and sometimes I can nab a few treasures here. Not that that's any of your business, o' course. All right, well, we're just looking to know if there is a way across this river somewhere nearby, Balthazar said. Would you happen to know? Yep, said the fisherman, from the corner of his mouth that wasn't busy chewing on a long piece of straw. After a long pause where the local continued slowly collecting his net, Balthazar threw his arms up. Well, what? Are you going to tell us? Nope, the man said casually. Balthazar felt a vein that did not exist pulsing in a forehead he did not have. And why the hell not? Do you really need to know how to get across the river? Of course we do. Then that means that information is valuable to you, the irritating pescator said, glancing back at them while untangling pieces of algae from his net. And you see how I'm fishing for valuables over here, don't you? The crab scowled as he exhaled sharply. I think he wants us to pay for the information, Balthazar, said Rye, leaning closer to the crustacean. Yes, I got that, thanks, the annoyed shellfish said. I just can't imagine who would see a group of travelers in need of help and decide to try and make a profit out of them in exchange for simple directions. Ah, you? I could totally see you doing that, muttered the archer. Not helping, Rye. Look, said the fisherman, I don't know what it's like where y'all come from, but down here life is tough, and a man's got to make a living where he can, however he can. You want to find a way across for yourselves? Go right ahead, but you'll be in for a very long walk. We've already wasted days on this ghost town hunt, Balthazar, whispered the adventurer. We can't afford even more time looking for bridges that might not even be there. The crab grumbled to himself. Fine, he exclaimed. Let's do it my way, then. Great, the man said, as he prepared to cast the net again. How much coin you willing to offer? Like hell, I'll give you any of my precious coins. I had something else in mind, said Balthazar. A trade, perhaps. What kind of trade? The local said, with a cocked eyebrow. Ah, the worthwhile kind, of course, the merchant said, while taking off his backpack of holding and shoving both claws inside it. Let's see. I gotta have something here that will satisfy this guy. He searched, rummaged, and dug, but kept on coming up with nothing that sparked the right trader inspiration. Until, why in the world did Tristan and Henrietta pack this thing in my bag? Were they having a laugh? So, said the impatient man, you gonna make an offer, or what? I got a net to cast. Negotiate with what you have, I guess. Right about that, said Balthazar. You're fishing and your net. What about it? I can't help but notice that you're not having much luck pulling anything. And, no offense, but that net looks like it has seen better days, the crab said. I think you need something to improve your odds of catching something valuable. Like what? Asked the suspicious fisherman. This, exclaimed the merchant, pulling his claw out of the backpack and holding up a pair of loose fish nets, blowing in the wind like a flag. Are those stockings? Said the incredulous adventurer behind him. Why are you carrying stockings in your bag? Please stop asking questions, Rye, the crab muttered from behind his sales-pitch smile. The hell do I want that for? The local said abruptly. Isn't it obvious? Said Balthazar. These are fish nets. Equip them, and their special enchantment will boost your fishing skill, greatly increasing your odds of catching something valuable. The man looked at the pair of tights, blowing in the wind with suspicion. Really? Of course, the merchant confidently said. Look at me. I'm a crab. If there's something I know, it's fishing. And for the low price of telling us how to get across this river, these could be yours. The gift of the crab. Success. I do like the way they look for some reason, the fisherman said, scratching his prickly chin hair. Ah, fine, it's practically free information. I'll take it. Great. How do we get to the other side? You got 2 bridges. One is half a day's walk downstream, and the other is about 10 minutes upstream, but trust me, you want to take the one downstream. Take the one that is several hours away when we've got one just 10 minutes that way, said the merchant. Why will we ever do that? No way, we're going upstream, and the bridge upstream has a toll. Never mind, we're going downstream. Let's go, Rye, Balthazar quickly said as he spun around to go in the other direction. Come on, Balthazar, said the adventurer, placing a hand on the crab's arm. We already lost way too much time. We can't afford to waste another day just to get to the other side of the river. You heard him, there's a toll. That means paying money, Rye. Do I really need to remind you why we're all the way out here, doing this? Would she turn back if it was you in her place? Balthazar's shell slumped slightly, and he let out a quiet sigh. Fine. That was a low blow, but you're right. Let's go upstream. As the group was leaving, the crab looked back at the fisherman, who was trying to work out the best way to fit the fishnets over his straw hat. No, no, yelled the crab, pointing down with his pincer. They don't go on your head. The man looked at the crab and then down at his own legs. The crab nodded slowly. Balthazar quickly skittered back to his party, snickering as the fisherman unbuttoned his pants by the shore. After a short walk along the shore, they spotted a road leading up a small dirt mound, ending on an old stone bridge over the river. Look at that, said the happy crab, stepping on the bridge and turning to the archer with open arms. That guy was lying. There isn't even a toll booth here. Rye froze on the spot, staring with wide eyes over the merchant's shell. Balthazar dropped his arms and sighed. There's something behind me, isn't there? The boy nodded slowly, eyes still fixed above his friend. The ground shook under his feet, and a huge shadow loomed over the crab. The fisherman meant the bridge had a troll, not a toll, didn't he? Rye nodded again. Chapter 126. The Trolls Toil. Balthazar turned slowly, his eye stalks gazing up at the towering figure standing above him. Large and as ugly as the smell coming off of it, the troll stood nearly as tall as 2 men, its rough green skin looking like moss-covered rock with ancient boils scattered all around it. The creature leaned down, an old club resting over one shoulder, the strap of the fur loincloth it wore over the other gently flapping in the wind. The troll squinted its beady black eyes at the crab before drawing a toothy smile, revealing dirty, jagged teeth. Eyo! The merchant gulped. Balthazar, stay very still, whispered Rye from several paces behind. Why? You think its vision is based on movement, muttered the crab sarcastically. No, but I don't want to accidentally hit you with an arrow, the archer said, as Balthazar heard the quiet sound of a bowstring being pulled. Pass, said the troll. Wait, Rye, said the crab. I think it's trying to communicate. Oh, sure, let's chat with the troll. I'm sure that will go well. Yes, big guy, Balthazar said to the creature. We would like to pass your bridge. The troll extended a big and calloused hand, the skin on its palm looking like the gray bark of a dead tree. Coin. You want coin? The crab repeated, keeping a couple of legs back. The bridge's guardian nodded, pushing his open palm closer to the merchant. Ugh, fine then, Balthazar hesitantly said, while reaching into his coin purse. It wasn't his preferred choice of action, but trying to dialogue with the creature did not seem like much of an option, and not even his mighty claws were big enough to wrap around those tree trunk ankles. Pinching a single gold coin from his bag, the crab carefully and begrudgingly placed it on the troll's open hand. The bridge guard brought its palm closer to its face, its bulbous nose nearly touching the tiny coin as the creature examined it. No, grunted the troll, while shaking its head. No, repeated the merchant. I don't think that's enough to cover the Trolls Toil, Balthazar, the adventurer said, from the bottom of the mound leading up to the bridge. Yeah, thanks, Rye. I think I got that on my own. The troll took a moment to slowly count up with its own fingers, before turning to the crab again. 10, the monster's guttural voice uttered, while holding up both hands to show all of its fingers. You want 10 coins? said the apprehensive crustacean. Once again, the troll shook its head. No, Balthazar's eye stalks frowned in confusion. 10, the creature said, while flexing its 10 fingers closed and then open again. Wait, you want 100 gold coins to let us pass? Exclaimed the indignant crab. The troll's disturbing smile, which resembled a beaten-up handsaw blade, appeared again as it nodded affirmatively. I told you we should have gone downstream, Balthazar muttered back at the archer. No pay, the moss-covered monster said with a frown. 100 crowns to cross a bridge? No way. That's a ridiculous price, said the crab. Just let us through, and I'll toss a fried fish fillet and a squeeze bottle of skin lotion your way. How's that, big guy? The creature's frown deepened as it shoved an open palm in front of the merchant again. Coin? No. I'm not giving you 100 coins just to walk over an old, crumbling stone bridge, the annoyed crustacean exclaimed. The troll pulled its hand back, the frown turning into a full scowl. The club, which had been resting on the creature's shoulder, was now held at the ready. No coin, no bridge. Swinging its massive arm back, the creature prepared to sweep the crab off the overpass when a small arrow pierced into its shoulder. Arg! Exclaimed the monster, as it snapped the shaft of the projectile lodged into its shoulder in half and focused its gaze on Rye. Hurry! Yelled the archer, as the crab skittered towards his traveling companions. We need to get across, said Balthazar, as the troll began charging towards them. Well, that guy might have an issue with that. The heavy stomps of the troll made the ground shake as it prepared to strike at them with the crude club, but Rye made the creature stagger back by shooting it with 2 quick arrows to the chest. Druma and Balthazar ran out of harm's way and towards the tree line, while Blue took flight, placing herself above the club's reach. Meanwhile, Rye stayed quick on his feet and continued pelting the creature with arrows from a safe distance. I gotta do something. His mind racing, Balthazar turned to the goblin. Druma, I need you to shoot the troll with your magic bolts to distract it from Rye. Can you do that? The loyal assistant and his floppy wizard hat nodded vigorously up and down. Yes, boss. Blue, the crab called up. The drake, hovering over the scene, turned its golden gaze to the crab. Unless we want to tell Madeline we let her boyfriend be turned into a pancake, we have to help Rye, he shouted. When Druma strikes, take the opportunity and barbecue that troll. The winged creature did not respond with words, but Balthazar could tell she was on board. With a massive swing, the troll missed the adventurer, but kicked up a cloud of dust which forced him to tumble and roll out of the way, leaving the boy on the ground and open for a second strike. A sudden stream of green glowing bolts hit the creature's rough hide on its back, causing it to turn its angry scowl towards the origin of the attack. Standing on a rock by the side of the road was a small goblin, holding his hat with one hand and a magical staff with the other. The troll took a step towards its new source of anger, but before it could take a second one, a bright blue jet of flames assaulted it from above, forcing the monster to shield its head with an arm as the fire from the drake's mouth poured over its skin. Yes, celebrated the crab, but too soon. As Blue's fire breath stopped, they all watched as the troll slowly stood back up. The arrows sticking out of its body fell to the ground as the creature's skin healed, closing the wounds. The place where Druma's magic bolts had hit was unharmed, and even the arm that took the brunt of the drake's attack showed no signs of burns. No, said the crab. It was as if all of their efforts had been for nothing, as the creature quickly recovered in front of their eyes. Damn it, I should have remembered those bestiaries I read. What just happened? Asked Rye as he ran to the crab along with his 2 companions, regrouping behind a boulder while the troll recovered by the bridge entrance. Trolls have rapid regeneration from physical wounds, Balthazar explained, and are practically immune to magic. I knew that, but completely forgot about it in the heat of the moment. Well, great. Now we have a pissed-off troll coming for us, the adventurer said, peeking over the rock. Any suggestions? The crab tapped on the top of his shell with the back of his claw. Think, Balthazar, think. What can wait? My imbuing skill. Without a word, he ran to a nearby tree, using his pincers to pull a large piece of its bark off the trunk. What are you doing, Balthazar? Exclaimed the archer. We're fighting for our survival, and you decide to go play with trees? Ignoring the young man, the crab held the fresh piece of oak wood between his pincers and focused on his system. Imbuing failed. Incompatible material, damn it. It doesn't work with every wood type. He ran back to the boulder, but over by the bridge, the troll had already fully regenerated and had resumed looking for his targets. Cool me on. Think, there has to be something I can do. Use your smarts, Balthazar. Sticking his eye stalks from behind the rock, the crab watched the creature, scanning his surroundings for the group. Magical attacks are out, leaving only physical damage. It would be too risky for Blue to get close with her claws, and I'm way too slow. That just leaves Rye's arrows. Now if only we could coordinate some kind of distraction, and his eyes widened. That's right, I have another skill now. With a few flicks of his eyes, the crustacean activated the skill. Leader's voice. For 2 minutes, you and up to 3 of your allies receive +1 to all attributes, and all actions performed as a team receive a success bonus. All right, guys, listen up, Balthazar said hurriedly. I've got a plan, but you will have to do what I say. The human, goblin, and Drake all scooted closer behind the rock, listening to the crab's instructions. Standing on the bridge, the troll turned back and forth, big club in hand, still looking for any signs of the trespassers. Hey, big fella, yelled Balthazar, standing on the path leading up to the bridge. Wanna buy a toothbrush? The creature's beady eyes widened at the sight of the crab, and it started charging at him with its weapon held high. While the crab skittered away, the sound of something breaking behind the troll made it stop to look back. Bolts of arcane magic shot by Druma from the shore were hitting the side of the old bridge, knocking loose cobblestones off its side and into the water. No, cried the monster, running back and dropping its club as it tried to catch the pieces falling off the bridge. Do it, Blue, Balthazar shouted. Diving from the clouds, the drake homed in on the surprised troll, who turned its face up as the winged menace rained blue fire on it. The bridge guardian covered itself from the heat with both arms as it ducked down. It's not looking this way. Now's your chance. Get close, Rye, Balthazar shouted. The shower of flames ceased, and the troll raised its head from between its arms, just in time to see a human archer sliding across the cobblestone floor of the bridge, bow drawn and charged, ready to shoot. The creature's eyes bulged at the realization of where the adventurer was aiming. Don't blink, Rye said, as he let the arrow loose. Chapter 127, The Trolls Toil, yelled the troll, as the arrow hit it straight through the left eye. Yes, Rye said, doing a fist pump as he stood up. Great shot, yelled Balthazar from the road. The monster grasped its face with one hand, writhing in pain as it howled. Suddenly, the troll lowered its hand and spoke, but in a completely different voice and tone. All right, time out, said the troll in a lower pitch and less slurred way than before, while tapping his palm on the fingertips of his other hand, making a T shape. Ah, the adventurer said, confused. What this, said the crab. Really, mate, the bridge guardian said, looking at Rye with one eye while pulling the arrow from the other. Right in the peeper? You can talk? Exclaimed Balthazar, skittering his way up to the bridge, next to the archer. Of course I can. I was doing it before, wasn't I? The indignant troll said, tossing the arrow into the water as his eye quickly regenerated back to its original state. I mean, talk coherently like people do, the crab tried to explain between awkward shrugs. Ain't that rich coming from a talking crab? He turned to Rye again. But you, lad, what's with shooting me in the eye? That's a low blow, don't you think? But, the young man said between stutters. It was the obvious weak point. All right then, exclaimed the creature, frowning at the shrugging boy. So that makes it fine to poke someone's eye out like that, huh? How would you like it if I gave your berries a flick? The troll held his huge, bulky hand in front of the human, the tip of his index finger held against the tip of his thumb. That your weak point too, ain't it? Rye gulped. Hey, come on now, that's not fair. You can regenerate your eye. You just did it. Sure, but that don't mean it don't hurt like hell when you shoot it, yelled the troll, throwing his arms up. The crab and the human exchanged confused glances. What the hell is happening? Muttered the archer. I have no idea, responded the merchant. Bah, you know what? Said the creature, turning away. Just go. Cross the bridge. I don't even care no more. Slumping his shoulders, the troll dragged his feet towards the parapet of the bridge and leaned on it, holding his head on his hand as he stared at the running waters of the river. Rye looked back at Drumo and Blue, who were standing by the road, staring at them and waiting, then at the crab next to him. "So should we just go?" he asked with a shrug. "I mean, now it kind of feels wrong." "Doesn't it?" replied the crab. With his interest piqued, Balthazar cautiously approached the troll. Hey pal, you got a name?" he asked tentatively. The troll, resting his chin on the palm of one hand, looked at the crab from the corner of his eye without turning. "Yeah, Bricker." "Bricker? That's your name?" the crab said, cocking an eye stalk. "It is. You got a problem with it?" No, not at all. I'm Balthazar, by the way." "Say, Bricker, how come you were playing dumb before? You seem intelligent enough to chat with and know how to count coins." The troll sighed. "Oh, it's all part of the job. Adventurers come through air. They see a breegee. They expect a big, ugly troll guarding it. And they expect me to be as dumb as a sack of bricks. Gotta deliver a good act." Balthazar was suddenly reminded of Tom and all the other skeletons down in their dungeon. "Huh, all right, but then what's wrong?" asked the crab. "Why did you drop the act and are all bummed like that now?" Bricker let go of his chin, letting his hands hang from the parapet. "Because what's the point? Things just ain't what they used to be. Back in the day, we'd get a handful of adventurers through here every day. Real adventurers. Noble knights, mighty barbarians, proper wizards. They'd fight a good and fair fight. A troll could feel proud and fulfilled about his job. A knight cuts off one of your limbs, and you got a tale to tell later at the tavern. A wizard sends you flying all the way to the hills, and you feel like 1,000,000 crowns." The mopey creature slumped down again, this time resting his chin on the parapet itself. "But now, no one comes through here, no mo. Weeks go by without me seeing a soul. And when they do, it's always some adventurer still wet behind the ears, who don't even know how to hold a sword straight, or they just be fighting dirty. There's no more wonder or pride in them adventurers. It's all about how to get what they want as fast and efficient as they can." "That's rough," the crab said, awkwardly. "If things are so bad, why haven't you considered, a change of occupation?" The troll stood back up straight, turning to the merchant with a frown. "And do what? I'm a bloody troll, mate. Not a whole lot of job opportunities for me kind out here. It's either garden a breegee or garden a cave, and I got asthma. I can't deal with all the humidity in a cave." He paused and exhaled sharply. "We can't all be lucky like me cousin. Got himself a nice cozy gig at some castle in the middle of the mountains, has the catacombs all to himself. I hear he gets to spend his days scaring little kids. Easy life, that one." Balthazar glanced back at Rye, who stared back at him. They both shrugged. "Sounds like you don't really enjoy this whole thing anymore," said the crab. "I want to," exclaimed Bricker. "When I was a wee troll, this was all I wanted. I wanted to be like my pa and his pa before him. Breegee trolls, collecting riches from either tribute to pass or spoils o' defeated adventurers. It was a respectful living back then, But now, look at me, living alone under this decrepit sorry excuse, a breegee, too poor and shamed to even bring a lady here and start a family." The crab couldn't help but find himself almost feeling sorry for the stinking creature. "How did things get like this anyway?" he asked the troll. "Oh, times change. These new adventurers are not like they used to be. They don't see fellas like us as worthy opponents, challenging foes to best in combat. We just walking bags of experience or whatever it is they call it. There was one a while back who used me live in space under the breegee as a toilet. You know how disrespectful that is? But the real problem is that there's just no traffic round these parts no more. With the nearby town gone, every farm, lumber mill, fishery, and dungeon business around slowly disappeared, till there was no one left to cross me bridge." "Town? Does he mean? I remember my first year on the job," the troll rambled on. "I'd squeeze this farmer every week for a sack o' apples whenever he passed through to the market. Good OL days. I miss him. Really squishy ribs, that one." "Hang on, Bricker," Balthazar interrupted. "That nearby town you just mentioned. What was it called?" "The town? Huh. Been a long time. I think it was Canner? Something like that." "Condor?" the suddenly excited crustacean exclaimed. "Yeah, that was it," the green monster said. "Condor was the name o' the town. Nice place, I heard. Never visited it. Or any other human town, in fact. Do you think you could point me in the general direction of where that town was? The hopeful merchant asked. Yeah, sure can, Bricker said, turning to the end of his bridge and raising a thick finger in its direction. Go down that road all the way to the fork on the road, then take a left till you reach the plains. You should see some farms, or what's left of 'em, and somewhere after that there should be the ruins of the place. At least I think so. Again, never been there myself. Balthazar turned to Rye with a wide smile, ready to get going towards their destination. But then his smile faded slightly. Turning back to the dejected troll, who was back to resting his elbows on the parapet, staring longingly at the stream below, the crab spoke. Hey, how much for these directions? Bricker flicked an eyebrow at the merchant. I ain't charging for no directions. I still got morals. With a long sigh, the green creature went back to his depressed contemplation. I wonder what the ocean smells like. I hear it's nice. Unable to shake the bothersome feeling in the back of his shell, Balthazar persisted. Why don't you go out and travel a bit, said the crab. See the sights, visit different places, have a change of airs. The baffled troll stood up straight, looking at the merchant like he had just spontaneously grown a ninth leg. You crazy or something, crab? Go travel? And leave me, Breegee, unattended? I don't think you understand. This is me business. Oh, trust me, I get it. I have my own business too, Balthazar said. And from what you've said, it seems your business is pretty dead these days. Don't you think you deserve a holiday? Some you time? But Bricker hesitated, as if the very notion being presented to him had never even crossed his mind. I'm a Breegee troll. My place is air. Under me, Breegee. Not out in the world traveling. Says who? Look at me, I spent my whole life in my little pond. I have a big trading business back home. And yet, here I am, backpack on my shelf, friends by my side, traveling these roads and getting myself in trouble. The troll looked confused, but also intrigued. I mean, really? He said, rubbing the moss on his chin. It just feels wrong, don't it? Why? Said the defiant crab. Just because life gives you a role doesn't mean you have to stick to it, to stay in your lane and never dare step out of it. It's your life. If you want to go see the damn ocean, you should. But, what if some adventurers show up to cross the Breegee and I ain't air? So what? Do you have a boss? No. You were already going to let us pass for free, weren't you? The bridge will be fine, but you're not. You need to worry about yourself too, or else you will end up like this bridge, old, falling apart, and forgotten in time. A bloody hell, crab, you make some pretty good points. Who taught you to be such a good speaker? I did, said Balthazar, puffing up his shell. Crab or troll, you can go and do whatever you want if you set your mind to it. You just have to want it hard enough to break the chains holding you in place. Bricker walked up to his drop club, picked it up, and placed it on his shoulder again. You know what? You lit up me fires there. I'm going to pack up me spare loincloth. Kiss me mushroom garden goodbye, and go downstream till I find the sea. That's the spirit. As the troll ducked under the stone bridge, the crab rejoined his companions. Rye had a sly smile on his face. What? Balthazar asked. Nothing. Just wondering how much of that speech was about the troll, and how much was about you. Oh, shut up. We got a free crossing, didn't we? Let's go find this town already. After another hour of walking from the bridge, the crab and company finally spotted the end of the forest, where the surrounding trees opened up onto large plain fields of brown grass. All right, we should be getting close to where Condor supposedly is, said Balthazar. Let's keep an eye out for her. The merchant's words trailed off as the group passed the mound on the road and got a full view of the plains in front of them. What happened here? Said the archer. The crab's hopeful expression turned grim. I don't know, Rye, but I think you should keep your bow at the ready.